Chapter 1062. Roar. While the Lawnlister brothers were still in shock, a loud and violent beast roar suddenly sounded from the sky outside the house. Megalosaurus? It doesn't look like one, and it's not a pterosaur either. Tyrion was puzzled. It's Stannis' two-headed demon dragon. Jaime exclaimed. The two of them immediately climbed down from the warm and comfortable brick bed. When they climbed up the watchtower, they saw the two-headed demon dragon rolling and struggling crazily in the sky above Aegon Hill in the east. From time to time, it would spit out dark red dragon flames and purple venom. Its movements were chaotic, and the dragon flames would even burn itself. It was like a big black fish that had swallowed a fish hook and was being dragged to the shore. Jaime's eyes were ordinary, and he could not even see the demon dragon clearly from a few kilometers away. On the other hand, a vertical dark red double pupil gradually appeared in the dwarf's heterochromatic pupils. He adjusted the focus and zoomed in. He could see the demon dragon clearly. It was a little over 25 meters long, and its dirty green and yellowish-white scales gave off a feeling of feces, like an albino black person. One of its two heads was bigger than the other. The big one was similar to a normal pterosaur and also had a beak. The small one was thin and short, only as thick as a horse's neck. Even with the head as big as an elephant's head, it was less than 5 meters long. The neck and head of a normal megalosaurus and pterosaur accounted for 1/3 of the total body length. The small head's face was also abnormally deformed. Its mouth was between the nose and the eyes, and its eyes were slanted. One of them was as big as a bowl, and the other was so narrow that it could not open. It looked like a wax figure that had been melted by high temperature, but the dragon flames were spat out from the small head's mouth. Half of it was dark red flames, and the other half was thick black smoke. It looked even more terrifying than real dragon flames. The two-headed demon dragon has gone crazy. The mage in the Red Fort is trying to control it with his will. I don't know if it's Melisandre, but it can't be suppressed anymore. The demon dragon is about to break free. Tyrion seemed to be deep in thought. Jaime's complexion changed. He leaned over and shouted to the Western Region people on the city wall. Quick! Set up the dragon-slaying crossbows, change the dragon crystal arrows, and switch to the steel crossbows. Because of the existence of the evil god of frost, the castles of the Seven Kingdoms had prepared ballistas on the city walls. Those who were able to afford it even used dragon-slaying crossbows that were effective against the Megalosaurus. However, the crossbow bolts were replaced with brittle and hard dragon crystals. Clang, clang, clang. The cultivators of the great cathedral also sensed the danger. The bell rang again, this time even more urgently. At the same time, the 7 towers of radiance suddenly lit up. They were extremely resplendent, like 7 golden crows descending into the mortal world. Almost half of the King's Landing was illuminated. Along with the holy light came a divine pressure that was as majestic as the sea. Even Tyrion, who was 2 kilometers away, felt a prickling sensation on his back. The dwarf's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The cultivator's brain is quite nimble. You know how to use your divine might to chase away the devil dragon. This skill and this brain are much better than when I first grasped great power, but I was still clueless when it came to matters of the extraordinary." Roar. The devil dragon finally broke free from its invisible restraints. It roared furiously, and its eyes lit up with an explosive and chaotic red light. It swooped over the ground, leaving behind a dark red scar on Aegon's Hill. Dong! The sound of the bell drowned out the beast's roar. The holy light gathered by the cultivators swelled, making the devil dragon feel fear. It ran away. It ran to the Rhaenys Hills in the northwest. Dragon flames and venom sprayed out wantonly leaving behind 7 or 8 destructive scars and countless miserable howls and curses. It was hit by a dozen arrows as well. With a sorrowful cry, it staggered towards the north. Jamie's expression was strange. The Rhaenus Hills are filled with red god believers and red monks. Their Lalo didn't come out to chase away the devil dragon. I remember that the devil dragon was created by Lalo using blood shaman arts. When Erlu and Uluin fought over the King's Landing, they burned the Rhaenus Hills to the ground. Because St. Matthew had followed the example of Moses and led most of the refugees from King's Landing to the Land of Storms, most of the houses in King's Landing were left vacant. In order to better defend against the deviant ghosts, the local residents of King's Landing, regardless of whether they were nobles or civilians, began to gather in the Visania Hills, where the great cathedral was located. Later, the red god priests of the cities of Ursus brought the hand of sacred fire to the King's Landing, and the empty Rhaenus Hills became their residence and station. Well, the red god priests guarded 2 of the 4 walls of the King's Landing, and the other 2 were guarded by the church's armed forces and the vassals who believed in the 7 gods. For example, the camp of the soldiers of the western region was near the Lion's Gate in the southwest. When the 2-headed devil dragon disappeared from sight, Tyrion's pupils returned to normal. He said thoughtfully, "Who is the rider of the devil dragon?" When Stannis was alive, he often rode the dragon out of the city to burn deviant ghosts. After he died, no one has seen the devil dragon since. Jaime said, "What about Mia the First? She is Stannis' successor, but she didn't inherit Uncle's devil dragon?" Tyrion asked again. Dong, dong, dong. Before he finished speaking, the bell of the great cathedral rang again, a total of 7 times. It should have been a warning to the people that the devil dragon is out of control. What's going on now? Jaime was puzzled. Tyrion smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the king has really passed away this time." As expected, a servant came to report that the red god queen, Mia Baratheon I, had failed to tame the mystic dragon and had died. "Duke, the Earl of Rainforest, Onion Knight, invites you to the Red Keep to attend the king's funeral." That afternoon, before the news of the king's death in taming the dragon could spread among the people of King's Landing, a messenger from the Red Keep came. "So soon?" Jaime frowned. "The funeral is just a pretext. With the death of the old king, a new king is born. They most likely want you to witness the coronation of the new king," the dwarf said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he suddenly took a few steps forward and carefully looked at the tall knight with the family emblem of a white gold coin on his chest. A hint of shyness from the past could be seen on his resolute and handsome square face. The simplicity in his blue eyes was also oddly familiar to him. Tyrion patted the knight's shoulder and sighed. "Kid, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big, and you've even become a duke." "Sir, you don't seem to have changed much," the knight said with a smile. "Irene Pine didn't leave behind any children, and the Pine family's close relatives also died in the hands of the deviant ghosts. I let Bodrick inherit Pine's title and fief," Jaime explained. Then he asked, "Is it just me, or are all the vassals invited?" Bodrick stopped smiling and said seriously, "It's not just the vassals. Holy Light Lone Hand has already arrived at the Red Keep. I'm guessing that the Earl of Rainforest personally went to the great cathedral before inviting the vassals." I guess it really has something to do with the new king." "Bodrick, go and arrange the troops," he ordered. "Right, are you going?" He looked at the dwarf. "Of course. How can I not participate in such a grand event?" Bodrick received the order and left. Tyrion said with a smile, "Holy Light Lone Hand can't be that cousin of ours, right? What a lousy name." Jaime nodded and called the old granny to take little Tywin away. He then had the attendant put on the golden lion armor for him and explained, after St. Matthew left for the east, the position of Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral has been empty. There's no archbishop who can convince the masses. Archbishop John of the Starry Cathedral is brave enough to take on the role, but now the archbishops of the great Cathedral of Baylor are all from the Great Sparrow faction. Because of the matter of the church's bank in the early years, both sides have always been at odds. Archbishop John is only a mid-ranked level 3 priest. He can barely make it into the top 10 of the great cathedral. I remember that Lancel used to be a warrior's son, right? Tyrion wondered. He's missing an arm, and he's known as the warrior's son, but he didn't become a paladin. He's always been a priest. Speaking of this, James couldn't help but lower his head to look at his golden right hand. Perhaps when little Tywin comes of age, he could learn from Lancel and Randall and give up his title to wear a colorful cloak, or maybe try to become a priest. After becoming a priest, he could continue to protect Lannister and Casterly Rock. After a while, Jaime said, Lancel was able to become an archbishop thanks to the Holy Mother's blessing. 3 years ago, he followed a group of warrior sons out of the city to clean up the ghouls, but after the resurrection of the King of Wraiths, the ghouls became more cunning. They grasped the movement patterns of the church's armed forces and set up traps to ambush humans. Seeing his church members dying one by one in front of him while he used up all his divine spell slots, Lancel was in extreme pain and despair. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes as he called out to the Holy Mother, praying for a miracle. Then, in the dark, he saw the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother told him that as long as he understood, he would be able to create a miracle. The ghoul grinned and swung a sword of ice at his neck. In an instant, Lancel's time slowed down. He remembered his childhood, when the sun shone on his face. Wait! The dwarf couldn't help but interrupt. Even if legends need artistic embellishment, isn't it a little too ridiculous to remember his childhood when he's about to lose his life? Jaime glared at him. Lancel told me himself. He had a sudden epiphany at the brink of death. He recalled his entire life in an instant and became a level 4 priest on the spot. He was lucky enough to learn the rarest level 4 divine spell, the Holy Mother's Palm. When he used the Holy Mother's Palm, his entire arm was covered in holy light, so everyone called him the Holy Hand, because he became a level 4 priest, and because the Holy Mother's Palm represented the Holy Mother's blessing. The monks chose him as their archbishop. After becoming archbishop, Lancel decided to follow the example of the Great Sparrow and 7 Treasures. The 2 sages gave up their original names, and he changed his name to One Hand. Fuck. That was all the dwarf could say at this moment. Jaime put on his sword belt and sighed. It's different now. It's clear who's stronger. A priest's level is determined by their devotion to the 7 gods and their understanding of the church's teachings. They can no longer be promoted to archbishop through connections. Not to mention the archbishop. Even the local nobles would not allow the archbishops and the abbot of the Holy Church of the various dioceses if their level was too low. Previously, the great Cathedral of Berea only arranged for a level 2 priest in Casterly Rock. Even if Jimmy's grandmother was a distant relative of Lannister, I still told him to get lost. After praying for a day, a level 3 priest will get 10 times more divine spell slots than a level 2 priest. Jaime made a 10 with his index fingers. A difference of 10 times is enough to change the outcome of a war. Moreover, there are many high-level divine spells that low-level priests can't use at all, such as the mighty heavenly dragon that increases the morale of the entire army. Let me bring a level 3 priest back to 12 years ago. I'm confident that I can defeat Robb, whether he's a shapeshifter or not. In an era when the Law Sea was broken and other extraordinaries could only rely on the King of God's cauldron to live, the priests of the 7 gods, who still enjoyed unlimited traffic, were indeed bugs. But 12 years ago, even the Holy Mother didn't appear, so giving you a level 5 priest would be useless. The dwarf secretly rolled his eyes. Chapter 1063. The dwarf asked curiously. I remember that Brother Marabad is highly respected. His fame and power are second only to Big Sparrow back then. Can't he convince the masses? That's not it. Before Lancel broke through, the monks wanted him to inherit St. Matthew's position. He also stayed in the Grand Cathedral of Bell for a while, but Brother Marabad felt that the archbishop was too restrictive. When he thought about how he could no longer walk the world barefoot like before, he felt tired. So, he returned to Crabclaw Peninsula. Not long after he returned, he broke through the realm of level 5 divine priest. Jamie said with a complicated expression, "Fuck, I preached scriptures in the eastern lands, became a god in the barren lands, and subdued demons in the far east. I didn't even become a demigod with such great achievements." That old man, sigh. The dwarf could not hide the jealousy and indignation on his face. Take Marabad and St. Matthew, for example. They are not greedy for money or fame. They gave up their mortal desires and served the Holy Mother wholeheartedly. Only then can they become divine priests. Look at yourself. You have more than 2,000 servants and performers. How can you compare to them? Jamie disagreed. Right, what's St. Matthew's level now? That bald donkey Chizong. When Chizong was mentioned, the dwarf felt even more upset. He was already a level 4 energy angel 4 years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to strength angel now. What are the levels of energy angels and strength angels? Jamie asked curiously. Level 5 divine priests are reserve angels. Level 6 heavenly priests are level 1 normal angels. After that, there are level 2 archangels, level 3 authoritative angels, level 4 energy angels, level 5 strength angels, level 6 dominion angels, level 7 throne angels, level 8 wisdom angels, and level 9 blazing angels. Oh, St. Matthew is equivalent to level 9 priest hiss. Jamie gasped and said in shock, how much stronger is a level 9 priest compared to a level 3? The difference is like heaven and earth. There's no comparison. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. Mastering the power of laws and domains is the foundation for a level 4 energy angel. Just this alone is more powerful than most of the gods in the world. You see, Barbarian City has never received any support from the Dragon Queen, but it still managed to survive the siege of millions of deviants. Why? It was all thanks to Chizong. When I returned to the Westeros this time, other than handing little Tywin over to you, I also need to discuss with the vassals about the time to head north. Once the vassals decide when to fight against King Strange Ghost, Chizong will look for an opportunity to sweep through the ghouls north of Baron Capital, doing his best to draw in as many ice evil gods as possible to reduce the pressure on your side. Jamie nodded in realization and asked, what level of angel is Dragon Queen? The dwarf's expression became very strange. A level 7 throne angel is a true god. She is currently singing the 2 songs of light and fire, but she is not a true god. If even Dragon Queen isn't a throne angel, then how terrifying would a blazing angel be? Jamie was at a loss. Soon, Podrick came back to report that the men and horses were ready to go to the Red Fort immediately. Jamie and the dwarf then walked out of the mansion and mounted their war horses outside. The 2 Lannister rode side by side, accompanied by 50 armored soldiers with swords on their backs. The sky was dark, and the north wind was bone-piercing. The horses' hooves and military boots made crisp sounds on the cold and firm road, spreading far and wide. It was only when they were 500 meters away from the city walls that the number of people on the streets suddenly increased. Yes, because of the strange ghosts surrounding the city, the inside and outside of the city walls were often turned into battlefields. The commoners had already moved to the central streets, far away from the city walls. They looked over curiously, pointing at the 2 people on the war horses, especially the former internet celebrity Little Devil. Half-Man has grown taller and more handsome. I heard that after kissing the prostitute 10,000 times, the curse of the forest, which was lifted. The scripture teaching ended a long time ago, but he never came back. I thought he was captured by the strange ghosts. He should be hiding in the warm and sunny Slave Bay. He is Dragon Queen's illegitimate older brother. Looks like everyone hasn't forgotten about me, the dwarf said with a smile. In a few more years, when the children in the long night grow up, our generation will become history. Jamie lamented. Even after 10,000 years, Dragon Queen is still a legend passed down by word of mouth. This can't be. These people still think that I'm a rich second generation in Slave Bay. Have they not heard of the story of the barbarian god Ascension? I have to spend money. When I return to barbarian lands, I'll get the literati and poets in my mansion to write books together. Lion-style spring and autumn. A generation of famous Little Devil, a generation of martial god Little Devil. The King's Landing, Journey to the East, the legend of deification, the dwarf's record of ghost slaying. Tyrion counted with his fingers, his expression serious. He did not look like he was joking at all. What's the use of making things up? We're not stupid. Who doesn't know about your background and deeds? Furthermore, just based on your great achievement of killing my father with a single arrow, you can forget about becoming a legendary hero. Jamie shook his head, his face full of disapproval. Then I'll write another book. The dwarf saves his father. Old Tywin fell into the 7 levels of hell and suffered all kinds of pain. The little devil gave up the chance to ascend to heaven and resolutely used all the merits he earned in his life to exchange for a chance to save his father. It can be written as a story-type legendary story. The little devil went through all kinds of difficulties and entered the world's edge. Faced with the gates of hell, he was helpless. Then my sincerity moved the warrior, and I learned the divine technique of using the sky-splitting axe to split open the gates of hell from him. I knelt in the snow and prayed to the blacksmith for 7 days and 7 nights. I used 777 days to complete the 10 trials given by the blacksmith. Finally, I received his praise, and he helped me forge the sky-splitting axe. After splitting open the gates of hell, I had to face the 3-headed hellhound Wong. I have to change my name to something more savage. Ayutai? The combination of Eris, Yuluen, and Tywin, 3 peerless, ferocious men. Tyrion talked nonstop, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Jamie was dumbfounded. The 7 levels of hell are 7 checkpoints. Every checkpoint is a test from one of the 7 gods. In short, the story was as complicated as it could be, as twisted as it could be, and as emotional as it could be. The entire story was like a hero's lament. It could be sung or wept with laughter and tears. In the end, the Heavenly Father announced that I had redeemed my father, and at the same time, I had also redeemed myself. The Holy Mother sent down holy light to wash away my and my father's sins. The young girl sprinkled flower petals, the old woman smiled and nodded at the side. The warrior gave me a thumbs up, the blacksmith clapped for me, and the stranger left us silently. What do you think? Tyrion said proudly. Beside him, Bodrick couldn't help but say, Sir, I think you're dreaming. An extremely shameless dream. No one would believe it. The armored soldiers around him nodded in agreement. Jamie, however, recalled how Aunt Xena had been saved by the dwarf's merit. He said excitedly, You really left all your merit to father? There was a moment of hesitation in the dwarf's eyes, but he didn't shatter his brother's last hope. He nodded and said, Not all. Jamie was still very touched. It's been hard on you. Tyrion fell silent. Perhaps he should ask his sister if she could reverse time and space and extract his father's soul from the river of time? That woman, could she be little Rose? The group climbed up Aegon Hill. Tyrion noticed that there was another group in front of them. There were more than 200 people. Today, almost 8 years after the Long Night's descent, they could still gather 40 tall war horses. The flag bearers on both sides of the group held more than 10 flags. Among them was the golden rose that represented High Court Tyrell. It's Marjorie. Who would have thought that after atoning for Joffrey's sins for 5 years, she would become a priestess? Even if she was only a level 1 priestess, she did indeed use the Holy Mother's blessing, holy healing. When news of this spread, it caused a huge uproar in the Seven Kingdoms. Many believers believed that this was a classic example of a sinner turning over a new leaf under the Holy Mother's guidance. Even the Cathedral of Baelor gave a positive response. They claimed that Sister Marjorie was like an ancient righteous person who had redeemed herself after making a mistake. Lancel even specially arranged for a bishop to go to the old town to baptize her. It meant that Marjorie had been reborn. Jaime's expression was complicated. He thought of the Queen Dowager, who was as famous as Little Rose. If Cersei was still alive, she might have been a classic example of redemption. In fact, Cersei had become a priestess much earlier than Little Rose. In other words, Cersei's devotion to the Holy Mother had always been much higher than Little Rose's. However, Cersei was not suitable to be described as a classic because her sins were far greater than Marjorie's. If she didn't go to hell, she wouldn't be able to warn the world. Who would have thought that even Shitty Rose could make a comeback? Tyrion exclaimed. It's not just a comeback. Once when I went to the cathedral to look for Lancel, he secretly told me that if Marjorie could stay true to herself for the rest of her life and no longer do anything against the teachings of the Seven Gods, then, after her death, she would have a chance to be recorded in the new edition of the Seven Stars Bible as a classic story of redemption by the Holy Mother. It would be sung by future generations. If even Marjorie could be redeemed, what reason did other sinners have not to kneel at the feet of monks and repent piously to the Holy Mother? The dwarf could not help but let out a long breath. He looked up and sighed. Just looking at this, I can only sigh. I'm really not as good as her. How are you compared to Marjorie? Jaime asked curiously. He thought that she was Little Rose. The dwarf did not explain. He only changed the topic and asked, when did Marjorie become the representative of the vassals? I remember that her right to inherit the Riverbend had long been abolished by the Dragon Queen. After regaining her freedom, she married Horace Redwine. In the next few years, she worked hard to govern and reform. She worked hard to learn Sansa's skills in ruling Tez Island. Green Pavilion Island changed from the chaos and inefficiency of Horace's rule and gradually became the most powerful force in Riverbend. The refugee tide that once made Horace's head explode gradually turned into a controllable force in Little Rose's hands. She opened the door to accept refugees. When the number of civilians on the island exceeded 5 million and met the requirements to apply for Dany Lilith's bracelet, Marjorie asked Dragonstone Island to send people to Green Pavilion Island for an on-site inspection. Because her rule was indeed efficient, she soon successfully applied for 30 wind giants and a small sun. After agricultural production was restored, Marjorie chose brave people from the refugees and trained them into militia of various ranks. Then, she chose the best soldiers from the militia to fight the otherworldly ghosts on the mainland. Now, Green Pavilion Island has the most warships, the most soldiers, and the most farmers in Riverbend. Marjorie herself even used the Sword of Holy Light to defeat a duke of the otherworldly ghosts in a duel. Then, she won the support of the people and was respectfully called Holy Sword Rose by the soldiers. Fuck, isn't this the bed strategy that I taught Sansa? The dwarf was dumbfounded. Bed strategy? Jaime glanced at him. She's copying Sansa's homework. but there are many vassals in the 7 kingdoms, and she's the only one who can copy homework well. Chapter 1064. The establishment of Danny's ribbons made the huge mushroom greenhouse in the front yard of the Red Castle look like a chicken rib. Not long after, Mia the First moved all the wood inside and rebuilt it into an underground hall. The center was as big as a basketball court, and the seats around it were raised in circles. It covered an area of more than 10,000 square meters and could accommodate thousands of people. I thought the Red Castle was abandoned. After this renovation, it seems more gorgeous and romantic than before. Looking at the giant glass dome above his head, the dwarf was amazed. The bronze skeleton of the dome was made by the red-robed monks using witchcraft, and it was based on the hanging staircase red temple in Volantis. Dai Feng said, as he led the people of the western region down. Jamie asked, "Where's your father?" Dai Feng hesitated for a moment and whispered he went to the red temple in the north to meet priest Melisandre. She wasn't the one who controlled the 2-headed demon dragon this morning. The dwarf was surprised. Dai Feng shook his head. It was the supreme priest, Benello. No wonder. The dwarf suddenly understood. I was wondering why she couldn't control that beast as a veteran demigod. The supreme priest's position among the red-robed monks is much higher than Melisandre. Jamie said, "What's the use of having a high position?" The dwarf was dismissive. In the barren lands in the far East Asia, countless old wizards would be moved by the name of Melisandre, but not many people know Benello. Isn't the most powerful priest the chief bishop? Jamie was puzzled. In this generation, Benello should be the most talented, but Melisandre is not a modern person. If 200 years later, Meribad is still a traveling monk in Hudjian, would you think that he is not as good as the chief bishop of that time? Melisandre is 200 years old. Dai Feng exclaimed. His voice was too loud and too sudden, and the dwarf was shocked. He picked his ears and carefully observed the young knight's expression, and asked curiously, "Why are you overreacting? Are you in love with her?" "No." Dai Feng's face turned green and red. He waved his hand and ran away in a panic. "Hey, where are the seats you arranged for us?" The dwarf called out with a smile. "Come and sit over here," a familiar, hoarse female voice said. It made one's heart itch. Tyrion turned and saw a tall swordswoman waving at him from the bottom of the stairs. She had a charming smile on her face and a straight posture, brown curly hair, brown eyes, and a heart-shaped face with a rosy glow. Wasn't that Margaret, who carried a golden greatsword and wore leather armor embroidered with golden patterns? The dwarf admitted that even if some women had taken a dump on the bed, countless men would still be moved by them. At this time, Stannis, who had arranged the seats for the Riverbend nobles, jogged over and said apologetically, "Prince Duke, you can sit here." Yes, this 18 or 19-year-old young man was Davos' sixth son, and also the younger brother of Knight Devon. The dwarf wanted to strike up a conversation with Little Rose, but he smiled at her and sat down beside Fat Sam. However, there was nothing he could do. His wife, Princess Elaine, would represent Dorne at the Queen's funeral. However, they were not far apart and sat in the first row of the auditorium. Jamie was the only representative from the Western region, but there were 7 or 8 great nobles from Riverbend. The dwarf looked sideways. Other than Tally and Redwyn, there were also Count Rowan from Golden Tree City, Aelken Florin from Brightwater City, and other veteran nobles from the Green Hand family. No, there was also Tywin wearing a sea monster helmet. Victarion Greyjoy was sitting beside Margaret. The two of them were chatting happily. "Why is he here?" Tyrion asked curiously. Jamie glanced at the burly man and said in a low voice, "High Court is still occupied by Tywin. In these years, many of their people have died for Riverbend." Plus, the story of the 5 heroes of the Misty Sea is widely spread in the 7 kingdoms. Tiamin's reputation has improved. What's the story of the 5 heroes of the Misty Sea? The dwarf asked in confusion. 9 Timon followed the dragon queen into the flowing water palace. 6 survived. Jamie had an envious expression as he told the story of Dunstan and the others. Those who survived are all legendary heroes. After receiving the dragon queen's approval, everyone's attitude towards Timon slowly changed. Later, Victarion personally promised that after the long night, as long as River Ben's vassals allow Ironseed to take away the spoils of war in High Court, and the Lord of High Court gives him a title and a piece of land near the sea, he will voluntarily give up High Court. Margaret wants to be the new Duke of Riverbend. Tyrion asked. She definitely wants to, but Jamie glanced at Margaret and Victarion and said in an even lower voice, Victarion is pursuing Margaret. He promised to help her enter High Court. Tyrion was shocked and said in disbelief, Margaret dares to have a lover? Jamie shook his head. What lover? He's unmarried, and she's widowed. What? Before he could finish, the dwarf shouted, causing the nearby vassals to look over. Even Victarion, who was passionately trying to please Margaret, looked over curiously. Jamie was indifferent to the stares of others. He only moved his lips and said in an almost inaudible voice, when Horace was on a boat to the old town, he accidentally hit an iceberg and died in a shipwreck. At that time, it had only been half a month since he married Margaret. Fortunately, he left behind a posthumous child. Didn't the legendary hero Nymeria also lose her husband several times and marry several times before finally conquering Dorne? I think Margaret is similar to the heroines of the previous generation. This is really... The dwarf didn't know what to say. Did Margaret jinx her husband? He asked. Jamie glanced at Fat Sam, who was sitting beside the dwarf, and sighed. This time it's not Margaret's fault. It's mainly the fault of the City of Knowledge's scholars. The long night has been here for a few years, but there was no warning about the iceberg to the coastal nobles. It was only when Horace's accident happened that we found out that bravos on the other side of the narrow sea began to guard against icebergs when the long night just fell. Sam said helplessly, since the beginning of human history, no iceberg has ever appeared in the summer sea, and no one thought of guarding against icebergs. Are you sure the posthumous child is Horace's? They've only been married for half a month, Tyrion said doubtfully. Today is different. With the bloodline appraisal, it's almost impossible to mix up the bloodline. Jamie's expression was a little awkward. The bloodline appraisal can only detect the blood of the king. The dwarf frowned. A level 3 priest can choose a more powerful DNA appraisal. It'll be clear at a glance whether the child is his biological son or not, Jamie said. Sam sighed and said, because the DNA appraisal is too powerful. In recent years, many nobles and merchants have secretly brought their children's blood to the great holy church for appraisal. Because of that, the annulment of holy marriages and the promotion of illegitimate children have become common in recent years. The Silent Sisterhood has also gained a lot of immoral women. Jamie said strangely, recently, there's a professor in the City of Knowledge who has proposed to ban the DNA appraisal between commoners and small merchants, because only when the husband and wife are harmonious can the family be harmonious. Only when the family is harmonious can the kingdom be harmonious. A shitty suggestion from a shitty professor. What's the point of working hard all your life to raise a son that's not your own? The dwarf glared. Sam said awkwardly, it's not my suggestion. Jamie shook his head and said, it's not completely unreasonable. Commoners are different from nobles. Nobles have titles and families that need to be passed down. It's already extremely difficult for commoners to have a wife, so what more can they hope for? Moreover, sons are always the labor of the family. They're all used like cattle, and they can be taken care of when they're old. Why care if they're biological? Think about it again. Originally, there was a good family. The family was harmonious, and the men plowed and the women weaved. In the end, because a child wasn't their own, the couple and the child lost their family. Not only did they break up their own family, but the kingdom also gained a family of unstable people who didn't have any permanent property. The nobles lost a family of honest citizens who paid taxes and served the military. Jaime, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Tyrion's lips curled into a mocking smile. The nobles can let millions of commoners suffer the pain of the rebellion of the four princes for an illegitimate child, but they don't allow commoners to have their own sons. No wonder there are so many nobles in hell, even though there are atonement scrolls. Jaime said angrily, "We're only discussing whether the professor's suggestion makes sense from a sociological point of view. Why are you mocking me? I don't even care about my own illegitimate brother. So why would I care if commoners do DNA appraisal? Moreover, you're a lecherous minister who keeps 2,000 maids as servants. What right do you have to feel wronged for commoners?" The dwarf was speechless. Ka ka ka. At this moment, the dull sound of metal gears turning came from the dome. Everyone looked up and saw several red-robed monks twisting steel cables and slowly lifting the skylight in the center. The cold wind whistled and poured into the auditorium. Then 20 red-robed monks picked up firewood and piled up a 2-meter-high crematorium on the stone floor in the center. "Sigh, the long night is almost over, but Queen Mia has suffered a tragedy," Fat Sam said with emotion. "You're very confident," Tyrion said curiously. Fat Sam stroked his long beard and said matter-of-factly, 2 years ago, the Song of Fire resounded throughout the world, and the world was almost dyed red by flames. At that time, humans had already won." His voice was a little loud, and he was talking about a major event that shocked the world. Everyone's eyes were attracted to him. At that time, the sky, the earth, the trees, and even the people and the sea were all burning. It didn't look like an illusion. Margaret leaned her head over and said with a shocked expression, "It was an illusion, but also not an illusion. The complete Song of Fire played between heaven and earth. When you heard it, you saw the essence of the world fire." Tyrion said, "Fire? The world was born from the first flame. Dragon Queen's Song of Fire has the characteristics of the first flame. Our world is like adding a layer of steel outside a broken house." "I see." The earls nodded in realization. Although they didn't know much, the Magic Academy had been popular for 6 or 7 years. Some extraordinary knowledge, such as the meaning of the first flame, was not something they had heard for the first time. Since Dragon Queen has already sung the complete Song of Fire and has the characteristics of the first flame, why didn't the sun appear? Count Aelken, who had protruding ears, said hesitantly, "Is it really like what the Red Priest preached, that only true gods can summon the sun?" The dwarf didn't know the answer either, so he could only say, "Let's defeat the King of Strange Ghosts first, and then think about the sun. With a small sun, humans can maintain their lives." While they were talking, Elaine arrived with her brother Quentin and many other vassals. Then came Sansa and the Stormlands nobles Bronze John and the Valley vassals Blackfish Brandon and Rickon Stark, John and the Northlanders, and the 3 heads of Dragonstone Island, Old Crab, 16-year-old Monterey, and Blackwater Braun. Even Timon came. Moreover, Timon received the most attention when he entered. In addition to the vassals, small nobles, merchants, and the citizens of King's Landing could also come spontaneously to send off the queen. When they saw Timon, their reactions were the most intense. Some even whistled and clapped. The Iron citizens who were leading the group also held their heads high and waved proudly to the place where the applause came from. So cocky. Who are they? The dwarf said unhappily. You don't even know old Count Dunstan? Can't you see the shining emblem of the Bone Palm clan? A small count of the Iron Islands. Small count. Jamie sneered. In the 7 Kingdoms, he's more famous than you. I told you about the 5 heroes of Misty Sea. Don't you remember them so quickly? He's the leader of the 5 heroes. With a mortal body, he drew his sword and looked down on hundreds of gods and demons. He only drew his sword against a god, but I've killed a god more than once. But did I announce it to everyone? The dwarf said loudly. Everyone heard his voice and turned to look at him. The dwarf was immensely pleased with himself as he looked back at everyone with arrogance. Chapter 1065. Drawing your sword and fighting against the demons is indeed courageous, but The dwarf poked himself in the chest and said loudly, eldest senior brother of the mantra imparting team, father of barbarians, the number of gods and demons I've killed with my own hands is more than the total number of kings of the 7 kingdoms in the past 10 years. Silence filled the place as soon as he said that. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. The dwarf smiled proudly and continued, It's not your fault. The Westeros are ill-informed. The mantra imparting team is famous in Ursos and has amazing achievements, but none of you have heard of it. Tyrion, we all know the deeds of the mantra imparting team, and we've all heard of Master Chizong's fame and amazing achievements. But not all characters in legendary stories are legendary heroes. The dwarf looked over and saw a white-haired old woman in her 40s or 50s. She had a shriveled face and sharp eyes. She was not tall, but her back was straight. Who are you? His expression was solemn and puzzled. The other party was a stranger, but there were obvious magic waves on her body. She was very powerful, and she was wearing a golden 7-pointed star white robe that represented a level 3 priest. The old woman said bluntly, It doesn't matter who I am. Let me tell you, the Westeros are not poor villages. The story of the mantra imparting team has spread throughout the 7 kingdoms, but you only have one role in the story to be captured, tortured, and humiliated by the demons, and then cry out, Master, save me. You're just an old-fashioned warrior saving a princess. What kind of legendary hero is a princess in a fairy tale? The people around nodded and looked at the dwarf with disdain. They pointed and whispered. The story on the other side of the narrow sea has long been spread here, but legendary heroes are never half-human. You're just a little demon who cried for help, but you're praising yourself. Do you really think we don't know what happened in the free cities? The dwarf's face flushed red. He said angrily, This is slander, blatant slander. Maybe I'll fall into the hands of the demons, but use your brains. If I'm not brave and fearless, why would I be captured by the demons? Knights who fight bravely on the battlefield are always in danger of being captured by the enemy. Only cowards who hide in their castles and forever avoid battle will never be defeated. If you don't fight, you won't lose. But you were dragged into the dung pit by the dung demon when you went to the toilet. Everyone knows that. The dwarf glared at the speaker, only to discover that the speaker was one of the 3 heads of Dragonstone Island, Blackwater Balin. The old chap was winking at him. Another time, he was caught while visiting the Passion Garden. Another person said, It seems to be more than once. Who in the 7 kingdoms doesn't know that dwarves love to visit prostitutes? It's just a pity for Princess Yelaine. What's there to pity? The Princess of Dorne isn't a good person either. The 2 of them went whoring together. Yelenen, who was originally standing at the side and watching her husband make a fool of himself, immediately became angry. Her eyes were filled with shame and relief. He was glad that the ridiculous things he and the dwarf did in barren land had not spread to the Westeros yet. At this moment, the white-haired onion knight walked over and said in a deep voice, "Ladies and gentlemen of the King's Landing, this is the funeral of Mia the First. Please keep quiet." Hearing this, everyone returned to their seats. Although they didn't completely quiet down, they only whispered to each other. "Who is that old woman? How dare she talk back to me?" The dwarf asked Jaime in a low voice. "It's the Misty Sea hero I told you about, the foredrowned Iron Granny Taman. There are many terrifying legends about her. No one dares to offend her. Fuck, so it's that witch." The dwarf immediately gave up on the idea of getting back at her. He didn't want to have anything to do with it in the future. The ceremony after that was more boring. The king's hand gave a sorrowful speech, describing Queen Mia's life achievements and the cause of her death. Yes, Mia had made some achievements in the past few years. Even Marjorie knew how to copy Sansa's bed strategy, so there was no reason why Mia couldn't learn from her. Actually, Mia's strength was far beyond Sansa and Marjorie's. She had tens of thousands of red-robed monks behind her. It was easier to gain fame by pretending to be mysterious. The Onion Knight said a lot of things, but none of them repeated, which was proof. Mia's cause of death was also embellished. According to the Prime Minister, it was because the Queen couldn't bear to see the people suffer, so she wanted to gain more power to defeat the King of Deviant Ghosts and end the Long Night as soon as possible. "Actually, Mia was provoked by your nephew," Bronn said to the dwarf with a smile. The two of them sat together, one in front of the other. "Did you see the scene when the Northern Ice King returned to the city yesterday afternoon? Things like showing off martial arts were often seen in King's Landing in the past few years. In terms of public opinion, Mia had always been under great pressure. Many people gossiped behind her back, saying that Jon was more powerful than her and was more like the King of King's Landing. Actually, with the Northern Ice King's achievements, he deserved to be cheered by the people. However, no king could bear to have his reputation lower than a subject in their own territory. At least, she thought that the Northern Ice King should give up his title and pledge his loyalty to her. Although there were many warriors who killed deviant ghosts in the Seven Kingdoms, there was only one hero who could destroy the evil ice god, and that was Jon Stark. If Mia wants to suppress him, the only way left is to tame the two-headed demon dragon. Unfortunately, taming a dragon is risky, not to mention a deformed demon dragon with a confused mind. The dwarf's face was full of doubt. During the Battle of Winterfell, Melisandre was crowned as the world's first sorcerer by the Dragon Queen. Don't you know? She might not be stronger than Jon now, but it shouldn't be difficult for her to help Mia kill one or two evil ice gods. Bronn shook his head and said, "I know about the first sorcerer Melisandre, but since Stannis died, she has been living in seclusion in a small red temple in North City. When the King's Landing was besieged by deviant ghosts, she didn't come out to defend the city. In fact, if Melisandre was willing to help, even if Mia failed to tame the dragon, she wouldn't have lost her life." The dwarf asked curiously, "What is Melisandre thinking? Maybe she is disheartened? Everyone knows that she is obsessed with Asha's prophecy, but now the prophecy has become a big joke," Bronn said with a smile. After the speech, all the vassals took turns to take a look at Mia the First in the coffin for the last time. They didn't even need to congratulate her. According to convention, the corpse should be handled by the Silent Sisters, who should dress up beautifully and wear gorgeous clothes to bid farewell to their friends and family. But this time, everyone only saw a white cloth, the charred remains of the body, and the twisted iron sword under the white cloth couldn't be seen. The vassals knew the cause of Mia's death and guessed the state of her corpse, so when they saw the white cloth, their faces were calm and didn't show any surprise. Bronn said in a low voice, "I heard that Mia was hit with venom and drenched from head to toe. She let out a heart-wrenching howl and scratched her face with her hands, pulling out large pieces of rotten flesh and melting her bones. When Prince Anda saw his wife's miserable state, he roared and jumped onto the back of the dragon's neck. He pulled out his sword and blinded one of the dragon's eyes. It was very heroic, but when the eyeball exploded, the blood that spilled out was also highly poisonous. The prince howled and fell from the dragon's neck. Then, the dragon's other head began to spit fire without restraint. The queen and her husband were burned until only half of their bones were left. Which Prince Anda? The dwarf was puzzled. Anda Royce, the eldest son of Bronze John. Look, Bronn raised his chin towards old John. The old count is crying so sadly. No wonder. The dwarf was deep in thought. How do you know so much? The devil hunter Richard was at the scene. If he hadn't activated his holy garment and resisted the dragon's flames, Mia and Anda's corpses would have been eaten by the dragon. Mia can still tolerate Richard. The dwarf said in disbelief, Sir Richard is a Kingsguard. If he doesn't follow the queen, where can he go? But he killed the king. Stannis was killed by Jon. At most, he was negligent in his duty. But even if their beliefs are different, the Red God disciples can't deny Richard's loyalty and bravery. Think about it. Is there a need to doubt the integrity of a knight who can go to heaven and become a saint? If you were Mia, would you tell Sir Richard to get lost? In the past few years, when Mia was fighting the deviant ghosts, she was in danger many times. Every time, it was Richard and Song Guying who saved her. When the two of them fought, they didn't care about their lives. They were like crazy demons risking their lives. When the knights of the Seven Kingdoms saw them, they were in awe. Their reputation even surpassed that of Barristan and John Clinton. Many people said that the Saint Dipper twins were worthy of being called legendary heroes. This time, when the dragon went berserk, the two of them were still the most brave and fearless ones. Facts have proven that they are worthy of Mia's trust. The dwarf was speechless. When the celebrities of the King's Landing had also mourned the queen, the red-robed monk Bonello called out Lalo's name, hoping that the Light King could lead the souls of the believers to the divine kingdom of light and fire. When he finished speaking, the crematorium was ignited with a boom. In the past, this move would have been quite scary. But now, everyone has seen the world. The dwarf thought of his early years in Volantis, when he saw the supreme priest preaching for the first time. He couldn't help but feel that time had changed. "Oh, right, where's our cousin?" After coming back, I haven't seen the famous holy light one hand. When he saw the supreme priest, he couldn't help but think of the Archbishop of the Seven Gods. What is he doing here? Is he going to bless Mia in heaven? Jaime said unhappily. When the firewood was burned out, the ordinary guests left. The vassals were led by the Onion Knight to the palace hall. The dwarf saw his cousin, the Archbishop. Compared to the past, he hadn't changed much. His body was still thin, and he wore a gray robe that was patched but clean. However, there were a few more wrinkles at the corner of his eyes and forehead. His gaze was more determined, without a trace of confusion or hesitation. Without waiting for the cousins to exchange greetings, Davos went straight to the main topic of the night. Although Queen Mia is dead, she still has an heir. Today, I have invited everyone here in the hope that everyone can keep the promise made in the past. What promise? The dwarf was confused. The white-haired prime minister said in a low voice, "When His Majesty Stannis passed away, we and the Dragon Queen agreed on the heir agreement." In other words, for any vassal who participated in the United Front against the ghosts, no matter how he died in the long night, the allies of the United Front must ensure that his heir can inherit his fief, title, army, and everything else that complies with the law of succession. I was wondering how Mia, a cult follower, could have been the queen for 5 years so peacefully. Tyrion was enlightened. Davos rebuked. Prince Zine Dash, the dwarf waved his hand to interrupt him. Zineland is given to my niece. You can call me King Deer Cauldron now. The Onion Knight was only surprised for a moment before he followed the advice, and reminded him, seriously, King Deer Cauldron, please don't use disgraceful words like cult follower to describe the followers of the Red Gods. We have all shed blood to protect humanity. Countless followers of the Red Gods have died in the war against the Frost God. Even the Archbishop has promised that followers of the Red Gods who willingly join the Red Gods will not be stopped by strangers after their death. They will be able to safely return to Lalo's divine kingdom of fire and light. Didn't Lalo join the Evil God Alliance? I heard that the death of the true God was also related to Lalo. The dwarf looked at his cousin strangely. Lancel said solemnly, the Alliance of Justice and Dragon Queen have a personal grudge. The Dragon Queen separates public from private interests and is magnanimous. Since the Red Gods have been fighting against the ghosts, they are our allies. The Archbishop's words were so grand and magnanimous that the people around nodded. The Onion Knight, however, was not happy. Only the strong and the powerful could be magnanimous. However, he was also a follower of the Seven Gods, so he did not help the Red Gods gain verbal advantage. He asked directly, what do you think about the air agreement? I have no objections. Elaine was the first to speak. Do as you see fit, Jaime said. Sansa frowned and said, I have no objections, but Mia and Prince Anda did not leave behind any children. Before today, Mia also did not leave behind a will. Chapter 1066. The Onion Knight said, it's not that there isn't a will. Before Queen Mia entered the Dragon Cave, she told us that if anything happened to her, Prince Gendeli would inherit the throne. I wasn't the only one who heard this. Richard and Song Go were beside me. If you don't believe me, I can call them out and confront them on the spot. With Richard and Song Ji's reputation and integrity, we won't doubt it. Everyone immediately approved of Mia's will. Who's Prince Gendeli? Tyrion was puzzled. It's said that he's Robert's illegitimate son and Mia's younger brother, but no one can prove it. Jaime frowned. What about the paternity test? Tyrion was even more confused. Jaime said, the paternity test requires the blood of both father and son, but Robert's body was cremated 8 years ago. Low-level blood tests can only test for the king's blood, but Gendeli doesn't even have a drop of the king's blood. According to him, a red-robed monk drugged him and drained all the king's blood. But until now, the monk hasn't been caught, so no one can be sure if Gendeli is lying or not. Also, even if the monk did take his blood, no one can be sure that his king's blood came from Robert. Then how can Mia be sure that he's her younger brother? Prince Gendeli looks like Renly when he was young, the Onion Knight explained and whispered to the servant beside him. A moment later, 2 young women helped a pale-faced, middle-aged man into the palace. Oh, he really looks like Renly. Is he Renly's illegitimate son? The dwarf said in surprise. It's like they're made from the same mold. The nobles were also amazed. By the Holy Mother, Gendry, how have you become so thin? Cried Brittany from behind Sansa. Gendeli looked up at the female knight with a sad expression and remained silent. I'm Jenny, Gendeli's wife. This is my sister, Weeping Willow. The long-legged young woman introduced herself and her companions before saying solemnly, Gendeli is King Robert's illegitimate son. We didn't know about this until we met the Dragon Queen 6 years ago at the Oak Hall. When we parted ways with her, she told Gendeli about his past and warned him to be careful of the red-robed monks when he went to the King's Landing because the king's blood was very precious. We never took the initiative to reveal Gendeli's identity. We just wanted to live our lives peacefully. But there are too many red-robed monks in King's Landing, and Jean Deli often goes to the temple for evening prayers. Jenny's tone became sorrowful and indignant. My husband used to be as strong as an ox. His build was very similar to Queen Mia's, and he also used a hammer. But he's just an honest blacksmith. We run a blacksmith shop, and our lives are simple and comfortable. However, the evil sorcerer had not only drained his king's blood, but also his strength and body. Right now, it was difficult for him to even walk normally, let alone swing his hammer like before. We were forced to find the Red Castle and seek help from Queen Mia. Varys seems to have only lost Gigi. The dwarf said, hesitantly, "There's more than one type of blood sorcery." Lancel took a few steps forward, her eyes shining with golden light. Jean Deli couldn't help but want to dodge. "Don't move." Holy light, one-handed shouted. Jean Deli's spirit shook violently, and he really stopped moving. After a long while, the golden light in the archbishop's eyes disappeared. He said sympathetically, "Your body is fine, but your spirit is damaged. It's like someone took a knife and dug out a large piece of your essence. Can it be healed?" Cough, cough. Jean Deli panicked and started coughing violently. Lancel frowned and shook her head slowly. "It's not too difficult to change someone else, but it's almost impossible for you." Weeping Willow said before her sister, "Are you unwilling to save Jean Deli because he believes in the Red God?" Lancel shook her head and sighed. "There's only one way I can think of, and that is to make him a priest of the gods. Take Saint Matthew, for example. He was originally a mortal with no extraordinary talent, but because of his devout faith, his soul was refined, and he became a saint and gained the body of an angel. An angel is a god, and his spirit is countless times stronger than a mortal's. To repair the damage to his spirit, he doesn't need to be refined into an angel. He only needs to be a normal priest. But Jean Deli is not a believer of the seven gods, and it's difficult for him to receive the Red God's favor. Maybe Bonello can ask the Red God for a blessing?" Bonello was silent. Jean Deli's lips trembled, but he sighed in the end. He couldn't say what was on his mind. He regretted it. He wanted to return to the embrace of the seven gods, but he couldn't let Mia down. Currently, 99% of Theon Bella's base was made up of Red God believers. If he converted to the seven gods, he wouldn't be able to enter the Red Castle. The Onion Knight looked around and said, "Jean Deli is Robert's son. Does anyone have any objections?" Sansa shook her head. "I have no objections. He's very tenacious. The characteristics are too obvious." Tyrion shrugged, acknowledging Jean Deli's identity. The other vassals nodded. "He looks like this, and he has the Dragon Queen as his guarantor. It must be true." Today's topic was to choose the successor of Theon Bella. It had nothing to do with the other vassals. That was why everyone was calm and realistic. If this was a real king selection convention, the atmosphere wouldn't be so harmonious. Davos heaved a sigh of relief. He pulled Jean Deli in front of him and said loudly, under the witness of the seven vassals and the Archbishop of the Seven Gods, "I, in the name of Prime Minister Mia the First, declare Jean Deli Weishue as the noble illegitimate son of Theon Bella. He will restore the surname of Theon Bella and inherit Mia Baratheon's." Wait! The door of the palace opened, but before the cold wind could pour in, a tall and fat woman barged in on a flaming wheel. "My lords, you all know me, right? I'm Joan, the true seed of Robert. The Dragon Queen has personally verified it. Oh, right, Lord Tyrion was there too." Compared to her weather-beaten face back then, the woman looked a lot chubbier. She was white and fat with makeup on, and wore a white fox fur coat. She looked like a chubby silver carp jumping on the shore. The dwarf said strangely, "You want to be a queen?" Joan shook her head. "I have a daughter. Have you forgotten? Davos angrily scolded the Red Heart Knight who followed her in. Who allowed you to let her in? Fat Zhong pointed at the Onion Knight's nose and shouted, Prime Minister, I'm Mia, the first sister. Why can't I see her one last time? Benello walked out of the crowd and looked at the king. I think we can give Zhong-Er's daughter a chance. Davos's pupils shrank. Supreme Priest, you were there when the queen entered the dragon cave. You must have heard what she said, right? Benello said helplessly, I have no prejudice against Prince John Deli, but we need a brave and healthy king to challenge and defeat the variant Ghost King, and then become the true ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and promote the teachings of the Red God. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere was no longer as relaxed and harmonious as before. The Grand Duke's expression changed several times. His sharp eyes swept back and forth between Jean Deli and the girl beside Zhong. Zhong pushed her daughter in front of everyone and said loudly, Yes, I'm a prostitute. Countless men and women have slept on my bed in King's Landing. It's a joke to let a prostitute become the queen. I know all this, and I've always been honest. I've never harassed Queen Mia, but my daughter Dominia is a virgin. She's been trained as a knight since she was young. She knows how to read and write, and she knows a little about the zither. She even attended the priest training class in the Holy Church. Dominia was about 14 or 15 years old. She was 7 meters tall, with black hair and black eyes. She had a square face. She was tall and strong and looked very energetic. You and your daughter are believers of the seven gods, right? Tyrion asked strangely. Yes, we've been believers of the Holy Mother for half of our lives. But we can change to the Red God for the rest of our lives. Jean said sincerely. John had been silent since entering the Red Castle. Now he couldn't help but say, Do you know how scary the King of Deviant Ghosts is? We've been dealing with deviant ghosts since the Long Night. It's been 8 years, and we can only face the King of Deviant Ghosts with the determination to die. Your daughter is so young and hasn't even experienced summer. Don't kill her. Jean hesitated, but the girl puffed out her chest and said fearlessly, I'm not afraid of death. Also, when I attended the priest training class, I went out of the city with the warrior's son to hunt the living dead. Because of my excellent results, I was praised by Commander Rando Tarley himself. Looking at the girl's young and determined face, Holy Light One Hand said gently, You may be a great warrior in the future, but you're still young. I'm not stupid. I'll do what I can. Dominia bowed to the archbishop and said seriously, This. Lancel didn't know what to say. Old Crab looked at everyone and said, Whether it's Dominia or Jean Deli, they're both of Robert's bloodline. Why don't we let them decide? The vassals thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Just as everyone was about to leave, Sansa suddenly walked to Benello and said, How do you plan to deal with the dragon? We have our own plans. Benello said with a straight face, You can't do anything to it. Everyone saw it. Sansa said in a low voice, Lady Sansa, what do you want to do? The Onion Knight frowned. Sansa looked at everyone and said slowly, Everyone knows that the deviant ghosts not only have the evil ice god that can fly, but they also have a large army of ice-winged dragons. Now, the two-headed dragon is flying north. We don't know where it's going, but there are deviant ghosts watching King's Landing. We're sure that the King of Deviant Ghosts has noticed the two-headed dragon's strange behavior. I don't think anyone wants to face a deviant ghost king riding an ice-winged dragon, right? Jaime said seriously, Now that things have come to this, we can only ask the Dragon Queen to help. Can the Dragon Queen help Prince Jean Deli tame the dragon? Davos looked at Old Crab expectantly. Count Sedega shook his head, his face filled with reverence and worship. We haven't seen Her Majesty for many years. At first, we could still communicate through the magic tower. Later, Her Majesty sang the complete Song of Fire and went to the sky beyond sky, the legendary astral plane. Only she can send messages to us. The magic tower in the mortal world can't contact her. Not long after, even the 4 Megalosaurus left the prime material plane, guarding the great swamp in the extreme south, the land of eternal winter in the extreme north, the endless sea in the west, and the dark realm in the east. Is there really an end to the world? I really want to see it. Count Rowan was lost in thought. The land of eternal winter is the closest to us. It's only 10,000 miles away from the Great Wall. That's the home of the deviant ghosts. When the long night is over, you can go take a look, Old Crab said, in the current 7 kingdoms. As long as you leave the door, it's the land of eternal winter. What's there to see? The dwarf complained. Sansa said faintly, "We don't need the help of the Dragon Queen and the Megalosaurus. We can easily tame the dragon. The Holy Knight's seal." The dwarf's heart jumped, and he blurted out, "Yes, the Holy Knight's seal can use the Holy Mother's might to tame the winged dragon. The dragon might be stronger than the winged dragon, but it definitely can't withstand the Holy Mother's might." Hearing this, the Duke's face was filled with excitement. He was eager to try. They were not holy knights, but in recent years, the second sons and even the eldest sons of noble families all took pride in joining the sons of warriors. Now, many noble families had holy knight children. Chapter 10, 67. Aren't you going? When they left the Red Keep, Bolton and Tyrion worked together again. The 2 of them walked slowly side by side. There were groups of people rushing down Aegon Hill, leaving the King's Landing, or heading towards the cathedral. Benello did not have the power of the Dragon Queen, and Lala was not as famous as he was before the long night. The 7 vassals only asked one question: "Can you control the mystic dragon 100%? Benello could not lie, and lying was useless. They had just attended the funeral of Mia and her husband. Since you can't control the mystic dragon, and the mystic dragon is a threat to the safety of all Westeros, why can't we Westeros solve the problem?" Sansa questioned. Even Davos could not refute her. Obviously, if the nobles of the 7 kingdoms did not help, the other ghosts would not let the mystic dragon go. Before the meeting ended, some vassals secretly arranged for their attendants to go to the cathedral to find their paladins. After that, his actions were exposed, and no one tried to hide their thoughts anymore. Even Elaine took Quentyn out of the city to search for the mystic dragon. Before she left, she tried to persuade the dwarf to go with her, encouraging him to become a mystic dragon knight with the Targaryen bloodline. The dwarf refused. "I'm a Megalosaurus expert," he said to Bronn with a smile. "So, that 2-headed mystic dragon looks powerful, but it's actually a defective product. 7 years ago, when it was first modified by Lalo, it was about 25 meters long. Today, 7 years later, it's still 25 meters long. As for the Megalosaurus of the same age, such as Blackie, how big was it when it left Dragonstone Island 4 years ago?" Bronn was deep in thought. "More than 60 meters. The 2-headed mystic dragon is like a child standing next to an adult. I remember 10 years ago when I first saw Blackie in the forest, it was not even 30 meters long." The dwarf spread his hands. "So, do you understand? That 2-headed mystic dragon's potential has been exhausted, and its mind is in a mess. I have Tessa. As my strength grows, Tessa also shows signs of evolution. I'm not sure if she can breathe fire, but her body will grow bigger. A 100-meter-long Tessa can't beat a 25-meter-long crazy demon dragon. I see. Why didn't you go?" Even Count Settiga brought his son to try his luck. The dwarf asked, "I know my limits. I don't have the Targaryen bloodline, and my paladin level isn't high. There's no hope at all." Bronn shook his head. Oh, right, I have a son. He's 5 years old this year and can start training in martial arts. Can I send him to your house as an adopted son? The dwarf looked back and asked, How many sons do you have? Bronn also saw his actions and waved behind him with a smile. 3 sons and a daughter. Tyrion, Jaime, come and meet your Uncle Tyrion. This name is really... The dwarf's expression was distorted. Bronn laughed. How can Tyrion's brother not be called Jaime? After his father heard of the Grey Iron Guard's deeds, he expressed his satisfaction. 2 paladins squeezed their horses' bellies and came out of the crowd. Both of them were young, about 12 or 13 years old. One of them looked strong and honest, tall and strong, and carried a giant axe on his back. The other was delicate and handsome, with a tall figure and large gray eyes. He didn't lose the sunshine of a paladin, but also the melancholy of a poet. Nephew Tyrion Cobbler greets Uncle Tyrion, the square-faced man said with a silly smile. Nephew Jaime Ryder greets Uncle Tyrion, the handsome boy said respectfully. Not bad, not bad. Bronn raised you well. The last time I saw you, you were still small. Now you're almost an adult and can go to the battlefield, right? The dwarf sighed. Bronn waved his hand and had his 2 sons make way. He smiled and said, After we kill the strange ghost king, I'll send them to the cathedral for training. They have a good chance of becoming glorious paladins in the future. Tyrion was surprised. Join the warriors' sons? Cobbler is fine, but Jaime, Mance Ryder, doesn't have any objections? This is the benefit of serving the Dragon Queen. If a normal noble wants to become a paladin, they can only wear a colorful cloak. And I'm a paladin, the first generation of paladins. Did you notice? I'm a paladin, but not a warrior's son. Bronn said proudly. It's a little unfair. Does anyone else have any objections? Bronn shrugged. There's no such thing as absolute fairness in the world. I envy the Northerners for having unicorns to ride, and the West for having so much gold. Also, this benefit is not unlimited. Only the heir of the title can become a non-permanent paladin. You want to pass the title to Cobbler. Although he's not my biological son, I've always treated him like one. In the future, I'll arrange for him to be an earl. Bronn said. Then, he added, Actually, this advantage is only temporary. I heard the Queen say that when the Sea of Law recovers and the world levels up, the Paladin's restrictions will be completely lifted. Didn't Her Majesty create an honorable knight in the early years? Now, normal riders are no longer willing to be called mercenary knights. They will publicly swear the 8 Knights' Oaths, 8 Honors, and 8 Disgraces version, made by the Dragon Queen, and then call themselves honorable knights. As long as they can uphold their oaths and have a good reputation among the people, they can enter the Holy Church to cultivate as paladins without needing to apply holy oil, have a warhorse, or have knight battle skills. Whether they can become paladins or not depends on whether they are true to their appearance and their piety. Oh, the future world seems to be very beautiful. The dwarf said thoughtfully. Bronn nodded and said with emotion, Maybe not everyone can be courteous, but warriors who can endure until the end must cherish honor and have faith in their hearts. At this point, the old mercenary, who used to be shameless and cunning as his motto, could not help but reveal a look of reverence. This is the greatness of the Dragon Queen. She's really changing the world for the better. Take me, for example. 10 years ago, if I had anything to do with integrity and humility, I would have cut the neck of some upright and humble knight with a sword. I never thought that one day I would be able to have some honor. Hey, what are you looking at my brother doing? The dwarf pointed to the 2 people talking on the left side of the street and exclaimed in surprise. Bronn poked his head out to take a look. It was Brain and Jamie standing in front of the blacksmith's shop, seemingly looking through the armor. "Haven't you heard of the rumors between the two of them?" he said casually. "I thought." Tyrion had a strange expression. "I didn't expect him to have such a strong taste. One is a roseless Iron Guard, and the other is a gray robe Iron Guard. They are both examples of knights personally conferred by the Dragon Queen. They are both unmarried, so why can't they be together? Moreover, although Brain is not good-looking, your brother is also missing a hand, so it's just right." "You think too much, Brain, and I are not lovers." Back at his residence, when the dwarf congratulated his brother, Jamie firmly denied the relationship with Brain. "I can't forget Cersei, and Brain is Sansa's Kingsguard. She has her own responsibilities, so the two of us can't be together. Even if you are not together, you can still be lovers and have illegitimate children. Speaking of which, counting from the time you separated from Cersei, you haven't touched a woman for more than 10 years. Have you done it with Brain? What does it feel like to be pressed down by a cow?" The dwarf winked. Jamie glared at him and said coldly, "I'm not like you. If I have a relationship with Brain, I won't just be a lover, I will marry her." The dwarf gave him a thumbs up and clicked his tongue. "The Holy Mother should award you a chastity medal." Jamie snorted coldly and turned to walk towards little Tywin's bedroom. "Hey, wait!" The dwarf stepped forward and grabbed him. "Bronn has a 5-year-old son named Dennis. He was going to give him to me as an adopted son, but you know what kind of life I've been living all these years. Bronn only has one precious son, and I don't want to raise him badly. How about you help me take in an adopted son?" "There's no future with me," Jamie said meaningfully. He was now pure of heart and had no interest in power, and he did not have any power outside of Casterly Rock City. A duke of the Western region was a great backer for the son of an ordinary count, but Bronn obviously had a better choice. The dwarf said sincerely, "In my heart, you are the best knight in the 7 kingdoms, and that is enough for a great future. Besides, Bronn is a super nouveau riche. The key is to strengthen the foundation and stabilize the current results. What future do you want?" "Okay, let him send the child to Casterly Rock City." Hiss, hiss, Mystic Dragon? The two looked at each other, surprised and doubtful. Quickly walking out of the hall, they saw the 2-headed dragon flying side by side with a striped pterosaur flying at a low altitude outside a street. The dwarf saw with his own eyes a person sitting on the 2-headed dragon, the bearded John. Fuck, this is really the treatment of a child of prophecy. Although he did not think much of the Mystic Dragon, the dwarf had to admit that he felt a little unbalanced. He knew about John's nephew's situation. He had become a demigod long ago, and had raised his Song of Ice to around 3%. After sacrificing the evil god of ice to the old god, he could obtain all of the evil god's divinity of death and darkness from the Holy Mother. The shadow and fire of the Shadowbinder had both been raised to the demigod realm, and in just a few years he had achieved what Melisandre had achieved after hundreds of years of cultivation. Now that he had the Mystic Dragon, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Too fast, he left for less than 3 hours, and not only did he find the Mystic Dragon, he even tamed it. Jamie was shocked. Isn't it obvious? The shapeshifter's animal companion has been watching it all this time. The dwarf sneered. "Let's go and take a look." Jamie ordered Podrick to get the horse. Jamie was not the only one who was interested in the Mystic Dragon. When Lannister and his brother arrived at the Northern Ice Lord's mansion in South City, all the lords who had attended Mia's funeral were there. Oh gods, the person who dared to tame such a ferocious Mystic Dragon is either a madman or a king. Just as he stepped over the threshold, the dwarf heard a loud voice shouting in the courtyard. "Fuck, can you not be so blunt? Uncle Tyrion and Aunt Dany are both shrewd people. Instead of learning from the 2 successful people, You have to learn from the unlucky Stark. He could not help but complain. Tormund, is this the Northern Ice Lord's idea? Davos' expression was unpleasant. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying, but I feel like the Northern Ice Lord is the prince in the prophecy. A hint of cunning flashed across the red-haired Tormund's eyes as he laughed loudly. Jon Stark wants to be the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Bronze John asked directly. Whale tucked his blonde hair behind his ear and looked around at the lords with different expressions. He smiled faintly and said, "Who doesn't want to?" All the lords gathered at the king's landing because of the Dragon Queen's promise to end the other Ghost King. Chapter 1068. You intend to help my nephew become king? The dwarf was sweating profusely as he laid on the feather mattress. He stared at the ceiling, his breathing uneven. Her red hair was wet and stuck to her fair and plump breasts, but Sansa didn't have the strength to push it away. Jon will help me become king. Ha ha! The barbarian Tormund is a wily old fox. His words are not nonsense. With your intelligence, can't you see that he is helping Jon? And that beautiful barbarian princess Whale. Fuck, I can see that she is a flirtatious queen who likes to whip in bed. I didn't expect Jon to like that too. The dwarf smacked his lips. She announced Jon's ambition to everyone. Did she just say it casually? Tormund was his right-hand man, and was his wife. Whatever they said would definitely change some of his thoughts. At the very least, they would change some of his previous thoughts. The lust in Sansa's eyes disappeared. I believe that Jon will not lie to me. When did he say that he would help you become queen? The dwarf asked with a smile. Sansa recalled. In Winterfell, when we brothers were reunited. In Andromeda City, when he found out about his past. It has been 6 or 7 years. Even the Dragon Queen can sing the complete song of the 2 laws of light and fire. The world has changed so much. How can a person's thoughts change? Sansa picked up the blanket that she had kicked to the ground and covered her private parts. She tilted her head and looked at the dwarf's every expression with a sharp gaze. Are you trying to sow discord between us? The dwarf smiled bitterly. One of you is my nephew, and the other is my old lover. What good will it do me to sow discord between you two? Sansa mocked. You did not return for many years. Now that you have to deal with the Ghoul King, you and Elaine immediately returned. I did not forget that you are also a Targaryen. Hearing the probing and caution in her tone, the dwarf was disheartened. He said directly, I had enough of power in the barbarian lands, and I have no interest in the Iron Throne. However, you are both people I care about. I do not want to see you two turn against each other. Now let's talk things out and help you clear up the misunderstanding and resolve the knot in your hearts. The conflict will be cleared up before it sprouts. The dwarf looked at her with a very sincere gaze. He really wasn't lying this time. At that time, Jon was still in the sky testing the abyssal dragon's performance. Tormund and were talking in the courtyard. All the vassals' expressions were dark, including Sansa's. The dwarf saw this and was worried. Then, before he left, he gave Sansa a look that everyone understood. In the middle of the night, in the dead of the night, he turned into a dragon worm and crawled into the dog hole one by one. Then he crawled into Sansa's body and heart. He helped her to ease the discomfort in her body and planned to resolve the knot in her heart. Sansa looked into the dwarf's eyes for a long time. Then she closed her eyes and began to think. Perhaps this is an opportunity. Jon was indeed showing signs of changing his earlier promise. She wanted to remind him and even persuade him to give the Iron Throne to her, but she couldn't. Perhaps he could let Tyrion do this. Tyrion wouldn't persuade him to give up the Iron Throne, but hundreds of thoughts ran through her mind. Sansa made a decision and opened her eyes. They were filled with sincerity. Actually, Mia's death wasn't an accident. She sighed. Wasn't she burned to death by the abyssal dragon? The dwarf asked in surprise. Sansa smiled. Her smile sent a chill down the dwarf's spine. A long time ago, I noticed that after Stannis died, the abyssal dragon didn't appear in front of anyone. It didn't even burn the other ghosts that surrounded the King's Landing. At that time, I guessed that Mia couldn't tame it. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Lalo's power weakened rapidly. Not only did the Red Priest's power fade, but the seal in the abyssal dragon's mind also began to loosen. A part of the abyssal dragon's soul came from the legendary Megalosaurus Vargal. Who was Vargal? The divine dragon that the people of Valeglia believe in, the oldest demigod in this era, Megalosaurus. Later, I asked Bran about it, and he confirmed my thoughts. Unless Melisandre helped the red-robed monk, and Mia wouldn't be able to control the abyssal dragon. But I understand this logic. Bran understands it, but Mia and the others don't. They don't even want to understand it. Because if they understand this, it's like admitting that the god they believe in is weakening. The dwarf could only give her a thumbs up. Amazing! Sansa smiled proudly, but her smile disappeared as soon as it appeared. She said in a low voice, "You know my agreement with Stannis. After the long night ends, Mia can use 5 million gold royals to redeem Storm's End Castle from me. I confess, I've fallen in love with Storm's End Castle. Other than the King's Landing, I love Storm's End Castle even more than Winterfell. It's my own kingdom. My will is perfectly carried out there. The people's love for me is no less than the Dragon Queen's. The Dragon Queen is only a legend to them. They've never even seen her, but I see them face to face every day. I provide them with food and jobs. I lead soldiers to protect their homes and families. Moi." She became more and more excited as she spoke. She couldn't help but kiss the dwarf's face. "Tyrion, you're really smart. The blueprint that you laid out for me all those years ago has been realized long before today. I have my own army. There are 30,000 elite veterans who have experienced hundreds of battles with deviant ghosts. The nobles are obedient to me. They're not even willing to let Theon Baela take back Storm's End Castle. The commoners treat me like the incarnation of the Virgin Mary and the warriors. Every family is willing to contribute a man to serve me." She stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it. She said proudly, "The Stormlands belong to me. It's useless even if Robert comes back to life, much less Mia and her heir. But the contract I signed with Stannis is a sacred one. If he dies, his heir will inherit it. You signed the contract for me. You should remember that the Dragon Queen is the guarantor of the contract. Even if the Dragon Queen didn't interfere, I wouldn't dare to break the oath." Sansa's voice trembled when she said the last sentence. "You're wise." The dwarf sighed. "By the Virgin Mary, I have to be rational," Sansa said. The dwarf sighed again and nodded silently. Sansa continued, "Although 5 million gold royals is a lot, even if Mia is penniless, she can still get a loan from the other side of the narrow sea. 5 million gold royals for a kingdom is more than enough. Now that the long night is about to end, the one who ends the long night will be king. But no matter what, Mia can't be the hero who ends the deviant ghost king. I can't be either. If she fails, she can only leave King's Landing and return to Theon Baela's land. I can't refuse. If I fail, I can't give up my roots. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if I successfully ascend to the Iron Throne, I still need a vast fief close to the sovereign's descent. The North won't always support my heir. After a few generations, the relationship between the two sides will slowly fade. Besides, the North is too far away from King's Landing to be a base. But the land belongs to the Targaryen of the 5 dragons. We are already extremely grateful that the Dragon Queen didn't fight for the Iron Throne. Anyone who becomes the king of the Seven Kingdoms shouldn't and wouldn't dare to renege on her ancestral land. You've seen it all. You've almost completely avoided the conflict of interest with the Dragon Queen. The dwarf praised sincerely. She's like an unsolvable problem. We can only avoid it, Sansa said helplessly. The dwarf thought carefully and said in surprise, I remember now. In the contract I signed with Davos, the second party is Stannis and his heir. So Mia must die, Sansa said coldly. The dwarf frowned. Jean, and John Deli are also considered Stannis heirs, right? They can be and they can't be. The description in the contract is not detailed. There will definitely be a lawsuit in the future. At this point, Sansa smiled and said proudly, if the lawsuit reaches the Dragon Queen, I will take the initiative to hold a small king selection in the Stormlands and let the people and nobles choose the Storm King they admire the most. The king selection is also a tradition of the Seven Kingdoms. The Dragon Queen has no reason to go against the tradition for a heretic. I'm convinced. The dwarf sighed and gave 2 thumbs up. How did you assassinate Mia? He asked again. I just pushed the boat with the current and forced Mia to do something she knew was impossible. All these years, I saved millions of people in the Stormlands and killed hundreds of thousands of deviants. How could Mia not feel pressured? When she found out that Marjorie was also doing well on Chinting Island, the pressure would be even greater. And Jon was right under her nose. Every time he returned victorious, tens of thousands of people would gather, and the streets would empty, cheering for him. What would the real Lord of the Red Keep think? Why is Jon so popular? Because I bribed many famous poets to sing praises for Jon. But I didn't deliberately say anything bad about Mia, and I didn't let the poets slander her. I only wanted Mia to feel the pressure. Actually, I'm not the only one who has this idea. I dare say that the other vassals also saw Mia's predicament and intentionally or unintentionally put pressure on her. With so many of us working together, she should have died long ago, but she has a good prime minister. At this point, Sansa glared at the dwarf. Do you still remember your promise to me? Be my hand of the king and help me ascend to the Iron Throne. Look at Davos, who worked so hard. Don't you feel ashamed? It was because he promised to fulfill his duty to Aegon, be her hand of the king for the rest of her life, and protect her to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms that she let him in bed. At that time, she was still pregnant. The dwarf smiled and said, the Holy Mother suddenly gave me a heavy burden. I was helpless. Sansa's eyes were full of disdain. Who doesn't know your role in the teaching team? Just like what Sion Granny said, you are a princess who screams master. Save me. You are the last person we need. Also, I know the situation at that time. Dragon Queen only chose Chizong, Arya, and Hound. You were the one who took the initiative to go over, hoping to gain some virtue. Slander. The dwarf's face turned red. The person Dragon Queen chose at the beginning was me. Chizong was my backup. It was because of you that I rejected the teaching mission. Without me, would Chizong and the others be able to govern barbarian land so well? Would they be able to complete the reformation of barbarian land's faith so quickly? Also, look at yourself. With a few of my strategies, you became the strongest vassal of the Seven Kingdoms. Look at Mia. Davos couldn't help her protect a corner of King's Landing even after working so hard. A genius needs to use 1% of their effort to defeat 1,000% of a normal person's effort. Davos is not a mediocre person. He used the red-robed monk's power to rule King's Landing, and then used his rule over King's Landing to command Jon and the Lion Army of the West in the King's Landing, stabilizing King's Landing's rule over the royal territory. Then He successfully married Mia and Royce, and continued to tie the valley to Theon Bella's broken chariot. With the power of the royal territory, and the valley, Hudgian, and Riverbend, who had lost their dukes, were unable to resist Theon Bella's nominal rule over the Seven Kingdoms. I also signed a contract with Stannis, and barely had the status of ruler and vassal. See, if the long night doesn't end, Mia will be able to sit on the Iron Throne until the day she dies of old age. I even took the initiative to give Davos a favor, bringing his wife and son to Taz Island to take care of them, hoping that he would pledge his loyalty to me in the future. Sansa sighed. Is it necessary? He's just an illiterate smuggler who's been illiterate for most of his life. The dwarf felt very upset, as if his things had been stolen. Dragon Queen was illiterate for the first half of her life as well. Sansa said calmly, Chapter 1069, Davos is rational, pragmatic, and loyal. If he did not dissuade her, Mia would have tried to tame the demon dragon a few years ago. Just based on this, you have to think highly of him. Just based on that old man's height of 8 meters, I would think highly of him as well, the dwarf complained. Sansa rolled her eyes at him and said with a complicated tone, I've been watching Mia for so many years. Of course, I won't let go of her demon dragon. Mia's death can guarantee that Stormlands will always belong to me. With the two-headed demon dragon, my chances of killing the king of deviant ghosts will greatly increase. The moment the holy church bell rang, I had Rickon send out his tiger-headed golden eagle. The demon dragon has never left his sight. If you're so prepared, why did you let Jon become a dragon knight? The dwarf asked in confusion. Am I stupid? Sansa asked back. You're very smart. If I'm not stupid, why would I be stupid enough to think that the demon dragon will belong to me? The dwarf said strangely, Jon is a spare tire? You have to make sure that the demon dragon is always in Stark's hands. Do you know what divine spells priests have? Sansa suddenly asked a question that confused Tyrion. There are too many divine spells. They are roughly divided into healing, exorcism, investigation, summoning, and so on, the dwarf said vaguely. He wanted to say, whatever the Dragon Queen knows, you will have a chance to learn that type of divine spell. You're one of the holy disciples, but your understanding of the divine spells of the 7 gods is only superficial, Sansa said with disdain. I definitely know more than you, the dwarf said with certainty. Divine spells can be invented, and can be edited according to one's purpose. You understand? The dwarf was stunned. You can create your own divine spell? Not just me. Everyone has the right. Sansa nodded. For example, holy light is divided into 2 types. One is pure holy light, and the other is holy light healing. We can see them as 2 elements. Just like flour and milk, flour can be made into bread, pancakes, deep-fried dough sticks, pancakes, fried dough twists, steamed buns, cakes, and other pastries. Milk can be made into yogurt, fresh milk, butter, cream, cheese, custard, pudding, and so on. The divine spells bestowed by the Holy Mother are just bread and milk that are most accepted by the general public. We can take the elements and make it into something that suits us best. You know my specialty? What? The dwarf recovered from his shock and asked doubtfully, what unique skill do you have? Sansa sighed and asked, have you seen Dragon Queen's AoE healing before? It's a magnificent sight. Hundreds and thousands of people are gathered together, and the entire land is covered in holy light. The dwarf sighed. Sansa nodded. She's strong and powerful. Can we learn from her? Obviously not. For a priest, not a single divine spell slot could be wasted. However, in large-scale battles, group healing was often required. So, I invented a leaping healing, the holy light condensed into a light sprite that jumped back and forth between the injured and the wounded. The soldiers didn't even need to stop fighting. Not a single bit of divine power was wasted, and the range was so wide that it covered half the battlefield. So, I gained the honorary title of Flash Queen in the Seven Kingdoms. So, you invented the leaping holy light? The dwarf was really shocked this time. The holy healing that Sansa mentioned had appeared long ago. He had seen Chizong use it countless times, but he had always thought that it was the Dragon Queen who invented it, and then bestowed it to all priests through divine spells. Do you know that other priests also know this divine spell? He asked. Of course, Sansa nodded proudly. It's because of this divine spell that I received the Holy Mother's praise and advanced from a level 1 beginner priest to a level 3 priest. No wonder, no wonder. The dwarf finally understood why the Dragon Queen valued supernatural cultivators so much. Then, he remembered the improvements that Chizong had made to the Holy Mother's palm over the years. Originally, there were only 4 palms: light, water, fire, wind. Later on, Chizong combined water and fire, wind and fire, fire, and so on. The Dragon Queen had most likely learned all of them. Even if she could figure it out herself, with so many people, how much time would it save for her? Actually, Tyrion's vision was still not broad enough. The time saved was not worth much. Did a god lack time? More importantly, it was ideas. New ideas, and endless wisdom. Sansa did not linger on this topic for long, and continued the previous topic since I started plotting against Mia and the Mystic Dragon a few years ago. Naturally, I also began to invent new divine spells long ago, combining the soul attack divine spell Wrath of the Father and the Holy Knight's seal. I created a seal of the Father that can continuously suppress souls. When using this divine spell, the Father's divine might is like a mountain that heavily presses down on the enemy's soul. It's not just a moment of wrath of the Father. It's continuous. With the seal of the Father, I really did subdue the demon dragon. However, at the crucial moment, Lalo made his move. If not for Jon's help, I would probably have ended up like Mia. Sighing, she said bitterly, I will do my best to pursue what I want, but once I'm sure that I can't get it, I'd rather give it to my family than let it run away, or let others get it. The Mystic Dragon is like this, and so is the Iron Throne. So, you don't have to worry that Jon and I will kill each other for the Iron Throne. In my heart, the Iron Throne is not worth that price. Very rational. I hope you can keep this thought. The dwarf praised. Sansa's eyes were covered with a layer of mist as she recalled, when I was 14, before I saw my father's tragic death, if I couldn't get the Mystic Dragon, I might have killed it. During the years of the rebellion of the 4 princes, the House of Stark was destroyed, and my brothers and sisters were homeless. At that time, I understood a principal family is the most valuable asset. Almost 10 years have passed, but I haven't forgotten this principle. Jon is still my brother, my family. I won't forget it for the rest of my life. Since you want to resolve the conflict between the 2 sides and be the peacemaker, help me pass these words to Jon. I hope he can believe this principle. The Iron Throne is not as important as family, and I am his family. Strong strength leads to weak intelligence. The dwarf was weak in his early years and could only rack his brains, surviving with his wits and schemes. Later, he met the Dragon Queen and had a powerful backer. His magic power also increased day by day, and his way of handling matters began to lean towards the way of the king, using strength to suppress others. In these years in barren land, he rarely tried to guess the thoughts of others. With his current strength, he could do whatever he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't do. This time, he came on his own accord and became Sansa's puppet. At noon the next day, in the Arctic King's mansion, a short table was placed on the heated brick bed in the side room. In the middle of the table was a mandarin duck pot with a few cold dishes on the side. The Targaryen uncle and nephew were drinking and chatting happily. Sansa understands that family is the most valuable asset. If you change your mind and insist the Iron Throne should be yours, I think she will most likely give in, the dwarf said. This guy took Sansa's words seriously and passed them on to Jon. Jon was stunned, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. In the end, he was moved and sighed. She's right. Family is the most valuable asset. She will always be my sister, my family. I will never forget her. Then what exactly do you think? The dwarf's face and eyes were red from the burning knife, but the corner of his eyes was still sharp. It was as if he could cut open Nephew Goo's chest and see his heart. I don't have any other thoughts. Tormund likes to talk nonsense. And Whale. He paused for a moment and hesitated. Whale thinks I should inherit my father's throne because I am the son of Legia, but I never agreed. You haven't married Whale yet, have you? Tyrion asked with a muffled voice as he stuffed a bean sprout into his mouth. We should have a formal wedding, but the 7 gods and the old gods don't allow 2 wives, Gus said awkwardly. The drunkenness in the dwarf's eyes completely disappeared. He looked straight into Nephew Goo's eyes. Sansa is your sister, and Whale is your wife. They are both your family, but they have different goals. Jon immediately said, I will not fight with Sansa for the Iron Throne. This is a promise I made to her long ago. It will not change today, nor will it ever change. Jon, I am not forcing you to give in. Tell me your true thoughts. Only then can you completely resolve the unresolved conflict between you and Sansa. Jon smiled and shook his head. Tyrion, your words are a little childish. Legia is my father. I would be lying if I said I had no thoughts about the Iron Throne. So, between Sansa and I, one of us must give in. I am the older brother, and I am satisfied with what I have now. When I see Sansa realize her dream, I will be happy. This happiness will be far greater than if I get the Iron Throne myself. You are a good brother. The dwarf was relieved. When the drunken dwarf climbed into the carriage, Whale pulled Gu back to the bedroom for a nap. I heard everything, she said. Heard what? Gu was confused. I was eavesdropping on your conversation outside. The savage princess said generously. Oh. Whale raised her voice. Jon smiled faintly and said, Tyrion and I both know you were eavesdropping outside. If we didn't even have this bit of vigilance, how could we have survived until today? Some of what I have said is as much to you as to him. He was the same. I was expressing my feelings to you, telling you not to fool around in the future. He was reminding you that you and Sansa are both my family. You must understand each other. Whale was stunned. She was embarrassed and angry. I fooled around? Do you think I want to be the Queen of 7 Kings? I am not even your wife now. What am I after? I am just anxious for you. I feel injustice for you. You are clearly the true crown prince. You also contributed the most in the fight against the other ghosts. I am not like your sister, who wants her to help you. I only want a fair chance. If you kill the other Ghost King, then according to the Dragon Queen's promise, you will be king and not give all the credit to her. I only want my lover to get what belongs to him. Is that too much? Tears streamed down her face as she screamed. Not at all. Not at all. The red-haired woman Ygritte walked over with her big belly. She pointed at Jon and scolded, Jon, you know nothing. Even if you don't want it, what about your children? Do you know what they are thinking? Let's say you kill the other Ghost King and give the throne to your sister. When everyone knows about the Dragon Queen's promise, how will they view you and Queen Sansa? How will your children look at the Iron Throne under Queen Sansa's? But how will Queen Sansa view your children's strange gaze? You are family with her, but can your children and her children continue to be family? John broke out in a cold sweat. He said sternly, "Who said this to you?" Yrgrit opened her mouth and said hesitantly, "Are my words not reasonable?" "That makes sense. It makes perfect sense. Even can say something so reasonable. Are you saying I am stupid?" The two women became agitated. John had a splitting headache. "Weeping Willow, Weeping Willow," he called out. "King, what did you call me for?" A spearwoman with a long black braid ran into the hall. "Who came to our house in the past few days to see Yrgrit. When you came back on the dragon yesterday, many people came," the spearwoman said. "Who spoke to Yrgrit?" "Many." "Which one is the most suspicious?" The spearwoman hesitated. "Speak." John glared. "Your sister." Chapter 1070. The spearwoman, Weeping Willow, had a pair of witch's eyes. It was said that she could see things that mortals could not. It was unknown how much of the witch's eyes was true, but she was indeed very cunning. That was why John appointed her as the commander of the inner palace guards. "You also know that Sansa is my sister?" John was furious. "Why is my sister someone to be wary of? Tell me." "My king, don't yell at me. I will only tell you what I saw." Although the spearwoman's status was low, she had a strong aura. She glared and shouted, "Yesterday afternoon, when you were flying in the sky, Tormund said that you were like a king." Madame Sansa's face suddenly turned ugly. After that, I noticed that she looked at Yrgrit's belly with an unfriendly gaze. "I think she has ill intentions towards Yrgrit and the child in her belly." "Nonsense." John was shaking with anger. "The reason why I arranged for you to lead a group of spearwomen to guard Yrgrit was her suggestion. She told me that King's Landing was not Winterfell. I had many enemies, and I had to protect this firstborn child. She was also the one who said that the freedmen beyond the Great Wall were simple and honest. They were the most trustworthy. It was best to arrange for spearwomen to be the guards of the inner palace. She was also the one who sent a few old nannies who knew how to give birth to help Yrgrit with her pregnancy. She was also the one who taught you how to guard against enemies who used underhanded means to harm a pregnant woman and her child. She even—" John wiped his face and smiled bitterly. "You don't know anything. You don't understand Sansa's expectations for Yrgrit's child. It's a boy. His name is Ide." Weeping Willow lost her temper after hearing this. She said weakly, "My king, don't be angry. Maybe I was wrong." Madame Sansa's expression was ugly, but she didn't have any evil intentions. "Sigh." John sighed and shook his head without saying anything. His words were clearly directed at the spearwoman, but in reality, he wanted his two wives to dispel their hostility towards Sansa. If they did not often say unfavorable things about Sansa behind her back, why would the spearwomen around them think of Sansa as the person they should be wary of? Saw through John's thoughts and nudged Yrgrit. The red-haired girl also knew that John was hurt. She stepped forward and grabbed his arm, shouting, "All right, I'll confess. Those words were told to me by Madame Margaret." "Little Rose Margaret? Green Pavilion Island's Margaret Tyrell?" John's expression changed. "Yes, that's her. She told me a lot about women. What's the reason?" John quickly asked. That's what I said before. And the red-haired girl pouted and mumbled, "Since the man has provided you with the conditions, a woman should treat herself better and live a more exquisite life. The man was in charge of conquering the world, while the woman was in charge of riding a horse and accompanying him to see the beautiful scenery of the country. A woman who was lucky enough to be protected by an eagle must at least become a white swan, because a sparrow cannot fly as high as an eagle. With an eagle's breadth of mind, it will not always be satisfied with flying sparrows." What kind of nonsense is this? John was confused. He thought that little Rose was secretly trying to sow discord between the red-haired girl and his aunt, so that he and Sansa would fall out. Jurgrit said sadly, "I'm a spearwoman who can't even read, and you're the famous Arctic king. I don't want to be a sparrow. I need to improve myself and not distance myself from you." Jon pulled the red-haired girl into his arms and sighed. "I love spearwoman Jurgrit, not some noble white swan. Don't listen to Margaret's nonsense. She's up to no good." "Margaret may be up to no good, but her words are very reasonable," said calmly. "Yes." Jurgrit pushed Jon away and said seriously, "Listening to her, I have a sense of seeing the light of the fog dispersing in front of me. Savoring her words is like drinking a bowl of warm chicken soup on a cold and hungry night. Let that damn bowl of chicken soup warm the other demons." Jon cursed and reminded the two ladies, "You have to understand that people who are hostile to you will not say good things about you. Then tell me what's wrong with her words. Before the siblings got married, they were family. After they got married and had children, they became two different families. What's wrong with that?" Said, "Of course there's a problem. Even if the siblings got married and had children, it's just a small family growing into a big one. The relationship between family members will never change." Jon said in a low voice, sneered, "Robert and your father Rhaegar are like your son Ide and Sansa's daughter Dany and Rhys. But when Rhaegar stole your mother and Robert beat your father, did you ever think that they were actually family?" "That's different." Jon was at a loss for words. "What's different? Is Rhaegar's father not on good terms with Robert's father? 40 years ago, Aerys, Tywin, and Steve were known as the three young heroes. They were the closest of brothers. Steve was even Aerys' confidant." Jon realized that he could not find any words to refute. "Marjorie told you this too? She didn't try to sow discord between us. And Sansa." Jon waved his hands and said loudly, "Listen to me. Don't contact Marjorie anymore. Forget what she said. Try not to mix with the ladies of King's Landing. They're not good people. Women need to have their own space. They can't be the vassals of men." Jurgrit said softly. "What?" Jon was stunned. "Women can only think independently if they have their own social circle. Only women with independent thoughts are complete women." Said, "This, Marjorie told you this too?" The two ladies nodded. "Makes sense, doesn't it? If we don't have independent thoughts, we're not even human." Jon. At dusk, the dwarf came to the Storm Queen's residence openly. Jon hasn't been here before. After following Brittany into the study, the dwarf was surprised to see the Storm Queen beaming with joy. "What?" Sansa didn't react. "This afternoon, Jon didn't come to explain to you about Little Rose's chicken soup theory." "Oh, he did. He promised me that he wouldn't break his promise. He even apologized to on behalf of Jurgrit." Sansa's smile faded, but there was a flash of pride in her eyes. "You're not angry?" Tyrion didn't see the strangeness in her eyes. "Of course I'm angry. I didn't expect that little bitch to bite the hand that fed her." Sansa said coldly. "Marjorie owes you a favor," the dwarf asked curiously. "Don't you know what Marjorie is doing on Chinting Island?" Sansa asked, "Imitating you." "I'm the one teaching her." Sansa smiled faintly. "She's not secretly learning? You're in contact. Are you the one teaching her?" The dwarf was shocked. Sansa nodded slightly. 5 years ago, the Sea of Law shattered, and the power of mages began to be limited. In order to ensure the supply of wildfire in Wind's End, I planned to expand the scale of the Storm Magic Academy. So I went to the City of Knowledge to recruit magic teachers. Other than the scholars, there's also the nuns' college built by the Starry Church. Coincidentally, I saw Marjorie, who was being supervised by the Reverend Mother during noon prayer. Sansa's expression was complicated. She's almost another me. Before I met Aegon, I was depraved, desperate, mentally twisted, and full of resentment and hatred. But I only had determination and no strength. I couldn't even find a direction in life. Back then, I hated her and her family, especially her grandmother, Old Rose. They played me like a chess piece on a chessboard and tried to plot against Winterfell. Old Rose wanted Sansa to be her eldest granddaughter-in-law. They blamed Joffrey's death on me. I had reason to hate them, but when I saw Marjorie again, I can swear to the Holy Mother that at that moment there was only the most sincere pity in my heart. There was no more resentment. Unfortunately, your pity was only temporary. You must have done something that made her resent you, the dwarf said with a smile. Sansa shook her head. She's an ingrate. I've never done anything to let her down. At that time, I comforted her, enlightened her, and told her about what happened in the outside world. For example, the Alliance of Justice, the Bible teaching team, the Smoke Sea War, the collapse of the Sea of Law, and a series of other things. It opened her eyes and gave her a new lease of life. That's all. I just pitied her. She's a shrewd woman, good at seizing every opportunity she can. She asked me for help. She confessed her unwillingness and resentment. You don't know, but that bitch actually dared to hate the Dragon Queen. She hated the Dragon Queen for abolishing the title of King of Tyrell's Bay. The dwarf glanced at her indifferently and did not say anything. If the Dragon Queen wasn't so powerful, you would definitely hate her too. It was me. Sansa pointed at her own nose and said angrily, I was the one who spoke softly and reasoned with her. I made her understand that Tyrell's title came from Targaryen, but her grandmother arranged for the scholars to murder the Dragon Queen. Think about it. If I didn't resolve the resentment in her heart, would she have become a priest? This time, the dwarf agreed. She really should thank you, but you must have helped her with a purpose. At first, there was no purpose, but then Sansa hesitated for a moment and asked, Do you know Matthews Rowan? The dwarf's heart skipped a beat and said, My father once said that he was glad that High Court's master was blow-up-fish Mace. If Duke Highcourt could have Rando Tarley as his general, Matthews Rowan as his minister, and Pixter Redwyn as the commander of the Navy, High Court could have swept away the Westeros after the rebellion of the Four Princes. The Dragon Queen's desire for power is too. She wanted to say that it was too young, but the Dragon Queen announced that she was the Divine King. Sansa was at a loss for words. If I were her, I would definitely not allow Matthews to do as he pleased in Riverbend. Riverbend retains the most people during the long nights, and the most people represent the most knights, and those knights have all been trained during the long nights. Riverbend also has the most and most outstanding magic academies, which represent the largest supernatural power outside of the Holy Cathedral. The largest of the Seven Kingdoms, Dany Lilith Girdle, is also in Riverbend. Sansa counted with her fingers and sighed. Army, wealth, and food. Riverbend is number one. If Riverbend is unified by Matthews, within the Seven Kingdoms, who would be my opponent? The North, the West, and Riverbend are removed, and the Valley is only left with Royce, who is still tied to the Red God King's chariot, and the Royal Territories Mia is already in my plan to get rid of her. If I think about it carefully, my only opponents are Dornmartel and Riverbend's Matthews. So, do you understand why I supported Marjorie? I told Marjorie the truth. Her existence is to balance Matthews to be Riverbend's troublemaker, and so on. I help her, and she helps me. It's a win-win situation. Sigh, I'm convinced. The dwarf sighed deeply. Sansa shook her head disapprovingly. How is this little trick worth bragging about? No, you misunderstand. The dwarf shook his head and said in a strange tone, What I admire is not your tactics, but how you are so good at scheming. Today you plan this, tomorrow you plan another. The river bend split, Mia was schemed to death, and you became a level 3 priest. Is the Holy Mother blind? The Holy Mother has eyes. Let me tell you, I broke through again. Just this afternoon, in the Holy Cathedral of Baylor, in front of countless church members, I received the Holy Mother's blessing and became a level 4 priestess. I also learned the Holy Mother's palm, which shook the earth and mountains. Sansa said proudly, "Fuck." The dwarf's chair tilted, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 10:71. Holy Mother, are you asleep? Open your eyes and look at this woman. She's vicious and obsessed with power. How did she become a level 4 great priestess? After the dwarf fell to the ground, he did not get up. He only sat on the blanket and howled. Although his behavior was a little exaggerated, it also represented his true feelings at the moment. From the dwarf's point of view, Sansa's ability to become a level 1 priestess had already affected the believer's faith. If she were to level up to level 2 or level 3, it would cause the other honest priests to lose their minds and shatter their worldview. Level 4, even he felt unbalanced. He had gone through so many difficulties and obstacles, but he had only just become a level 4 holy knight, because a priest's soul was sublimated, while a holy knight's main purpose was to strengthen the body and will. At the same level, a holy knight's difficulty and strength were one level lower than a priest's. He went abroad and risked his life to fight, but he was worse off than Sansa, who stayed at home. You're jealous of me. Sansa laughed and kicked the dwarf. All the believers of the 7 gods should be jealous of you. Sansa shook her head and sighed. You're a preacher, but you haven't even read the 7 Stars Bible. The Holy Mother has always preached that the faith belongs to the 7 gods, and the power belongs to the kingdom. I've studied every version of the 7 Stars Bible in detail. In the teachings of the 7 gods, there has never been a prohibition against power games. You'll understand if you think about it. Prohibiting politicians from playing power games is like prohibiting men from finding women. Why would the great and glorious Holy Mother do such a thing that goes against the laws of nature? My father is also playing power games. Why would he go to hell? The dwarf said, that's why the Holy Mother encourages men and women to fall in love and get married, but she doesn't approve of prostitution. Sansa spread her hands and said innocently, there's a limit to everything. It's the same for men and women, and it's the same for power games. As long as you don't use overly vicious methods to harm noble people, power is not a sin. You plotted against Mia and used Marjorie. The dwarf said, is there something wrong with your brain? Sansa looked at him strangely. Who's Mia? The Red God King. In the earliest version of the 7 Stars Bible, believers who killed the enemy gods could even be rewarded by the Holy Mother and become righteous people who would be remembered forever by the world. Even if the Dragon Queen later changed this rule, stating that innocent heretics could not be harmed, Mia could not be considered innocent. She had sacrificed Lawler just as many times as Stannis. Although those who were burned to death were prisoners and deserters, in the doctrine of the 7 gods, sacrificing an evil god is the most serious crime. Is Lalo not an evil god? The dwarf was stunned for a moment before he said, your intentions aren't simple. If my motives were pure, I wouldn't be a politician. I would be a saint in the sanctuary. Sansa rolled her eyes. Then she said, do you still remember the process of the Dragon Queen trying my grandfather and uncle's case on Fairy Island? Their encounter in the Red Castle was tragic, but we later learned that my grandfather was not innocent. Therefore, the Mad Monarch's crimes were only cruelty, blasphemy, and violation of human rights. He did not violate his oath as we thought before, nor was he guilty of murder. My grandfather participated in the game of power, and he was the one who started it. No matter what happened to him in the game of power, he was not worthy of the gods' pity. This is the rule of the game of power, and it applies to all participants. The dwarf said, "You have a beautiful idea, but the game of power is played by those in power, and every action of those in power will affect innocent civilians." Sansa smiled. Those in power have responsibility and power. It is the king's responsibility to let the people under his rule live and work in peace, and use the law and traditional etiquette to ensure justice. He fulfills his responsibility and benefits millions of civilians, but he will not be rewarded by the seven gods, because this is what the king should do. With responsibility comes power. As the greatest politician, the king must play the game of power if he wants to protect his power. As for the harm that the game of power can bring to the people, it is within the king's power. It sounds reasonable, but it is just your own idea, the dwarf said disapprovingly. Sansa snorted and said proudly, "This is the wisdom I came up with after studying the Seven Stars Bible and carefully observing the Dragon Queen's actions. I would not tell a normal person. Why don't I remember the Dragon Queen saying something like this? She did not say it, but she did it. She was able to go from Calixi, who had nothing, to the Empress of the world, the Divine King. Do you think she has never played politics?" The dwarf was stumped by the question. The Dragon Queen is definitely not a white flower. Her heart is even darker than yours. But the moral requirements she has for you are definitely different from the ones she has for herself. Take it easy. It is hard to guess the king's thoughts, let alone the gods. He could only persuade her like this. "Don't worry, I will repent to the Holy Mother every day." Sansa said, "Repent for what?" The dwarf was confused. Sansa smiled and said, "Before I plot against Mia and Count Mattis, I will confess my plans and goals to the Holy Mother. After the plot is carried out, I will also repent to the Holy Mother and ask for her forgiveness. I will also make a vow to become the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. I will work hard to reform the corrupt government and create a Sansa Golden Age that will be difficult for future generations to reach." The Holy Mother agreed. She did not object. The dwarf was speechless. The Holy Mother is too busy to care about you, but she will definitely record your mistakes in her little notebook and settle the score with you in the future. Nonsense. As long as I treat the commoners well and let them live a good life, the Holy Mother will not blame me, no matter how I plot against the nobles. Otherwise, how can I become a level 4 priest? Sansa said proudly. The dwarf said suspiciously, "Did you offer the Holy Mother Divine arts again? I have never heard of that Divine Father seal before." How did you know?" Sansa looked at him in surprise. "I specially developed the Divine Father seal to deal with the demon dragon. I did not make it public before, because there was only one demon dragon. If other priests and paladins learned it, they would become my competitors. Now that the demon dragon has been tamed by Jon, there is no need to hide the Divine Father seal. However, the Divine Father seal can only raise me from a level 3 priest to the peak of level 3. I am still a bit away from level 4. So I gave the Holy Light Totem that I have not fully developed to the church and broke through to become a level 4 great priest." The dwarf's mouth twitched a few times and asked, "What is the Holy Light Totem?" Sansa stood up from the fireplace and picked up a walking stick from the corner and handed it to him. "Take a look for yourself." The white walking stick was 3 meters long and as thick as a wrist. It seemed to be carved from fishbone, but it was heavier than wood. There was an obsidian crystal inserted inside. At the top was a small statue of the Holy Mother. There were many strange runes and square words on the surface of the walking stick. "This is draconic. I don't recognize a few words. The dwarf said in surprise, "The way of the heavens, the virtue of the heavens, the creation of all things, the benevolent Holy Mother." Sansa read in fluent Chinese. The dwarf was shocked. "You are so familiar with it." "Sigh, every day I wake up early and memorize words for 2 hours. Before I sleep, I read the text aloud for an hour. After 6 or 7 years, I finally have some achievements. It is about the level of a middle school student." Sansa did not look proud. She only sighed. As expected of the supreme language that records the laws of the Tao, "It is so difficult. You must know that I only took 3 years to learn advanced Phleglia." Hearing this, the dwarf could not help but feel ashamed. He was the one who suggested that Sansa learn Draconic. He was also the one who copied Blackie's Draconic textbook. He kept a copy for himself and made a copy for Sansa. Both of them were self-taught. He even started 3 years earlier than her. Now, he had not even graduated from primary school. "No, I have to reduce my morning exercises with the singers in the future. At night, too, maybe I should be like Sansa and develop new witchcraft. Now that I have turned my entire body into a dragonworm, can I split half of the dragonworm to be a bookworm and focus on memorizing and learning? The other half of the dragonworm will leave behind desires and transform into a human to enjoy the pleasures of the world. If the other me does not learn, the two of me, wouldn't that be twice the happiness?" He. "What are you thinking? Why are you laughing so lewdly? You're drooling," Sansa said in disgust. "Ugh." Tyrion wiped his mouth. As expected, he felt a pool of moisture. He felt awkward. He quickly injected some holy light god power into the totem pole. A thin layer of pale yellow light shone from the pole. The light was not even as bright as a 1-watt light bulb, but the light was very uniform. However, Tyrion did not feel a strong healing effect. What's the use of this? It is the effect of a holy healing spell. It will be released slowly in 10 minutes. He was puzzled. Sansa explained, "This is specially prepared for remote mountain villages. There is no need for a priest to charge it. There is also no need to spend money to build a statue of the Holy Mother or a temple. You just need to place the holy light totem pole on the altar. The villagers will surround it and pray to the Holy Mother. An individual's faith is not enough to become a priest. So, the faith of the entire village is gathered in the staff. Then, through the adjustment of runes, the messy faith is harmonized into a unified wave band. It is like a virtual person. In fact, you can treat this totem pole as a wooden priest. The dragon crystal inside contains the holy healing spell's Holy Mother's divine power. If someone feels unwell, they can use a special prayer." Sansa pointed at the square words on the totem pole. "The Holy Mother is merciful." Good. It can activate the holy light totem and release a faint light to heal the injuries of believers within range. "You are very smart." The dwarf was enlightened. Sansa shook her head and put away the totem pole with a regretful expression. She sighed. "In my expectations, the faint light should only be effective on patients. This way, it will save more god power. I have not been able to master this technique yet. The holy light totem is not complete. As the divine arts spread among the cultivators, perhaps someone will be able to repair it before me. By then, I can finally be promoted to a level 4 great priest before the battle with the Ghoul King." "How did you think of this thing?" Tyrion asked curiously. "At first, I just wanted to imitate the Dragon Queen. Didn't she always carry a weirwood staff?" Sansa smiled awkwardly and said seriously, "You and I are both from a duke's family. If there is a headache or fever, the scholar will immediately rush to the bed, as if the scholar is as natural as air. The truth is, other than the nobles' castles and the city of knowledge, You will rarely see a scholar anywhere else. Scholars are rare, and priests who know divine arts are even rarer. In Winterfell, when I was 13 years old, I only saw 4 minstrel performances. In the remote villages, the peasants at the bottom will never see a scholar or a priest. But the poor are also people. Like us, they can get sick, and their lives are too hard and tiring. They get sick more easily and need more treatment. I never thought you had this kind of awareness. Tyrion's eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "When you first met me, what kind of person did you think I was?" Sansa asked. "An idiot who only knows how to dream," the dwarf said honestly. Sansa glared at him, but did not refute. She only asked, "And now?" "A smart and capable queen," the dwarf said emotionally. "You have changed so much. It is as if you are a different person." "Why have I changed so much?" "Your experience." The dwarf said thoughtfully, "In Winterfell, my mother was the strongest, and I learned from her. In the Red Keep, Cersei was the strongest, and I learned from Cersei. In the Valley, Littlefinger was the strongest, and I learned from him. Then I also learned from your strengths." She said to him, "I am flattered," the dwarf said with a smile. "Now, I learn from the Dragon Queen and the Holy Mother. The Dragon Queen cares about the hardships of the people, and I care about them too. When I learn from the Dragon Queen's kindness and gain substantial benefits from the Holy Mother, I will work hard to be merciful to the commoners at the bottom." "This kind of awareness is different from what you think," Sansa concluded. "You are really... Perhaps you can surpass Papa Tywin, Old Rose Littlefinger, and become the ultimate power gamer." The dwarf sighed in admiration. "Do you think I have a match in the current 7 kingdoms?" As she spoke, Sansa seemed to exude an invisible loneliness. "Future Marjorie." The dwarf poured a bucket of cold water on her. "If I didn't appear by accident and resolve the misunderstanding between you and Jon, you would have definitely been tricked by her. Just like Mia, when you break up with the Jon siblings, you won't even know why you ended up like that. Those arguments are poisonous, but I have to admit that they are very logical. It would be strange if your savage sister-in-law didn't fall for them. How long can Jon last with his 2 wives taking turns to talk to him? In fact, he can't refute those arguments." Sansa's expression was unpleasant. "What good does it do for her if I break up with Jon? Even if she has other motives, I did help her." The dwarf sighed and said, "You are ambitious and keep learning from the strong to improve yourself. She is most likely learning from you, learning your ambition and methods. You think you didn't let her down, but you didn't think about it. No one is willing to be another person's pawn, especially when your relationship is so complicated. Once, you were both Joffrey's fiancé. Your engagement was broken off in public. You were lowly in the mud, but she became the shining golden rose of the King's Landing. How big is the difference in her heart now? Also, when we negotiated with Stannis, our initial target was the Duke of Highgarden. Perhaps you have forgotten, but your interference in the affairs of Riverbend is constantly reminding Marjorie that you are the biggest obstacle to her return to Highgarden." "That bitch." Sansa's expression was cold. "She won't have a future." The dwarf was shocked and reminded her, Marjorie is the role model of the church. She is a role model for salvation. If you murder her, you will most likely lose the Holy Mother's favor. A person's worst ending is not death. Early death will bring them to heaven. Humph, I don't want her to be a role model. I want her to go to the 7 levels of hell." Sansa said darkly. The dwarf was getting more and more worried. "Take it easy. Don't send yourself to the 7 levels of hell. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Sansa waved her hand. "Didn't I tell you just now? I will confess and pray to the Holy Mother before I do anything. If the Holy Mother disagrees, she will definitely dissuade me. If everyone imitates you, will the Holy Mother be able to handle it? Everyone is a level 4 great priest. Let me tell you, I am the only one who has obtained the 6th move of the Holy Mother's divine palm. Earthquakes, Sansa said excitedly. Earthquakes, the power to control the earth? Song of Earth. The dwarf stroked the short beard on his chin. He seemed to be deep in thought. Sansa, you can actually consider giving up the throne and be a transcendent. Perhaps you have hope of becoming a demigod. Compared to the gods, royal authority is completely meaningless, the dwarf said sincerely. Sansa sneered. The Dragon Queen is already a divine king. Why does she still want to be the world's first empress? Only by picking it up can you put it down. I have never obtained it, and you want me to give it up? The dwarf paused. He said hesitantly, other than being a priest, you are also a moon chanter. How far have you cultivated? How far are you from becoming a demigod? Very, very far. It's even further than the king's landing to Winterfell. I have only learned 2 spells. One is the birthing song, and the other is the weather forecast, Sansa said, helplessly. You have healing spells, and it's a long night now. What's the use of the birthing song and the weather forecast? The dwarf complained. Sansa said solemnly, the long night will pass. I am now studying the weather forecast. When summer comes, I may be able to accurately predict the weather every year. If drought, floods, and hail can be prevented, won't the kingdom have a bountiful harvest every year? The birthing song is more practical. It can help pregnant women give birth naturally. Healing spells are ineffective during the birth process. It can only save pregnant women who have lost blood after giving birth. I have another idea. Can we change the birthing song into a divine art of the 7 gods, priests? Good idea. You are more far-sighted than I am. Your plan for the extraordinary profession is more reasonable than mine. Tyrion praised sincerely. Sansa smiled bitterly. I also want to be like you and Jon and master powerful witchcraft skills. But moon chanters don't have any powerful witchcraft skills. The blood witchcraft sacrifice of the evil gods is powerful, but I don't dare to learn it. I can't learn it either. The evil gods are all dead. Later on, I asked Bran. He told me to focus on cultivating the witchcraft skills of the moon chanter and not to waste time on witchcraft skills. I should focus on improving the divine art. Mother, it's time to eat. I'm hungry. I want to eat boiled tripe tonight. An 8 or 9-year-old girl pushed open the door of the study without announcing herself. She ran to Sansa and threw herself into her arms. Along with the girl was a teenager of about 11 or 12 and a boy of 4 or 5. The teenager had black hair and black eyes. He was handsome and thin. The boy was chubby, with red hair and blue eyes. Both of them wore leather armor and were dressed as attendants. After entering, they bowed to Sansa and addressed her as Your Grace. Then they bowed to Tyrion and addressed him as King Deer Cauldron. Tyrion saw the boy's familiar face, and his expression changed slightly. Stop fooling around. There are guests here. Sansa pulled the girl up and pointed at the dwarf. This is your Tyrion. Granduncle. Just call him Granduncle. The dwarf cast aside his suspicions about the boy's identity and smiled as he sized up the girl. She had platinum silver hair and blue eyes at first, but under the light they appeared light purple. At such a young age, she was actually half an inch taller than him. This made Granduncle feel very awkward. Her long hair was tied behind her head by 2 small braids, revealing a round oval face. Her features were picturesque, and she had inherited the exquisite cheekbones of the Tully family. The girl was very beautiful. The dwarf liked her more and more. He clapped his hands and called out, "Caitlin, come here and let me take a look. Back then, I even carried you. Back then, you were a red ball of meat. In the blink of an eye, you've grown into a young lady." "I'm not Caitlin." The girl shook her head and did not go over. Sansa took off her daughter's moleskin cloak and said gently, "Let Uncle Theon prepare a banquet and cook the tripe. I'll go over later." The girl looked at her mother and Uncle Tyrion with a complicated expression before leaving the study gloomily. The two attendants bowed again and quickly followed her out. She matured early. The dwarf stroked his chin and said strangely, "She's almost 9 years old. My parents are good people, but I can't learn from them and raise little Dany into the Winterfell me." Sansa sighed. "I remember her name is Caitlin," the dwarf said with a frown. "Not long after you left, Aegon descended to the mundane world to see his daughter. He excitedly named her Dany Rise. I said I intended to call her Caitlin. Aegon felt that he only had one daughter, but my mother had more than one granddaughter, little Dany. He was right. 2 years ago, Mara gave birth to a daughter for Bran called Caitlin. In the future, Rickon will also get married and have children. I wonder how many Caitlins there will be." "Definitely not as many as Dany Rise," the dwarf muttered. "But my little Dany is unique. She even has a trace of the Dragon Queen's bloodline." Sansa said proudly, seeing the confusion on the dwarf's face. She told him about the Dragon Queen cleansing little Dany's bloodline. "King of God's cauldron, demigod dragon blood, king of God's blood. Is it because she's called Dany Rise?" The dwarf was upset. It was as if the dragon worm he had modified back then was a beggar version. "She's the reason why I dare to fight with Jon for the Iron Throne." Sansa looked in the direction of the dining hall and said softly, "Actually, I've always known that the others are weak. Jon is my biggest competitor. Maybe, for little Dany's sake, the Dragon Queen will give me the same chance as Jon." The dwarf had a thought and blurted out, "Maybe we can form a marriage alliance." "I can't remarry." "It's not you, it's little Dany. Actually," the dwarf gritted his teeth and whispered into Sansa's ear, "Actually, I have a nephew." "Myrcella?" Sansa was confused. "The Dragon Queen has a son," the dwarf said in a low voice. Asterisk boom. Asterisk, this sentence was like a bomb that made Sansa dizzy. She did not know what was going on. "I didn't expect the Pope of the Seven Gods to raise an illegitimate child." Her expression was complicated. There was disbelief, relief, and relief. "It's not an illegitimate child." The dwarf shook his head. "It's her son with the horse King Drogo, Leg Targaryen." Sansa looked at him strangely. "Is there something wrong with your brain? Leg died right after he was born. Everyone in the world knows that. Sigh, that's why she's so terrifying. Everyone in the world was fooled. Holy Mother, she was only 14 back then." The dwarf sighed. "If I hadn't gone to Astapor to pick up little Tywin, I wouldn't have thought that the child was really her son." Chapter 1072. That boy was 13 years old. His face was fully developed. Even a blind person could see that there was something wrong with his appearance. He looked too much like my sister. I wasn't blind. When I saw him again in Astapor, I immediately knew that there was something wrong with his identity. I asked Myrcella and found out that it was a secret that everyone knew, but no one else knew. It was a secret that only the people of Slave Bay knew. Fuck, I'm his uncle. I'm not the first person to know the secret. The dwarf was indignant. Sansa was surprised. How many sons does she have? Who was Leg who died in the Red Wasteland? There was only one, Leg. Back then, she saw that the Horse King's condition was not right. He was about to die. So, do you know about Caesarean section? Of course. The church's priests are divided into missionary priests and medical priests. Medical priests have stricter training than scholars. Among the medical priests, there is a type called scalpel priests. They are proficient in human anatomy. At that time, she was not a priest. She had not even learned witchcraft. However, she performed a cesarean section on herself and took leg out of her stomach a few days earlier. The dwarf was still shocked when he mentioned this again. "Holy Mother!" Sansa covered her mouth and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" The dwarf nodded emotionally. "It is indeed impossible, but don't forget, she was the one who created the medical priests and scalpel priests. She had been doing things that mortals thought were impossible for the past 10 years. And then," Sansa asked quickly. The dwarf's cheek muscles twitched a few times. He said bitterly, "She started to perform magic. Jacko's wife, Lilith, happened to have silver hair during labor. My sister took Lilith to her own tent and made a small room at the edge of the tent. She stayed in the inner room while the witch helped Lilith give birth in the outer room. There was a circle of centaurs outside the tent. They all heard Lilith's cries of pain and vaguely saw Lilith's labor through the swaying straw curtain. Therefore, no one suspected that the child was not Lilith's. However, when Lilith's child was born, she passed it through the curtain to Calixi in the inner room. Calixi swapped her own son with the newborn baby. She was the only one there." "Holy Mother, why is she so cunning?" Sansa could not help but exclaim. "Shoo, lower your voice. We can't let others know about this." The dwarf hurriedly covered her mouth. It took Sansa a long time to calm herself down. Why didn't the witch who delivered the baby notice anything? She has seen children before. Could it be that the two boys are of the same size and appearance? Hee, do you think my younger sister wouldn't have thought of this? She didn't let the witch see the baby a second time. The witch, which was not a scholar and had no status in Colossa. She even caused the Horse King to be heavily injured and was locked up as a prisoner by the centaurs. In fact, my sister burned the witch to death a few days later. Sansa nodded. "Yes, it's more about revenge, that which killed the Horse King. I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be so wise at such a young age." In the end, Sansa, who had regained her rationality, did not say the word cunning. The dwarf shook his head and smiled bitterly when she carried Leg out with a big belly stuffed with feather pillows, not to mention the simple centaurs. Even if my father, Littlefinger, and Old Rose were placed together, they would subconsciously think that it was Jake's son without a doubt. But that wasn't the end. There were even more cunning tricks. After returning to the tent, she secretly dyed Jake's son's hair black. Then, the next day, she had the witch sing a childbirth song through the curtain and gave birth to Leg, who inherited his father's black hair, in front of everyone. Do you know why she dyed her hair black? Sansa frowned. When we see flour and lime at the same time, we will subconsciously think don't get it mixed up. But if we see flour and bread at the same time, no one will have this thought. The Dragon Queen didn't want people to have the subconscious thought of passing off fish eyes as pearls. The dwarf looked at her with admiration and sighed. This trick not only affected the centaurs at that time, but even the people who came later would subconsciously dispel their suspicions of Simba when they found out that the Dragon Queen's son had black hair. For example, when I first saw Simba, I was touched. "Simba?" Sansa raised her eyebrows. The dwarf explained. "Simba is Leg's name in Slave Bay. When he went to Astapor last time, he had already been promoted to Count Simba through his military exploits. Not only does he look like his mother, even his habits and tastes are the same. For example, the Dragon Queen doesn't like sweet food, and Simba never touches sugar water. My little Dani is the same as me. She likes lemon cake." Sansa smiled. "That's off topic." The dwarf slapped his forehead and continued, "When I saw Simba for the first time, I had the same feeling as when I saw John. It seemed to be a resonance of blood. Then I asked the centaurs about Leg. When I heard that Leg had black hair, my suspicions were immediately reduced by 90%, but that feeling of blood connection was too strong. I couldn't help but secretly pull out a strand of Simba's hair, preparing to use the witch lens to do a genetic comparison. At this point, Tyrion shook his head with a bitter smile. Now that I think about it, that wooden-faced Jogo must have seen through my suspicions and must have reported this to the Dragon Queen. Luckily, I am her brother. If it was someone else, they would have been killed long ago. So, the one that Jake killed was actually his own son? The Dragon Queen is so vicious, so sinister. How old was she then? 14? When I was 14, Sansa was shocked and embarrassed. Her expression was very complicated. Don't treat her like a normal person. The dwarf sighed. Sansa fell silent and slowly digested the new information. When she didn't speak, the dwarf also fell silent. When the servant came to inform the Storm Queen that dinner was ready, Sansa asked softly, "That Simba, what kind of person is he?" "He is a fierce person. He rode a horse when he was 1 year old, shot an arrow when he was 2, killed when he was 3, and was chased by thousands of knights when he was 4. Isn't that too exaggerated?" Sansa couldn't help but interrupt him. The dwarf sneered. "If you don't believe me, you can ask around. It will only be more exaggerated than what I said. Not only do the centaurs know about him, even the princes of the free trade city have seen his deeds. Don't forget, Jake is also a powerful Khal, and Khals are all honored guests of the trading princes. All right, continue." After that, he was sent to Slaver's Bay to be a stable boy. Stable boy. Sansa's expression was strange. To be a stable boy for the Dragon Queen. What horse do you think the Dragon Queen rides? Megalosaurus. Sansa was shocked. Yes, Megalosaurus. Simba's main job is to take care of the Megalosaurus. Sansa sighed. The Dragon Queen has really put a lot of thought into this. She must have raised him as an heir. Old Ymont personally taught him etiquette and culture, and the Blood Riders taught him horsemanship, martial arts, and the ability to command centaurs. When he was a little older, he became Ser Barristan's attendant. You must have noticed that the old knight hasn't returned to the Westeros for many years. He must have known Simba's identity long ago. In addition, the Dragon Queen also specially selected a group of young centaurs and nobles with promising prospects to be his classmates. They learned and grew together. In the end, they all became his underlings and subordinates. 5 years ago, when the Dragon Queen led 200,000 roaring warriors to clean up Ursos, Simba was one of her Khal's royal guards. His current position as a count was all earned by fighting with his sword. What about other aspects? Sansa asked again. What aspects? Targaryen's appearance is naturally not bad. The lad is handsome and strong. His talent is also not bad. He's the first son of God. Fuck, those evil gods in hell should take a good look at him. What kind of son of God am I? They've got the wrong person. In the end, the dwarf could not help but curse with a face full of resentment. The whole world has been fooled by her. This shrewdness is frightening. Sansa shuddered. She quickly cut off some rebellious thoughts in her mind. What's the child's character like? Tyrion did not immediately answer this question. After thinking for a long time, he said, uncertainly, Ymont and Barristan's conduct is impeccable. However, Simba looks honest, but his mind is sharp. There seems to be a shadow of melancholy in his heart. He gives me the same feeling as Jon. Sansa's pupils contracted. She asked in surprise, will he bear a grudge against the Dragon Queen for killing him? By the way, how did his foster parents die? They died of illness. It has nothing to do with the Dragon Queen. The dwarf shook his head. Sansa, who was looking forward to a melodramatic scene, was slightly disappointed. The traditions of the centaurs are different from ours. The Dragon Queen's blood, oath guards, and centaur maids were all captives of Horse King Drogo. Drogo massacred their tribes and annexed their Khalasar. But look at them. Are they disloyal to the Dragon Queen? The shadow in Simba's heart was more of confusion about his identity, just like Jon. Outsiders could guess his relationship with the Dragon Queen based on his appearance. Not only was he not stupid, he was also very smart. He must have felt that Ymont, Jorgo, and the others were special to him. Also, he should have a bloodline connection deep in his soul. Is he kind? What's his attitude towards women? I heard that the centaurs ride women like horses. Sansa asked again. The dwarf rolled his eyes. What do you think old Ymont and Barristan do? Babysitters and guards? Sansa nodded and asked again, does he have an illegitimate child? He's a virgin. How do you know? Sansa asked suspiciously. Don't you trust my judgment? The dwarf pointed at his eyes. I can tell at a glance that he's a virgin. If old Ymont hadn't stopped me, I would have taken him to the Passion Garden to experience life on the same day. Yes, just like how I guided Aegon back then. Sansa glared at him. Simba should stay away from you. You like this son-in-law? The dwarf smiled. I won't be at ease if I don't see him personally. Sansa hesitated. Why don't we go to Slaver's Bay tomorrow? If we ride a dragon, it'll only take a week to go there and back. There won't be any delays. To be honest, who do you think is picking who? The dwarf sighed. Even if Simba is the son of the God King, if he can't make my daughter happy, I won't like him. Sansa said firmly. The dwarf's eyes flashed. He looked at the woman and giggled. With him as your son-in-law, your Iron Throne is secure. Sansa hesitated for a moment and shook her head. I'm 90% sure that I'll get the Iron Throne. I'll only be at ease if I take a look. All right, lend me the glass candle. I'll contact old Ymont right now. He shouldn't object. Old Ymont didn't refuse, but he had the same worries as Sansa. He wanted to see little Dany first. Chapter 10:73. She really doesn't seem to like me. The dwarf sat cross-legged on the brick bed, picking his teeth as he smiled bitterly. The dinner was sumptuous, very unlike Westeros. There was only a big hot pot, a double hot pot. On one side, there was a fire dragon pepper and beef bone base, and on the other side, there was a fresh broth of prawns and salmon bones. There were more than a dozen plates piled high with potato slices, mushrooms, vegetables, tofu, fish slices, lamb slices, tripe, and so on. The dwarf thought that it was just him, Sansa, and the little princess. He didn't expect that Theon, the two boys, and even Brain had taken off their boots and were sitting cross-legged around the table. During the dinner, he teased little Dany many times, teasing her with jokes and telling her stories about the overseas countries to attract her. He was very attentive, but the effect was not very good. Sansa hesitated for a moment and sighed. She's very smart. She should have guessed our relationship. Tyrion was stunned and asked, has she seen Aegon? Sansa shook her head. When she was born, Aegon guarded her cradle for half the night as a spirit. He sang nursery rhymes for half the night and never appeared again. It seems that this child also has a shadow in her heart, just like Jon and Simba. The dwarf was deep in thought. Sansa rolled her eyes at him. You haven't seen your mother either. Do you also have a shadow in your heart? There are so many children in the world with incomplete parents. Do they all have a shadow in their hearts? The dwarf's expression was serious. Yes, the father is like the sun, and the mother is like the moon. The sun and the moon take turns to illuminate the child's smiling face. Neither can be missing. Sansa said disapprovingly, Little Danny is different from John and Simba. She is not confused about her background and existence at all. I told her all about Aegon's story and told her that Aegon was watching her from heaven. His gaze moved with her. As long as she missed him, she would go to the small sanctuary to pray to him. So, her heart is very healthy and has no shadow. It's just that your reputation is too bad. No one wants their mother to be with a bastard. The dwarf was embarrassed. I've been away from Westeros for so long. Who's still talking bad about me? You're not in the Westeros, but stories about you have been circulating in the Seven Kingdoms. For example, you were caught by the evil god when you went to the toilet in the palace of Pentos. Everyone said that it was very strong. Sansa blushed and glanced at the little dwarf. News of you messing around with a few strong men in Astapor also spread from the mouth of the volunteer knights at Slaver's Bay. Also, you brought Aegon around the Passion Garden and were assassinated by an assassin. The Dragon Queen burned queers in rage. Damn it, little Danny is still so young. How can you allow these evil stories to poison her? The dwarf said angrily. Didn't the scholar teach you heraldry when you were young? Every noble family's coat of arms. Main characters, and stories have to be taught from a young age. Otherwise, how can they communicate with other nobles when they grow up? Sigh. The dwarf covered his face and groaned. I should have written half-human legend earlier. I will write my own history, fair and objective. The half-human legend you wrote is no different from a piece of trash. Sansa laughed coldly. Who are those two children? They are little Danny's followers. The dwarf changed the topic. Didn't you see the family emblem on them? Sansa's expression turned dull. That skinny boy is Greyjoy, Theon's illegitimate son, Rob Greyjoy. What about the red-haired boy? He has the direwolf emblem on his coat. The dwarf's heart thumped violently, but he still asked the question that had been in his heart since the first time he saw the child. He is my illegitimate son, Benjen Storm. His worst guess became reality. The dwarf's expression turned ugly as if he had seen his wife having an affair with 10 black men. Looking at the calm woman opposite him, he could not help but ask loudly, who is his father? A handsome, passionate, and talented bard. He was my lover for half a year. After that, I got tired of him. So I gave him 1,000 gold royals and told him to get lost. Sansa said calmly, how could you? The dwarf pointed at her and shouted. Halfway through, he stopped and put down his hand. You've changed. Sansa nodded. My thoughts are more mature, my power is stronger, and I have more control over my life. The current me is the best me, and also the truest me. I don't feel good. Tyrion's expression was gloomy. Why do you feel bad? I am not your wife. You have no right to make any requests of me. Sansa's expression turned cold. The dwarf looked at her, his eyes sad. If I didn't love you, would I have helped you so much? You left the Westeros for 7 years. Sansa sighed. Do you want me to be a widow for 7 years? What about Aegon? Do you still have him in your heart? The dwarf asked. There was no hesitation on Sansa's face. My lover is Aegon. You are my lover, and Simone is my pet. I can tell them apart very clearly. Fuck. The dwarf could not help but raise his middle finger at her. Sansa said calmly, when Aegon entered my dream for the first time, he told me that I was at the right age, and I should find a man to marry as soon as possible. Only when I am happy can he truly be at ease in heaven. The second time, his saint soul descended from heaven, and I told him about us. He only sighed that you were not a good lover, and did not blame me. He really did not blame me? The dwarf said excitedly. Sansa nodded lightly. Phew, that's good. The dwarf let out a long sigh, and his expression relaxed. Actually, I feel a lot of pressure when I am with you. I am afraid that I will see Aegon one day. He was smiling, but his smile was very complicated. Sansa got up and put on her boots. She looked at the dwarf and said, "It is getting late. We still have to go to Slaver's Bay tomorrow to visit our relatives." The dwarf hesitated for a moment and shook his head. "Let's not go tonight. I have to go back and tell Elaine." Sansa nodded and did not force him to stay. When he walked out of the door, the dwarf was surprised to see little Dany secretly hiding behind a pillar and looking at him. When she saw him walk out of the courtyard alone, she could not help but let out a joyful chuckle. The dwarf wanted to immediately turn around, hug her mother, and kiss her a few times, then look at her proudly and laugh. Shaking his head, Tyrion threw away this childish thought. He rolled up his sleeves and sang a song as he walked towards the Dornishmen's encampment. The vassals did not travel alone. The reason why Sansa and Elaine did not live with Jon and the dwarf was because they led thousands of troops and hundreds of duchy nobles. There were 15,000 Dornishmen stationed near the Dornishmen's residence. Today, the entire King's Landing had gathered an army of more than 70,000 people. When they reached Dany and Rise's Belt in the Three River Basin, the number would definitely exceed 20,000. They were all true elites who had experienced 8 long nights and participated in countless battles against the other ghosts. One of them could defeat 5 soldiers from 10 years ago. In this decisive battle against the other Ghost King, all the vassals brought out their trump cards. They all knew that this would be the last battle, and it was destined to be recorded in history. Even if they could not obtain the Iron Throne, they would still be able to obtain supreme glory. All the participants would be praised by future generations as heroes. Outside Elaine's bedroom, the dwarf's action of pushing the door open froze. "Tyrion, come in." Elaine had already been informed by the maid and saw the oil lamp outside the room and the short shadow on the glass window. The dwarf opened the door slightly and stuck his head in like a turtle. "I'm going to Slaver's Bay tomorrow to visit Sansa's relatives." The moaning and clucking stopped. Elaine said lazily, "You're not coming in to sleep. Are you going to climb into that bitch's bed later? Why don't you call her over, and we can have fun together?" "No, I'm going to Jaime's tonight." The dwarf shook his head and was about to pull his head back. "You're really not coming in? Look at who she is." Elaine reached out and pulled a furry head to the front of the bed. The dwarf could not help but be curious. His pupils stretched up and down, turning into vertical pupils like the megalosaurus. The darkness could no longer obstruct his vision. The woman's face was like the lines on a palm, and every detail could be seen clearly. It was a woman in her 30s. She was not too beautiful, and there were a few wrinkles on her eyebrows. Her eyes were watery, and her cheeks were flushed. The dwarf frowned. He could tell at a glance that this woman had been a prostitute for a long time, but she was not exceptionally beautiful and did not have any special aura. Why would his wife find such a woman? Could it be that she was tired of the handsome boys and girls in the barren lands and wanted a change? But if she wanted a change, he did not have any interest in her. "I really don't know her," he said evasively. He was about to leave. "Sigh, my lord is so forgetful. Back then on the beach of Chinting Island, you said that you would never forget me for the rest of your life." The prostitute complained. The dwarf stopped in his tracks and looked at her carefully. He thought seriously. Hundreds and thousands of women's faces floated in his mind. Then he entered the keyword Chinting Island. The number of women decreased rapidly. His heart skipped a beat as he remembered her identity. "Oh, it's Rosie. Why did you leave the old town? It's so dangerous to travel thousands of miles in this terrible weather." "I came here with the Riverbend army. It's not too tiring to take a sleigh, Rosie explained. Then she invited him. My lord, don't say any more. It's cold outside. Rosie was not exceptionally beautiful. 10 years ago, she was still able to make him as hard as iron with her youthful vitality and legendary background story. Now, facing an ordinary woman whose face and figure were slightly out of shape, and this woman had been in a prostitute's life for 10 years, his heart was as cold as iron. He was not moved at all. I really have something to do. Another day, the dwarf said perfunctorily and closed the door. Vaguely, he seemed to have heard Elaine say that she was interrupted and felt that 2 women were not enough. Then, Rosie whispered that she knew the poet Simone and could invite him over. He did not turn back and continued to sing. Under the strange gazes of the maids and guards, he left the Dorn Prince's mansion with light steps. He did not go to the Western Regions station. At this moment, Jamie was most likely sleeping with little Tywin. He did not want to wake the child up. Moreover, his heart was empty at this moment. He wanted to find a friend and fill it with alcohol and gossip for the time being. The sky was dark, and the north wind was bone-chilling. There were only a few dim lights in the vast King's Landing. He stood blankly at the crossroads for a long time before he finally remembered a drinking buddy. Fuck, how did I end up like this? Bronn is the only friend left in the entire King's Landing? Muttering, the dwarf came to Angel Avenue in the outer ring of the great cathedral. Unexpectedly, he saw a sea of people and brilliant lights outside the volunteer army station. What's going on? He pulled a passerby and asked. The Slavers Bay's Arts and Arts Troupe is holding a joint performance of Together Towards a New Era. The person said casually and squeezed his way in. Yes, it's the style of Slavers Bay. The dwarf grinned and disappeared into the crowd. He was like a snake slithering in the grass, easily making his way to the front of the stage. A male singer was affectionately singing a poem praising St. Danny. The dwarf listened for a while and felt bored. He crossed the stage and prepared to go to the back of the house to find Bronn. My dear, you eat one. Tyrion's body trembled. The woman's voice was so familiar, yet so distant, as if it came from his previous life. I'm full. You eat. Between the stage and the wall, there was a fence for the actors to rest and put on makeup. On a handcart near the fence, a man and a woman in costume sat side by side. The female dwarf's face was delicate and pretty. Her facial features were well proportioned, and there were fine crow's feet between her eyebrows. The male dwarf's arms were thick, and he looked old, giving off a deformed feeling unique to dwarves. However, his smile was very warm, and his movements were very gentle. Under the warm yellow light, the porcelain bowl in the male dwarf's hand emitted white steam. He even blew a long breath of white steam at the dumpling in the spoon, looking ferocious and hateful like a fire-breathing dragon. Then he put the spoon next to the female dwarf's lips. The female dwarf smiled shyly and quickly opened her mouth, sucking the entire spoon into her mouth. This is mutton and celery stuffing. It smells so good. It's delicious. She chewed vaguely. The happiness in her eyes was like the white steam coming out of her mouth, clearly visible under the light. You eat one too, she said to the male dwarf. The male dwarf could not resist. He went to the edge of the bowl and drank a mouthful of soup. Then he passed another dumpling over and said, Hurry up and eat, it's our turn soon. The female dwarf ate another 3 dumplings, patted her stomach, and laughed. Wally, I'm full. You eat. After saying that, she even burped. Finn and I eat 2 more. The man still stuffed dumplings into her mouth. Sob, 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 sob. At this time, a child wearing a skullcap stumbled over, crying as he ran. Finn and I did not care about the dumplings anymore. She supported herself with both hands and jumped off the handcart nimbly. She held the child in her arms and looked left and right. "Little Hugo, what's wrong with you?" Sob, 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 "Mommy, tooth." Little Hugo raised his right hand. A piece of malt candy was tightly clenched in the sheepskin glove, and a blood-stained front tooth was stuck on it. Ouch, he bit his tooth off. Fanny glared at her husband. "Who told you to buy him sesame candy?" "It doesn't matter. Hugo is growing his teeth anyway. It'll fall off sooner or later. What are you doing here?" Bron saw the dwarf's figure from afar. It was dark, and he could not see the dwarf's expression, but he was very familiar with the dwarf's clothes and appearance. He thought that the dwarf was here to look for him, so he stood at the gate and waited. Who knew that after waiting for a long time, the dwarf seemed to have lost his soul and stood there like a wooden stake, motionless. "His name is Hugo." The dwarf was stunned and said blankly, "What?" The place was noisy, and the dwarf's voice was trembling as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in his throat. It sounded like he was crying, so Bron did not hear it clearly. "I want to eat dumplings," the dwarf said loudly. "Oh, come with me." Bron nodded casually and pulled him to the gate. As they walked, he said, "The dumplings were originally prepared for the art troupe. There are only 7 for each actor, so it's very expensive, but it shouldn't be difficult to get a bowl for you." With Bron's status, it was indeed easy for him to get a big bowl of bulging dumplings. "Can you feed me?" The dwarf stared at the steaming bowl in a daze. "What?" Bron's eyes widened, thinking that he was hallucinating. "Feed me." The dwarf handed him the spoon. "Scram!" Bron turned his head away and ignored him. For a long time, the dwarf did not make a sound. He turned around curiously and found that his old friend was already in tears. Fuck! Bron had goosebumps all over his body. What happened? The dwarf shook his head and said nothing. "All right, I'll feed you." Bron quietly glanced at the door. Seeing that there was no one, he dug up a dumpling and stuffed it into the dwarf's mouth. "It's hot, blow on it." The dwarf dodged. "You are a Targaryen. You never blow on hot pot." Bron said with a straight face, "Blow on it." The dwarf insisted. Bron had no choice but to blow on the dumpling. "The taste is not right. It's bitter. Can you change to another bowl?" "There's no change. You chose the lamb and celery stuffing yourself. No matter how bitter it is, you have to eat it." As the dwarf chewed, he began to cry sorrowfully again. The tears reached his lips, and he swallowed them together with the dumpling. "Is it really bitter?" Bron saw it and was puzzled. He scooped up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. "It's delicious. How is it bitter?" "From what I see, you're just used to living a good life. So pretentious. When I came in with such a big bowl of dumplings just now, I don't know how many people were so envious that they were drooling. Is that so?" The dwarf looked up blankly. "Why don't I exchange this big bowl for his small bowl?" Chapter 1074. Jon knew that Sansa had taken her daughter to Slaver's Bay to visit relatives. If she had informed him in advance, he would have taken his 2 wives to Slaver's Bay before the final battle. Because 2 years ago, he had received news from Dragonstone Island that old Yamant had accidentally fallen to the ground while climbing the pyramid. He had caught wind and could not move half his body. Although holy healing was effective and old Yamant could walk again after 2 months, Jon knew that the old man was now over 110 years old and did not have many years left to live. He really wanted to see the kind old man who had taught him a lot and cared for him. But Sansa had left in too much of a hurry. In the morning, she had sent someone to inform him to help take care of the Storm Army. In the morning, she rode on the pterosaur and left King's Landing with Tyrion. Jon had a feeling that Sansa was not just going to visit relatives. Well, when the lords of King's Landing heard about this, They did not believe that she would visit relatives at this time. When the Dragon Queen was still in the human world, she had not been to Slaver's Bay. Now that the Dragon Queen had disappeared for several years, other than old Yimont, who would she visit relatives with? After waiting for 8 days, John finally saw Sansa again. Her steps were light, almost jumping and laughing. Even the windshield helmet could not hide the joy on her face. "What took you so long?" Sansa asked the guards to help the lady unload the saddle. She looked around and saw that the training ground was in a mess. She pulled John and said, "There's good news. Let's go inside and talk." Although she said that, she was too excited. Halfway through, she could not help but laugh. "John, I'm going to be your elder." "What elder?" John was confused. "You have a cousin who is going to be my son-in-law," Sansa said proudly. "Which cousin?" John was even more confused. Strictly speaking, Bran, Rickon, and even the dead Robb were all his cousins. Although Rickon was unmarried, Sansa would never become his mother-in-law. Well, that sort of thing used to happen in House Targaryen in the old days. For instance, Igor Riverwind the Cold Iron married the daughter of his brother Demon Blackfire. The Dragon Queen has a son who is almost 14 years old. What? John was shocked, and so were the guards in the inner court. That's right. The son of the Dragon Queen and the horse King Drogo, Rhaegar Targaryen. He was still alive, blessed by the Holy Mother. Leg escaped the disaster with another identity. In the courtyard, in front of the others, she did not elaborate. When they returned to the side room next to the central room and closed the door, the siblings sat cross-legged on the Kong bed. Sansa then told them the story of the Dragon Queen performing a cesarean section to give birth. Just like the dwarf back then, when she recalled this matter again, she was still shocked and sighed repeatedly, just like Sansa back then. When John first heard about this matter, the shock in his heart was simply indescribable. After a long time, he muttered, "I didn't expect the Dragon Queen to be like this, alert and wise." Sansa quickly said. John's expression was complicated as he nodded silently. "Since Simba's identity has not been made public, is it appropriate for you to say it in front of the others? I'm afraid that before tomorrow morning, the entire King's Landing will know that Rhaegar is still alive." Sansa sighed and said, "Now, the Dragon Queen is the Sky, who can hurt her son. Besides, little Dany has already entered into a marriage contract with him. It's impossible to continue hiding it. Didn't you notice that little Dany didn't come back with me? She's not coming back. Old Yimont said that he doesn't have many years left to live. He wants little Dany to accompany him for 2 years. I'm guessing that he wants to personally train her to be a qualified queen." Sansa smiled and said, "What's Rhaegar's character like?" John asked curiously. "Sigh, if I could see the current Rhaegar, I definitely wouldn't look at Joffrey." Sansa's mother-in-law sighed. John's expression twisted. "He's the Dragon Queen's son. His appearance is naturally impeccable. Joffrey's appearance is also perfect, but his heart is black." Joffrey was also 13 years old back then, about the same age as Rhaegar. Joffrey couldn't even beat Arya, but Rhaegar could kill other ghosts one-on-one with his sword. "What's his character like?" John asked. "Other than not liking to talk, I can't find any flaws in him." Sansa said happily, "That's impossible. How can anyone not have flaws?" John suspected that Sansa was examining Rhaegar as a lover and not as a mother-in-law. Sansa thought for a moment and said, "Yimont knew that I came to Slaver's Bay to observe Simba, so he arranged for him to be my attendant. I stayed in Astapor for a day before going to Meereen and Yuan Kai. It wasn't easy to come to Slaver's Bay, so I wanted to see more things. I wanted to know how the Dragon Queen arranged for the people to live and work during the long nights. Astapor has a giant Dany Lilith girdle. The sun shines brightly inside. and the flowers are fragrant. There's not much value in studying it." John nodded slightly. He knew that Sansa had been learning from the Dragon Queen. "I learned a lot during this time, but I also had many questions. But every time I asked Simba about policy and management, he was able to answer smoothly. Even if he didn't have any unique opinions, he could understand the Dragon Queen's intentions. More importantly, from his words and expressions, I could see that he had a deep understanding of the current situation of the people at the bottom, and he cared for them sincerely. His care for the people wasn't a great merit, but it proved that he was kind and didn't have a violent or arrogant aura. A man who was kind to the people would be gentle to his woman, just like my father was to my mother." John was silent. Ide's father wasn't just gentle to Catelyn, he was arrogant. Otherwise, why would she abuse his illegitimate son? He's a qualified successor and a qualified husband, but he's still far from being perfect, right? John said. Sansa said seriously, "A normal person is gentle to his wife. Of course he's far from being perfect. But Simba is the son of the Divine King, the future emperor of the world. His gentleness is worth 1,000,000 of a normal man's infatuation. His brilliance is worth 2,000,000 of a normal man's strengths." What kind of twisted logic is this? John said in disbelief. "Wise words." Looking at John's twisted face, she asked, "Let me ask you, if a peerless beauty and an ugly person can both eat rice, who can you tolerate more?" He would rather lick the feet of a beauty with athlete's foot than look at the calloused feet of an ugly village woman that were as clean as pebbles. John understood what she meant and sighed. "You're choosing a son-in-law for little Dany's happiness. You shouldn't be so snobbish." Sigh. "I just need to grasp the general direction and make sure that Simba isn't stupid, cruel, vicious, heartless, or crazy. That's enough. Like whether he snores or grinds his teeth at night, whether he smacks his lips when he eats, whether he brushes his teeth when he wakes up, whether he has athlete's foot. I don't care about these little flaws in his life, and I don't think they're important. I'm choosing a son-in-law, not a saint." John was speechless. "You and Ymont have confirmed Simba's marriage?" "The Dragon Queen has already handed Simba's marriage to the old man. He can make 100% decision." John thought for a while and asked, "You were planning to marry Dany to Cuttlefish Ball. They were childhood sweethearts, and their marriage was just a matter of time. What should we do now?" The smile on Sansa's face disappeared, and she said calmly, "Robb can't stay with Dany anymore. Let him follow you. You can adopt him. I don't want what happened to Littlefinger and my mother to happen to Robb and Dany again. He likes Dany a lot, and so does Theon. You had an agreement." John was in a difficult position. Sansa's gaze was firm. "A verbal agreement when we were young isn't a sacred marriage contract. You should understand that I don't dislike Robb. If I did, I wouldn't have brought him along, and even planned to let my daughter marry him. It's just that Simba represents too much. Aren't you disliking Cuttlefish Ball?" He was speechless. "If you're unwilling, I'll pass Cuttlefish Ball to Tyrion. He likes to teach young people." John's mouth twitched. "Even if you don't want him to be your son-in-law, don't harm him. After this war, let Robb follow me back to Winterfell." Winterfell. Sansa's eyes flashed, and she was overjoyed. Not wronged at all. Marjorie looked at the ceiling and murmured, "What's not wronged?" Victarion took a swig from the wine bottle at the bedside and said in a muffled voice, "We didn't lose unjustly. My grandmother didn't die unjustly. She dared to go against the cunning Dragon Queen. The sooner she dies, the better," Marjorie said. Victarion's body stiffened, and he said with a complicated expression, "Lady Olenna, Old Rose was beheaded by him and fed to the sea monsters. It had nothing to do with Dragon Queen, but now he was openly pressing little Rose under him as grass. This world was strange and crazy." I can't just sit here and do nothing. Marjorie didn't seem to hear her lover's words. She shouted and sat up. I can't let that bitch become the queen of the 7 kingdoms. I want to take action immediately. Calm down. Victorian grabbed her round arm and said sternly, the news of Sansa and Dragon Queen becoming in-laws has spread. Everyone knows that the situation is set. You don't have a chance. Just be a countess of Green Pavilion Island. There's still a chance. The one who ends the long night will be the king. The Dragon Queen won't go back on her words, Marjorie insisted. The one who has the best chance of killing the King of Strange Ghosts is Jon Stark. He's a powerful demigod. Do you understand the meaning of a powerful demigod other than the Dragon Queen? He's the strongest in the 7 kingdoms. I just don't want Sansa to become the queen. I can accept anyone else as the queen of the 7 kingdoms. Marjorie shook off Victorian's grip. She called for a maid to put on her clothes and a box of pastries. Then she walked towards the Northern Ice King's residence. Lady Marjorie, what are you doing here? Just as she reached the door, Marjorie was stopped by Jon, who had a dark expression. I'm visiting Lady Ygritte. Marjorie's expression was natural. She smiled and waved the gift box in her hand. It's fate. We were originally 2 people from different places. Coincidentally, we met at King's Landing. We also happen to have similar interests. Now, we've become 2 of the best friends. Jon looked at her deeply. I know. What? Marjorie was confused. I know what you said to Ygritte. You want to drive a wedge between Sansa and me, Jon said in a low voice. Marjorie's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes and expression did not show any panic. Instead, she asked naturally, Duke, is there some misunderstanding? I didn't even mention Lady Sansa in front of Ygritte and Whale. If you don't believe me, we can talk face to face. Marjorie, you're a smart person. Don't treat me like an idiot. Jon's expression turned cold. Chapter 10, 75. In front of the Northern Ice Lord's mansion, the cold wind tugged at Marjorie's long hair and cloak. Can we talk somewhere else? Jon frowned and glanced at the curious passers-by. He then turned and walked towards the hall. I mean you no harm. On the contrary, I hope you can become the king of the 7 kingdoms. Marjorie went straight to the point after passing the gift box to the servant. My business has nothing to do with you, Jon said calmly. I'm not a bad person. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you and Sansa. It's just that there are some things that Sansa can see clearly, but you've turned your head away and refused to look ahead. You've always kept your gaze behind you. I said, my business has nothing to do with you. Jon was unmoved. Can you let me finish first? Marjorie said, helplessly. A poisonous snake can only spit out venom. A visible snake isn't scary. What's really scary is the poisonous stinger under the candied fruit. Marjorie raised her hand and stopped Jon from continuing. She quickly said, have you been to the Bliss Tower? Do you know that your father was born in the summer hall? Prince Riga left many poems and music pieces, as well as his favorite accordion. Have you seen them? What are you trying to say? Jon frowned. Marjorie smiled. The Bliss Tower and the Summer Hall are both properties of the royal family. Prince Riga's manuscripts and musical instruments are in the library of the Red Castle. They have your father's aura and should have been passed down to you. They all belong to the king of the 7 kingdoms. Jon was stupefied. To Sansa, the Iron Throne only represents power. To you, it's a legacy. It's even the only chance to wash away your parents' humiliation. If you and Sansa enter the Red Castle at the same time, her eyes will only be filled with the passion of conquest. But you will be breathing the air your father once breathed and enjoying the scenery your father once saw. The meaning of the two is completely different. John continued to be silent. Marjorie smiled bitterly. Just like the High Court to me. It's not only a rich land, it's also my home. The first half of my life happened there. That's why I came to find you. Sansa wants the High Court, but you don't. In Sansa's eyes, I was just a small chess piece that could be manipulated at will. You would treat me like a human. I'm not trying to drive a wedge between you and your sister. I just want you to realize that we are real allies. We will never be allies, John said coldly. Margaret smiled faintly. Her eyes were even more sincere, and her tone was even softer. There are 4 crimes in the 7 kingdoms that are the most unforgivable and also the most shameful, violating the rights of guests, betraying a sacred oath, treason, regicide, and kinslaying. Prince Rhaegar and Princess Lyanna had both betrayed their sacred betrothal. They didn't even dare to appear in front of people when they were alive. They could only hide in the blissful tower, like mice. The strong sense of guilt caused the 2 noble people to be tormented. In the end, they both died, leaving the world with the greatest crime in the world. Even in death, he was still ridiculed by countless living people. Especially your father. Even if 10,000 years had passed when the later generations mentioned him again, they would still speak with a tone of disdain and ridicule him as a negative example. All of this is because of your cowardice. Coward? John was stunned. Of course it's cowardice. Margaret's eyes were sharp, as if they could see through his heart. She said with certainty, deep down, you also want the Iron Throne. Subconsciously, you know that it belongs to your father. Power is not your goal. You want to prove something and get something other than power. But you don't dare and can't bear to reject Sansa. You are afraid of seeing her blaming, alienating, and even hateful eyes. You are afraid of losing your identity as a member of the House of Stark. You are a coward. You don't even dare to show your own desires. John wanted to refute loudly, but when he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. If Sansa wasn't there, would he fight for the Iron Throne? He would. He would use all his strength to take back what should have been his father's. Then he would loudly say to everyone, "My parents' sins will be washed away with my glory." Margaret seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She said solemnly, "Kill the king of strange ghosts, and let the people of the 7 kingdoms witness the return of Prince Rhaegar. Announce to the world that you are the one in the prophecy. You are the child of prophecy. Your parents met because of fate. They came together because of true love. Fate needed them to give birth to a savior in the land of smoke and salt. Their love was more romantic, greater, and more moving than Prince Flair and Jean of Berenstain. Because they gave birth to you for the world, a king, a savior. If you ascend the Iron Throne to Targaryen, you will be helping Prince Rhaegar complete the redemption of his fallen kingdom. If you ascend the Iron Throne and use your identity as a king to resolve the grudges between Targaryen, Stark, and Theon of Baela, then you will truly be justified. There will be a beginning and an end. If you ascend the Iron Throne, when you become a king and a savior, then the king and savior's parents will definitely not be sinners who committed adultery." John sighed. "In these 7 years, how many disasters have I resolved for the 7 kingdoms? How many strange ghosts and evil ice gods have I killed? Is this glory not enough for my parents to be proud of? If there was no dragon queen, it would be enough. The sun definitely doesn't want to cover the light of the stars, but the sun is too bright. You can't be the sun, but you must be the moon. No matter how bright the stars are, they are not as conspicuous as the moon and the sun. Kill the king of strange ghosts and become the king of the 7 kingdoms. You will be the moon." Margaret's cheeks were flushed. She waved her hands, her eyes were fanatical, and she shouted loudly, She was like a MLM leader giving a speech. John closed his eyes. After a long time, he opened them. His eyes were clear, and there was a hint of mockery in them. I shouldn't blame Yegeret and Whale. You are too good at talking. They shouldn't have been bewitched. Margaret was stunned. She said, "That's because I only speak the truth." "Margaret, the dead are gone. The past is the past. Don't bear too many things that don't belong to the living. The long night is coming to an end, and the peaceful years are just around the corner. Live well, and then prepare to take your son to see the sea of summer flowers." John said sincerely. Margaret didn't expect him to talk about chicken soup for the soul. In reverse, after being stunned for a while, she said in disbelief, "Is Sansa's position in your heart higher than the sum of your Liga and your future child? My father has been dead for many years. My child hasn't been born yet. The past and the future are not as important as the present. People should live in the present." John said calmly, "Let me tell you another true story. It's about the dire wolf and the Ruby Beach." Margaret looked deeply at him. That year, Robert went to Winterfell to invite Duke Ide to be the Prime Minister of King's Landing. On the way back, they stayed at the Crossroads Inn. Your little sister Arya was lively and active like a tomboy. She fought with a butcher's underling with a wooden sword at the Ruby Beach. They enjoyed themselves and stayed away from the crowd. They didn't interfere with the others at all. Then Sansa and Joffrey came. He used his iron sword to stab the butcher's underling, and he planned to hurt Arya. Don't doubt it. Arya was the daughter of a duke, but to the crown prince, she was no different from a peasant girl. He wouldn't care if he hurt her. Fortunately, your family was blessed by the old gods. Every child has a dire wolf. Speaking of this, Margaret couldn't help but show an envious and jealous expression. Joffrey's right hand was bitten by Nymeria. He was like a little girl under a magic mountain, crying and begging for mercy. Logically speaking, this was just a child's quarrel, and Joffrey was the one who started it. As long as it was a reasonable parent, they would laugh it off. But a king's reason is different. I wish you'd been there to see the pleading look in your father's eyes when he saw his brother Robert. The helplessness and bitterness. You weren't there either. John said grimly, "There were a lot of people. Robert said to your father, 'My son is a prince, your daughter's lord. Hurting the lord is treason.' Your father wanted to say, 'Robert, we're brothers. I gave you the throne.' I'd had arrived at King's Landing before Robert. You should love my daughter as you would your own. But you know what happened? Your sister, a girl of 7 or 8, hid in the mountains for a day and a night in fear. She didn't dare come home. When she saw your father, she cried helplessly. Your father held her and wept bitterly. Nymeria was forced to leave her master. She was lucky. Sansa cried and begged your father not to kill her, but Lord Ide had no choice. The king's orders could not be disobeyed. Tell me, did Ide Stark regret it at that time? That night, Sansa not only lost her companions and her transfiguration talent, but also Stark's characteristics gradually left her. But she gained a precious treasure. She understands the meaning of power better than you brothers. You're very generous now because you haven't experienced the helplessness of being oppressed by power. When you really experience it, it'll be too late to regret." Margaret sighed softly. Sitting in a different position in the same sky, the scenery is different. John, you're not stealing what belongs to Sansa. If Sansa can kill King Strange Ghost, then without a doubt, she'll be at ease as the king of the 7 kingdoms. But if she can't defeat King Strange Ghost, and you win in the end and give up the throne, then it'll be terrible. If you're on the throne, Sansa will still be your sister. You'll still be a friendly family. If you give up the throne to her, you'll lose not only the throne, but also a sister and a family. You can leave, John said woodenly. Margaret said sincerely, John, I'll give you a suggestion. If you really don't want to fight for the Iron Throne, wait until the final battle, then stand aside, and leave King Strange Ghost to Sansa. She'll kill King Strange Ghost and get the crown. It'll be completely different from you giving the Iron Throne to her after you become the savior. Remember, the throne can only be fought for, not given up. Make the person feel like she's sacrificing a lot and subconsciously ask for more gratitude. The person receiving it is already restless and sensitive. After reading your words and actions too much, she'll be even more suspicious. In the end, the suspicion will make her. Margaret smiled faintly. Without finishing her words, she turned around and left without any hesitation. Her words make a lot of sense. Whale walked out of the side room and looked at John, who was pulling his hair and sighing. It does make a lot of sense. Those years of imprisonment made her see through the ways of the world. John held his head and sighed. Since it makes sense, do you want to listen? Whale asked. After killing King Strange Ghost, we'll return to Winterfell and try not to go south, John said. Whale thought for a moment and smiled. That's fine. Chapter 1076. The war has begun. In the dark void, when Dany opened her eyes, the astral world was instantly illuminated. The darkness was dispelled, and a star lit up in the night sky. The astral world, the world of stars. Lychees had 3 layers, the core, the flesh, and the hardwood shell. The world was like a lychee. The astral world was the outer hardwood shell. The material world was the core, and the flesh was the atmosphere between the two. Outside the hardwood shell was the outer space that represented emptiness and nothingness. The shell of the lychee had protruding spikes that protected the fruit from physical harm. The stars in the sky were the spikes of the astral world. Most of the stars were just meaningless meteorites. A few of them emitted bright light that could be seen by everyone on the ground at night. They represented a true God who had comprehended the laws, or a small plane attached to the material world. Even if a true God died, the laws they comprehended would be recorded by the world. Their stars would only dim, but not extinguish. Dany was in the astral world at this time. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, her body evolved in the first flame. She could switch between fire elements and her physical body. At that time, she was qualified to leave the material world and go to the astral world. In the second year of the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Dany finally saw the lower universe. Thanks to the vague location of the mist, she could clearly locate the wizard world where Laura was. Then, she was horrified to find that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was like a burning meteor smashing unstoppably into the northern continent of the wizard world. If she didn't do anything, the 5-meter-tall double-decker bus rushed over the 4-5-meter high viaduct. Even if the bus could pass, it would leave a large piece of iron on the ground. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire looked like a bus, but it was actually a tank that looked like a bus. It would probably crash into the viaduct. Seeing that tragedy was about to happen, what could Dany do? Well, she could refer to a scene in a superhero movie. Stories of stalled cars, trains, trolleys, and subways being saved by heroes were all too common on the big screen. For example, in the old version of Spider-Man, how did Peter Parker save a train that was about to reach the end of the track? He took a deep breath and jumped down from the front of the train. Using his feet as brakes, he broke the sleepers and rubbed off several layers of skin on his feet. The train was slowing down, but it was still not enough. Thus, the small spider sprayed spider silk at the buildings on both sides of the viaduct. His 2 feet rubbed against the ground, and his 2 hands pulled on the fixed brakes. Finally, before the little spider was exhausted, the train stopped. The 5 megalosaurus were like 5 strands of spider silk. They stuck to the 4 dimensions of the universe and pulled with all their might. The Dragon Queen stood in front of the world tank, using her 2 small white feet as the brake pedal. Well, the world was not a stalled train, and it was not even a wandering Earth. Physical acceleration and deceleration were meaningless. If it was really like the wandering Earth where the resistance and thrust were borne by the Earth, the 3 continents of Ursos, Westeros, and Sosros would have been broken into pieces like Oreo cookies in the hands of a naughty child. It was the laws of the world that bore the brunt of the impact. In the beginning, Dany controlled the King of God's cauldron and used the laws of the world to resist the tearing force caused by the deceleration. 3 years after the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Dany had stayed in the star boundary for 2 years, and her Song of Fire had finally reached perfection. She no longer needed the King of God's cauldron. With just the laws of the Song of Fire, she was able to pull the entire world. The world was born from the first flame, and so were the thousands of great Daos in the world. With part of the Song of Fire's characteristics of the first flame, Dany used her Song of Fire to tie a knot with the thousands of laws. If the laws were materialized, each law would be a thread. Countless threads would be like birds building a nest, weaving a world. Dany's Song of Fire was also a thread. One end was in her hand, and the other end was infinitely long. It was connected to every thread in the nest. Then she pulled her Song of Fire, and the entire nest was held in her hands like an upside-down parachute. The nest was falling faster. She pulled the Song of Fire to slow it down. One day, the nest would become a horse, and the reins of the horse would be in Dany's hands. Other than pulling the reins, Dany also had to play whack-a-mole and fix the boiler. The mole was the god of frost. He had already passed through the Northern Ice universe and completely entered the world of the Song of Ice and Fire. However, he couldn't beat Dany now, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. Dany was blocking the door. He could only hide outside the astral world. The outer realm of the 4 poles and the outer realm outside the astral world were both outside the world, but there were differences. The outer realm was also a realm. There might be nothing in the outer realm. Dany had been to the dark universe outside the dark world. It was a physical universe with laws and matter. However, the laws and matter of that universe were very strange and singular. But no matter how strange the laws were, it always had laws that represented a kind of existence. The outer realm outside the astral world was a concept of nothingness. It wasn't a universe. There were no laws or physical substances. Without oxygen, food, atmospheric pressure, and water, Dany could survive. As the incarnation of fire, she couldn't be frozen to death by the low temperature of the astral world. If she left the astral world and went to the outer realm, she would become an independent universe. Yes, it was like a meteor. Although it was small, it was still a star. It was essentially the same as Earthstar. Dany guessed that she should be able to survive as an independent universe. After all, the god of frost was living well. However, she couldn't adapt to the outer realm's environment. She was probably similar to the god of thunder in the universe, floating there and unable to move. Yes, she wouldn't become the ebony throat in the universe. In fact, Dany was very curious about how the god of frost could move freely in the outer realm. One had to know that Laura, who could open the world gate, could only enter the material world through the dark world. It was more like pulling radishes than playing whack-a-mole. The god of frost poked his head into the world, and Dany quickly rushed over to pull out the radishes and mud. Unfortunately, she only pulled out a few leaves, the roots of the weirwood tree. As for repairing the boiler, as expected, Dany found the first divine artifact after the opening of the sky, in the astral world, the Sunforge furnace. In the world of the Song of Ice and Fire, there were only 7 brightest stars. The believers of the seven gods believed that they represented the seven gods. The people of Neuer named them after the seven heroes in history. Among them, the one called the Mother Star by the believers of the seven gods was called the Namelia Star by the Dornese. The people of other countries also had their own unique names for it. Now, Mother Dani occupied this star, but its real name should be the Sun Mother Star. It represented the first sun god after the creation of the world. Or rather, it represented the dark demon god, who extracted the first fire from the earth fire to forge the sun. The other 6 big stars each represented a powerful true god. For example, Dani found the aura of the door god on the father star, and found the aura of Lalo on the young star of light. Although Lalo was a failure, he was still one of the 4 elemental true gods. Before the long night fell, the gods lived in the astral world, and Lalo placed his divine kingdom on this star. With the death of the true gods, the stars that represented them would gradually materialize. From the combination of the law and energy, it would transform into a materialized rock. Lalo's star was still in a complete energy state, which meant that the guy was not dead yet. The Dane family in Starfall City had a legendary giant sword called Dawn, which was forged from a meteorite. It had the same effect as steel, immortal, and evil. How could a piece of meteorite have such a magical effect? Because the meteorite came from the astral world, and it was a fragment of the star of an ancient true god. Of course, the movement of the stars had its own rules, and even represented the orderly flow of the law. Dani could not smash the normal moving stars and then extract high-energy metal to make weapons. If the stars had no special meaning, how could the scholars predict the seasons through stargazing? Or even predict fate through the stars? However, Dani had to smash the Sun Mother Star, because she was not a true god, but she wanted to forge the sun. When she came to the astral world and found the Sun Mother Star, Dani understood the confidence of the gods. Only a true god could summon the sun. The solar furnace was not a real iron furnace, but a law solidified in the star. As early as hundreds of millions of years ago, the ancient sun god died of exhaustion when forging the sun. His star had completely changed from an active state of energy and law to a solid rock. To activate the furnace, the stone star must be melted into an active energy state again. The true gods with the status of true gods all raised a star in the astral world that represented themselves. Therefore, it was easy for a true god to reignite a dead stone star. They only needed to move their own star in the energy state to coincide with the stone star. It could be simply understood as transferring the fuel in one's car into the empty fuel tank of another car. Fuel could be regarded as a special energy extracted from the high-dimensional universe by the true god's godhead. For example, the original world of the Song of Ice and Fire was on the 100th floor, and the dark demon god was forging the solar furnace on the 99th floor. When the world fell to the 91st floor, Lalo became a true god and left his true god imprint on the 91st floor. Even if the world fell to the 11th floor later, he could still sense the universe on the 91st floor with his status as a true god. The door god, Mother Earth, and Mother Lone all left their true god imprints between the 90th and 100th floors. Therefore, they could easily summon the sun. The storm god and Inami were also true gods, but they only left their imprints between the 10th and 20th floors. It was almost impossible for them to activate the solar furnace on the 99th floor. This was Lalo's confidence in seeking death. He had already lost the Song of Ice and Fire, but he still dared to clamor for Dani and John to sacrifice themselves to fulfill his dream of the Song of Ice and Fire. Why? He had also always proclaimed that he was the only existence that could end the long night, and the cold god, that guy couldn't even defeat the cold god. Why? Even the three-eyed crow tacitly accepted the fate arranged by Lalo. When the Dragon Queen tried to change her fate, the Blood Crow Blinden was merciless. Even if he had to distort her will, he still wanted her to obey the will of the heavens. She had to sacrifice herself to fulfill John's dream, and in the end, she would help Lalo realize his dream. Why? Because the Door God was on his last breath, the Earth Mother was struggling at death's door, and the Mother Lone River died unexpectedly. 10,000 years ago, Lalo wouldn't have dared to be so arrogant because, at that time, the Door God and the Mother Lone River were still alive and kicking. He could become the savior in the last era because the Mother Lone River was like the Door God. They were both good people who only contributed silently and didn't ask for credit. Frankly speaking, it was the Mother Lone River who activated the solar furnace. And before that, it was the Earth Mother, the Door God, and some other demon gods on the 70th or 80th floors who took turns to take care of it. The Earth Demon was crippled, the Door God's disciples were all dead, and the other demon gods were extinct. Only Lalo had never summoned the sun. When the sky collapsed, the tall people had to take care of it. Among all the bigwigs, our Hiller was too small. When all the tall people died, he strode forward with his head held high and looked around disdainfully. He was ready to show off in this era. In the end, Danny unexpectedly rose up and turned from a chess piece to a chess player, while Lalo was reduced to a stray dog. But in the end, she wasn't a true god and didn't have the status of a true god. She couldn't activate the solar furnace that was forged on the 99th floor. She had no choice but to smash the furnace and use local materials to forge a new one. Chapter 10, 77. Westeros, Trident River, near Ruby Beach. More than 200,000 human soldiers lined up neatly from east to west like a 10-kilometer-long crescent scythe. 10 kilometers away, a thick, cold fog came from the north like a tsunami. Woo, woo, woo. Continuous horns sounded, and the war was about to start. In the astral world, the mother planet was broken into pieces. Danny sat on one of the fragments, her body shining brightly. After 8 years, the humans in the mortal world saw a star in the dark sky again. Why bother? No matter how hard you work, the world is still sliding into the abyss. Why don't you listen to me and freeze the world before it reaches the critical point? In the empty astral world, a soft sigh sounded. A milky white root reached out from the void and appeared abruptly in the light emitted by Danny's body. I thought you were lost in outer space. Danny looked at it with a faint smile, not wanting to play whack-a-mole for the time being. After falling into the lower universe, this world is hopeless. Even if you sing the Song of Fire with the characteristics of the first flame, it's useless. Hanshin sighed. What kind of existence are you? When I first heard that you were an ES god, I only thought that you were like Sosro's evil god from a subsidiary dimension outside the main material world. But now, it seems that I was wrong. You're a real visitor from another world, Danny said curiously. What's the point of saying this now? Why don't you step aside and let me take back the remnant soul in Bunyan's mind and open the door to the land of eternal winter? When I leave this world, the long night will end completely and no human will die. How about that? Hanshin said. You can leave from the astral world. I think you're like a fish in water in outer space. You can go in and out freely, Danny probed. Hanshin was silent for a moment and said frankly, I don't dare to go too deep into outer space, just like how mortals don't dare to enter the desert alone. The chances of finding an oasis before dying of thirst are too low. Where will you go after leaving our world? Danny asked. As long as I don't enter the lower universe, there's always hope of finding a new world, Hanshin said. Like how you dealt with our world, bringing the deviant ghosts and the long night to other worlds. I didn't bring eternal night here. Frost God sighed. The deviant ghost disaster in the long night is even more terrifying than the long night itself, Danny said coldly. Since you care so much about the human casualties, then let me leave. The great battle of Hujian is about to begin. The final outcome has yet to be determined, but more than 50,000 Frost warriors will definitely slaughter a large number of living people. There are also the Frost winged dragons, the evil god of ice, and the giant Bunyan. As long as we can get rid of you, no matter how great the loss is, humanity can bear it. Danny was unmoved. Cold God was agitated. What's the point of killing me? Your world is destined to fall into the lowest level of the universe with no future. Can you take revenge and vent your anger by killing me? But you have to understand that I only want to lead the world into the Ice Age and fix the dimension of the world at a higher energy level, thus completely ending the world's decline. Now that the world has fallen, it's all because you've killed each other. You've killed too much, and your enemies have chosen to fight to the death and perish together. Instead, I'm the victim of world fall. Frost God shouted loudly, feeling wronged. In a way, he had a reason to feel wronged. He had already entered the world and boarded the broken ship of the Song of Ice and Fire. If the ship sank to the bottom of the sea, he would not be able to escape. Seeing that the world of the Song of Ice and Fire had become the Titanic, Frost God wanted to escape, but there was an extra tiger at the door. It was not easy to get in, but it was even harder to get out. But if he did not jump off the ship now, he would follow the world into the lowest level of the universe and never be able to rise again. Long live the living! For humanity, for the kingdom! On the Ruby Beach in Hujian, flags stood in front of the troops like a forest. There was Lannister's golden lion, Stark's dire wolf, Theon's blazing red heart, Martell's golden spear piercing the red sun, and 3 red dragons holding black fire swords. The leading lords drew their swords, and the soldiers behind them formed a forest of spears and swords. Maiden of Light, dispel the darkness. Lancel raised her only arm, and holy light shot out from her palm like a fountain. It condensed into a small sun in the air, and the approaching dark frozen fog quickly dissipated. For light, in the middle of the troops, at the front of the crescent formation, thousands of holy knights lit up the holy swords in their hands. Holy light domain. Merabad raised his dragon crystal staff. Holy light domain. Behind the warrior's sun, 3,000 white-robed priests cast their divine spells together. With Merabad as the center, golden holy light, runes spread out on the ground like vines. Finally, the snowy ground was covered in a golden disk with a radius of 10 kilometers. TSK, TSK, TSK. The deviant ghosts that entered the holy light domain seemed to be covered in a flaming coat. White steam rose, and the ice armor slowly melted. The living people in the holy light domain were covered in a layer of holy light from head to toe, like a golden battle suit. Not only was their defense strengthened, but they were also full of energy and did not fear the cold, as if they were soaking in a hot spring. Long live the Light King! Melisandre shouted softly. Within half a kilometer of her, all the soldiers' swords were ignited. Above the soldiers' heads, there were red clouds floating back and forth. Any frozen fog that got close to the red clouds would immediately be ignited into tangible flames. The red-robed woman finally left the small, run-down temple and replaced Benello as the leader of the red-robed monks. However, Lalo did not have much god power to lend to his believers. There were close to 20,000 red-robed monks and the Hand of Holy Fire, but only 2,000 of them had supernatural powers. They were not as good as the 7 gods. The deviant ghost's icy blue eyes were like fireflies, visible to the naked eye. Rando Tarly raised his iron sword shining with holy light and charged forward. Knights of the Holy Sword, charge with me for holy light, for the living. The holy knights were like a golden river, and were the first to charge towards the icy tsunami. For light, for ever summer, the human warriors roared loudly and charged fearlessly towards the army of the living dead. Boom! Death and life, ice and fire, light and darkness clashed violently. In the astral world, above, the nine heavens, Danny retracted her gaze and smiled. You've lost. Right now, both sides are in a stalemate. The deviant ghosts will not tire. So I've won, Frost God said lightly. When the deviant ghost army cannot defeat the living in a field battle, you've lost. Danny sighed. If you join the battle, the humans will definitely win. Frost God said. Ha ha. Danny smiled sarcastically. I'll keep an eye on you, big fish. Ruby Beach. Every second, there would be balls of holy light jumping among the crowd, and the sound of spring water could be heard, instantly healing the wounds caused by the ice swords. Every second, there would be a warrior's head cut off. However, within the holy light domain, all the dead would not be revived. Unless, the dead are reviving. The flames here have been extinguished. It's the ice domain. The deviant ghost king has appeared. 7 gods, it's so huge. The battlefield fell into chaos. It's finally here. The dwarf who was idling at the edge of the battlefield put his axe beside him and shouted to the sky, Tessa, human and dragon become one. Hissed the 50-meter-long pterosaur flew at a low altitude, and the dwarf melted into countless dragon worms like a puddle of mud, leaving only a complete set of iron armor on the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The dragon worms were like a dense rain of arrows, shooting at Tessa, who was flying at a low speed, landing on the surface of its body, and burrowing into its scales like a venom suit. The dark red dragon worms gradually wrapped around Tessa, dyeing its body red. Tessa was a swamp dragon, and its scales were gray with mottled green. At this time, its head and neck were completely dyed dark red, and its body, wings, and tail were gradually becoming lighter. Ha ha! I'm a Megalosaurus Tyrion. The venom pterosaur roared to the sky, its voice becoming thicker and more evil, but one could tell that it was Tyrion's voice. Boom! The bright red dragon flames were like a pillar of fire, leaving a wall of fire among the ghouls. Tyrion has become a Megalosaurus. The nearby Western Knights were dumbfounded. Be careful of the ice spears. Jaime's sword was like a stream of light, stabbing a deviant ghost to death, and shouted to the sky with a worried expression. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before he could finish, a dozen ice swords as thin as cicadas' wings and as hard as steel flew out from the thick frozen fog like lightning. All of them stabbed the pterosaur's vital parts, its neck, throat, and even its eyes. Oh no! The humans below were shocked. Tyrion is too impatient. Jon's expression changed drastically in the distance, and he was about to summon the devil dragon to help. Idiot, if I'm so easy to kill, why would I attack your army? Ice bitch, eat my fire pillar. The devil dragon Tyrion laughed loudly. The parts that were pierced by the ice swords turned into clear, slimy worms, and through the worms, one could even see the white skull and brain matter. That scene was enough to drive people with trypophobia crazy. Even if one did not have trypophobia, a normal person would still feel nauseous. The worms opened their mouths to bite the ice swords or breathe fire to burn them. The devil dragon Tyrion continued to laugh and breathe fire. So strong, Bronn was stunned. Although it's disgusting, its survivability seems to be stronger than a real Megalosaurus when faced with physical attacks. Burp, while everyone was sighing, the devil dragon Tyrion let out a smoke-filled burp halfway, through its spitting fire, shook its head and wagged its tail, and quickly fled to a stone house at the back. As it flew, Tyrion was still shouting, Podrick, wildfire pool. 2 kilometers away from the battlefield, there was a small white stone building, the Crossroads Inn. In the courtyard of the inn, Podrick carefully removed the oak plank that covered the ground, revealing a 4 square meter wide, 2 meter deep ice pit. Half a pool of green liquid was rippling in it. Wildfire! The devil dragon Tyrion landed on the courtyard wall and bent over to suck the liquid in the pit. After drinking 2 or 3 tons, the water level decreased by half. Tyrion shouted, "So full!" Like a sports car that had been filled with gas, it was full of power again. It soared into the sky, leaving behind pillars of fire among the deviant ghosts. It was not the demonic green of wildfire, but pure dark red dragon flames. Can Targaryen really turn into a dragon after drinking wildfire? Everyone who saw the gnome's actions were confused. At the same time when the dwarf and Tessa fused and transformed into the demonic dragon, 50 kilometers north of the Ruby Beach, on the King's Road near the Mingyue mountain range, a gray shadow gradually materialized. It was a tall girl with long limbs, black hair, gray eyes, and a long horse-like face. It was Arya, who was supposed to be leveling the land. Dimensional door, open. Her rapier was unsheathed, and she drew a black line in the air. The line pulled open to both sides, like a black door that led to the void. A bald fatty and a tall knight walked out of the door. "The deviant ghost king has appeared. You guys block the deviant ghost's retreat. I'll go assassinate the deviant ghost king." After saying this, Arya turned into a shadow again, and like a gust of wind, she disappeared into the air. The fat eunuch said, "I've been holding back for 6 years, and until today, I've accumulated a total of 20,000 summoning divine spell slots. Now, let me change the fate of mankind." Great Summoning, Celestial Holy Spirit. Chapter 1078. Great Summoning Spell, Holy Spirit of Heaven. A huge amount of divine power poured out, and Varys Divine's spell slots decreased rapidly. A golden rainbow, with a peaceful aura, appeared in the sky, and the air rippled. Under the rainbow, a door opened, and an ethereal and holy voice came out from it. Ah, this is the holy voice from heaven. Varys felt as if his body and soul had been cleansed by a clear spring. He felt as if he was floating in the air. For humanity, for glory, kill. A voice that Varys was familiar with resounded in the sky, and then thousands of golden lights shot out from the rainbow door. Surprisingly, they were golden-armored warriors riding white-winged Pegasi. Clear all the ice monsters in the sky. Under the torrent of golden armor, a barefoot, tall, and thin old man in a gray robe pointed at the sky and shouted, "Big Sparrow!" Varys exclaimed, "Holy Mother of Heaven, this is the Holy Saya of Heaven." The hound was excited. The Big Sparrow only glanced at them, and then flew to the southwest like lightning until he was 1 kilometer behind the other ghost army. His hands moved in a strange pattern, and the air in front of him rippled with transparent ripples, and a huge dimensional door appeared in midair. His hands pressed down, and the 7-meter wide and 7-meter tall golden dimensional door landed heavily on the ground, splashing the ice and snow on the ground 4 to 5 meters high. Sons of the Night Watchers, let us welcome this glorious moment together. The white-haired Elisa Thorne looked up to the sky and laughed. He was the first to step out of the dimensional door, followed by thousands of black-cloaked Night Watchers. Long live the living! After the 3,000 Night Watchers, there was a giant wearing bronze armor and holding a dragon crystal mace. Fuck the other ghosts. The barbarians from the Great Wall rushed out like a whirlwind. After more than 5,000 warriors rushed out of the dimensional door, the Big Sparrow waved his hand, and the dimensional door moved 1 kilometer to the west. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the Westeros! Long live the North! Silver armor inlaid with white glaze and white cloaks that were the same color as the snow. Bran finally realized his childhood dream of becoming a glorious warrior and participating in the most glorious battle. The Dragon Queen did not go back on her words. Although Bran only had 52,000 souls, he had no problem moving around normally. The most important thing was that his body had also grown taller and stronger. He was now about 173 meters tall. His limbs, which used to be like hemp poles, now had a bulging ring of muscles. However, compared to the attendant beside him, his body size still made him lose the dignity of a father. Long live the Dragon Queen! Long live the North! Long live Stark! Adu Stark's roar was like a bolt from the blue, shaking the snow off the trees nearby. Although he was only 11 years old, he had already grown into a monster that was 9 meters tall. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He looked like a lump of muscle. His childish face was full of fierceness. His arms were thicker than his father's waist. The sword in his hand was wider than a door and thicker than the soles of a shoe. "Bless me with the holy light," Adu shouted. The ordinary iron sword in his hand was covered in a layer of golden light. With a sweep of the sword, he plowed a path that was 4 to 5 meters wide in the midst of the ghouls. He was also a paladin. Not only was he a paladin, but Bran had also blessed the swords of thousands of warriors of the North with high-level holy light that could kill ghouls and ghouls. Long live the North! For the living! Bran's father-in-law led the people of the Swamp of Neck into the battle. When the people of the North rushed out of the portal, the big sparrow pulled the portal another kilometer horizontally. Roar! Long live the Dragon Queen! Kill the Ghoul King's mother! Hundreds of giants and more than 30,000 barbarians and Ersosian soldiers roared as they rushed to the back of the ghouls. They were Dany and Liz from the Queen's Corner. Because there were no demigod-level priests, the big sparrow used her divine power to bless their weapons with holy light and evil slash. Awoo, bam, bam, bam. Three-headed hound Wong Kai roared at the sky, its voice drowning out the sounds of fighting on the battlefield. The frost Vajra thumped its chest like a war drum, causing the frozen fog that covered the ghouls to ripple like water. For the King of Khal, charge! The 3 blood guards all appeared. The centaur cavalry cut the ghouls into pieces like scalpels. Holy Mother of God, Heavenly Saint, Urso's allies, Dragon Queen's Khalasar, Hellhound, and Vajra will win. The soldiers on the battlefield were overjoyed. Their courage multiplied. Tyrion, Aegon, you become a megalosaurus. Yes. After a moment of awkward silence, the demon dragon Tyrion flapped his wings and shook off the burning corpse of the frost Quetzalcoatlus. He said gratefully, "Thanks to your help, these frost Quetzalcoatlus were biting me. I couldn't get rid of them." "Let's work together," Aegon suggested. "What's your state now?" the dwarf asked curiously. "The combination of soul and physical body is a human. Us Saint Seiyas are the combination of soul and energy and then undergo limited materialization in the material world. It's the same for the Pegasus. Can you stay in the human world forever? I just saw a Saint Seiya's being torn in half by an evil god. Will they die completely?" the dwarf asked worriedly. "I can't stay in the material world for too long, but the Saint Seiya's won't die. Even if they die in the material world, their souls can still return to heaven and enter the holy pool to rebuild their bodies." The dwarf nodded, but did not know what to say. The two of them were silent for a moment. He said dryly, "Your golden cloth is beautiful." "This is the Aquarius cloth." Aegon lifted his helmet, and a familiar face appeared in front of the dwarf. His purple pupils were filled with complicated emotions and thousands of words. "Oh my, there's an evil god of ice over there. I'll burn him to death." The dwarf only exchanged a glance with him and felt so guilty that he wanted to run away. I can put away the Pegasus and ride on your back. I have something to tell you. Let's kill the enemy together and catch up on old times, Aegon suggested. Oh, there's no fire in my stomach. My magic power is almost empty. I need to go back and replenish my energy. Aegon, you go stop him first. I'll go back and replenish my energy. With a howl, the devil dragon Tyrion swung its tail and quickly changed direction, flying to the edge of the battlefield as fast as lightning. Aegon, my lord, why did you come back so quickly this time? At the crossroads Podrick, who was pouring wildfire into the ice pit, was puzzled. Sigh, my soul is tired. I need to rest. The surface of Tessa's body seemed to be shedding skin, peeling off pieces of red flesh. Those pieces of flesh fell to the ground and wriggled and elongated as if they were alive, turning into dragon worms. All the dragon worms fused together, forming a naked Tyrion. Help me keep an eye on the battlefield and report the latest information. I'll take a nap. If anyone comes looking for me, tell them that I fainted from overexertion. As he spoke, the dwarf walked into the inn's lobby, found his cloak, and lay down by the fireplace. Podrick was confused, but he did not dare to ask. He could only take a pair of binoculars and ran to the roof to observe the situation on the battlefield. 10 minutes later, my lord, the main force of the deviant ghosts has appeared. There are hundreds of ice-winged dragons. Wow, the densely packed corpse ghost ravens, goshawks, and vultures have drowned the Saint Seiya army. Have the Saint Seiya retreated? The dwarf asked with his eyes closed. No. 15 minutes later, the Northern Ice King rode the Devil Dragon to help the Saint Seiya. He was surrounded by 3 evil gods of ice. Holy Light one-handed used the Holy Mother's palm to kill an evil god. Holy Mother, the Archbishop has slain a god. Half an hour later, the mighty King Kong is surrounded by 1,000 deviant ghosts' army. Wow, the King Kong is so strong. It also has ice armor. Someone tried to assassinate the deviant ghost king. I heard many people shouting, Arya. There was also a Cerberus. Sigh, the assassination failed. The Cerberus was frozen into ice. I wonder if Lady Arya was hurt. Are the Saint Seiya still there? The dwarf opened one eye. The Saint Seiya suffered heavy casualties. Only 1/3 of them are still holding on. They are so brave. An hour later, my lord, the final battle has begun. The vassals are leading the strongest soldiers to launch a desperate attack on the deviant Ghost King. Have you rested well? Podrick said excitedly. How many Saint Seiya are left? The dwarf opened his eyes. A few dozen. I didn't count. I'm not the only one left, the dwarf said hesitantly. An hour and a half later, Podrick already knew what the dwarf was thinking. He said directly, the aerial battle is almost over. The Dawn Warriors' winged dragon knights have already taken to the sky. There are only a few Saint Seiya left. The deviant Ghost King is too far away from the inn. It's 7 or 8 kilometers away. He can't see the situation there at all. However, there are sporadic shouts. It seems that we have the upper hand. Hundreds of vassals are attacking the deviant Ghost King. I'll go take a look. The dwarf couldn't sit still anymore. He got up naked, put on a fur coat, and ran upstairs. Victory, victory, we won. The deviant Ghost King is dead. The deviant Ghost King is dead. The humans won. The humans won. Long live the North Ice King. Long live the North Ice King. When the dwarf reached the top of the 3rd floor, he was standing on his tiptoes with a pair of tactical binoculars. He heard a wave of cheers in the distance. Shit, so fast. The dwarf threw away the binoculars and shouted to the backyard, Tessa, Tessa. Tessa jumped up and flew diagonally across the roof. The dwarf also wriggled into a pile of mud and stuck to her face. At the same time, there was a sudden change in the astral world. The moment the deviant ghost king died, Danny's eyes shone brightly. She activated the soul suppression strike, but the target was not the frost god who had only stretched out a root, but a remnant soul from the material world, the frost god's will that had fused with Bunyan's soul. How fast could the will return to the body? It was definitely faster than the speed of light, because there was no limit to the speed of thought. However, it was this process that was faster than lightning across the sky that was caught by Danny. She couldn't catch real lightning, and the speed of her body couldn't keep up with the speed of light. She couldn't even reach supersonic speed, but the speed of her thought was enough to stop the remnant soul. She had done similar things many times. For example, when she was in Beleriand and the sheep-egg dragon spirit, she stopped the dragon soul halfway. When she grabbed the remnant soul from the deviant ghost king, a message came into her mind. The frost god's body is here. Come and catch him. Be quick, or it will be too late. The message also included a star map, the space-time map of the astral world. Danny didn't hesitate. She had waited for this voice for 7 years. It was the voice of the door god root. She locked onto the position of the red dot on the star map in her mind and shouted, "Frost god, you've lost. Surrender." Her body quickly flew towards the tree root that was stretching out of the void. It seemed to be the same as countless times before. First, she attacked the tree root with her soul and knocked it unconscious. Then, her body went to pull out the radish. At least that was what the frost god thought. He wasn't worried because the root was here, but his body was infinitely far away. The dragon queen could only hurt him a little, but in the next moment, her figure disappeared without a trace. Before he had time to be surprised, he saw her again, at the edge of the astral world. The next step was outside the astral world. The frost god was shocked and then furious. "You betrayed me. I've never been loyal to you." The tree root under him grew crazily, desperately drilling into the astral world. "Quick, kill him," the tree root urged. Chapter 10:79. The frost god was like a dragonfly on the surface of the water. Its tail was in the water, but its body was outside the lake. If a big fish swam over and wanted to eat it, it would flap its wings alertly. Before the fish's lips kissed it, it would ripple and fly into the sky. But now its tail rebelled and plunged into the water uncontrollably. The dragonfly flapped its wings hard, but it couldn't fly, and the big fish was already beside it. When the big fish saw the frost god's body, it was stunned and didn't bite it immediately. "Are you really an alien?" Danny was so shocked that she hesitated for a moment. "It wants to escape. I can't hold it back. Kill it." The tree root screamed at the top of its lungs. "Traitor, you betrayed our faith. You betrayed me." The spaceship increased its kinetic energy output, wanting to jump into the outer realm quickly. That's right, it was a spaceship. Or was it a creature that looked like a flying saucer? It had a radius of about 2 kilometers, a circular sphere in the center, and a diameter of 1 kilometer. The sphere was connected to a gear-shaped disc. It didn't have a sci-fi reflective metal shell, but a rough carapace like a crab's shell. Below the flying saucer, thousands of crazily dancing weirwood roots were dangling from the ground. The roots grew together with the flying saucer. "I'm only loyal to my own world." The tree root shouted, "Danny, Liz, kill it." Oh, Danny exploded on the spot, turning into endless flames, instantly igniting the area. The flames were too terrifying. Not only did they burn at the edge of the astral world, they even spread to the outer realm. Strange substances like gravel were born in the void. "Ow, no," the spaceship wailed in grief. I curse your world to fall into the abyss of ice and darkness. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Within the raging flames, gigantic space blades flashed one after another, producing ding-ding-dong-dong-dong sounds on the outer shell of the spaceship. It was like throwing nails on glass. But as the flames burned, the shell began to soften, twisting and melting like a candle. The spaceship was cut in half like a sesame seed cake. The next moment, 2 into 4, 4 into 8. The flames spread into the spaceship, burning through the core of the frost god's soul. Aoo! The frost god howled in grief, then went silent. Whoosh! The golden red flames collapsed toward the center and suddenly disappeared. Danny appeared on top of Frost God's corpse. "Tree Root, are you still alive?" she asked with concern. What a powerful flame. At this moment, less than 1/10 of the weirwood's roots remained. Most of the remaining roots had been charred, and the spiritual ripples of the roots had almost disappeared. "You can't be separated from him?" Danny asked with a solemn expression. If they could be separated, they would have separated from me before and escaped. If you want to kill him, you must also kill me. Only by killing me can you completely destroy him, the Tree Root said weakly. "What do we do now?" Danny hesitated. "He's not completely dead yet, but the outcome has been decided. When I'm done, you can burn us all to ashes." The Tree Root sighed. "Go ahead." Shu Jen thought for a moment and said, "I don't know what to say. I really want to praise you, but to the current you, praise doesn't seem to have any meaning. I want to tell you what to do next, but I know nothing about the lower universe. You can praise me as much as you want. It's very meaningful. What kind of existence is Frost God?" Danny asked. "I'm not too sure. My fusion with him is like a shapeshifter fusing with an animal companion. I'm an animal companion, and he's a shapeshifter." "Why is he in the dominant position? You're clearly the ancestral god of the shapeshifters." Danny asked curiously. "Yes, the strength of my soul is not weaker than ES God's. If I fought with him for control of my body and mind when we fused back then, perhaps we would have become two-headed monsters. But I gave up myself, gave up my power, and gave everything to him. Because I was afraid that what happened today would happen," the Tree Root said bitterly. "Isn't what happened today a good thing?" Danny was confused. If you had greater control in the new Frost God, perhaps the long night would have ended 7 years ago. What if the person who stopped Frost God wasn't you? If you didn't control the supreme power of ice and fire, but I couldn't bear it and hesitated. I let Frost God's efforts go to waste. In the end, you couldn't save the world, and the world completely collapsed. What would you do? If not for the fact that I had no choice, if not for the fact that I was too desperate, why would I separate from my main body and choose to believe that ES God could bring new life to the world? 15,000 years ago, when I chose to fuse with ES God, the world was only one step away from completely falling. Only the first flame could change fate. And the only true God who was qualified to comprehend the first flame was Lalo. After billions of years, he still couldn't raise Song of Fire to the highest level. Who would dare to expect him to control the power of the first flame in 10,000 years? Instead of believing in him, I'd rather give my hope to ES God. At that time, no one would have thought that someone like you would appear. At that time, I thought that since I chose to believe in him, I had to be firm in my beliefs. Now, it seems that I, who have been rooted in the dark land all my life, still despair too easily. If I could retain some control of my new body, I would have cooperated with you to kill Frost God. 10 years ago, when you first used Song of Fire to create new life, I was sure that you were the true hope of the world. Unfortunately, Danny was silent. Old Tree Root was too self-aware. When he made a decision, he completely killed his ability to go back on his words in the future. He gave his body strength, soul, Song of Laws, Memories, and Talent to E.S. God. If not for the death of King Strange Ghost, which caused Frost God to lose focus for a moment, Old Tree Root would not have had the chance to rebel. Whether it was in novels or movies, there were often such plots. The originally kind supporting character turned evil in despair and joined the dark forces. However, in the finale, because of the call of love of the male or female lead, he or she changed their ways at the crucial moment and caused the big boss to fail. For example, Obito in Naruto. Before Rin Harano died, Obito believed in the will of fire. After Rin died, he gave up his original belief in despair and changed to believing in Madara's infinite Tsukuyami. If he had the tolerance and wisdom of Weirwood and guessed that he might change his mind in the future, thus eliminating the possibility of going back on his words in advance, then Naruto would have been another ending. Why can Frost God come and go freely in the outer realm? Danny asked. That's the talent of his race. Race? Danny's heart skipped a beat. She lowered her head and searched the wreckage of the spaceship. Frost God himself is equivalent to a race, or rather, he carries his own race with him. The strange ghosts are all a form of his race, the human form, Tree Root said. Very soon, Danny found Frost God's race members. They were ice energy balls the size of eggs. Ice blue, made up of consciousness and the power of ice. It was very similar to Heaven's Saint Seiya. Danny's Heaven's Saint Seiya was not an original creation, wasn't in Nami's time in hero spirit, also a combination of soul and energy. However, there was a trace of fire creation power in Saint Seiya's body, which was more materialized than Tiamin's hero spirit. It could exist stably in the material world. If Tiamin's hero spirit left the flowing water palace, it would disintegrate into a single soul in a short time. It would be difficult for it to even exist, let alone kill the enemy. It's strange. The consciousness inside is so pure. There's only a way of thinking and no memory. Danny frowned as she sensed the ice blue crystal in her hand. At first, she thought it was equivalent to a baby's hero spirit seed. Later, she realized that the seed had no memory, but it had a personality. It was like an adult's memory that had been formatted. That's not right. Memory should be able to affect the formation of personality. After fusing with an ice crystal seed, Bunyan became the king of strange ghosts. Bunyan had a huge amount of memory, but he couldn't change the fixed way of thinking. Old Tree Root said, "Could Frost God be a refugee who escaped from the fallen world?" Danny's heart skipped a beat. She narrowed her eyes and guessed, their world is the same as this one, constantly falling. Before entering the lower universe, Frost God turned his race members into ice seeds and his own divine kingdom. Well, this spaceship doesn't look like a divine kingdom. It seems to have evolved into a divine body under a special environment. Then, they left the mother world through the ice universe. Didn't Tianzi and the other dark demon gods plan to kill the last true god and let me die with the world? But before the world fell into the abyss, they jumped off the ship and escaped, entering the dark universe from our dark world. If I didn't chase after them, could those bastards have found other worlds and become the dark god of destruction? Needless to say, with Night Lion's talent in comprehending the Song of Ice and Fire, if he found another world, he might really be able to achieve great things. I only know about Frost God's experience in the past 15,000 years. I don't know where he came from or what his past is. Old Tree Root sighed. Do you still have your true God status? Can you transfer it to me? I left it all to Frost God. Old Tree Root sighed. He's an ES God. If I don't fuse with him, he won't even be able to enter our world. And because he's not a true God of our world, his true God status can't stabilize the sea of law and activate the sun furnace, unless we let the strange ghosts completely replace the living and let him become the master of the world. Sigh, looks like I have to go to the lower universe. Danny sighed. She waved her hand and swept up Frost God's remains, disappearing from the edge of the astral world. Isn't Bunyan Stark the strange ghost king? How did he become a giant? In the river, on the battlefield of Ruby Beach, demon dragon Tyrion squeezed through the crowd and looked at the slowly melting tall body with a puzzled expression. King Strange Ghost died once. Don't you remember? Demon dragon Tyrion felt his head sink, and a familiar voice came from the top of his head. Dragon Queen, long live the Dragon Queen. We won. Queen, we defeated King Strange Ghost. The nearby vassals and civilians cheered excitedly. The dark red covering Tessa's head and neck retreated to her neck, wriggling and melting into the dwarf's head. Did you leisurely watch us fight the strange ghost from the sky? He asked suspiciously. I watched with Frost God. Danny nodded. Why didn't you come down and help? 60 to 70,000 people died in today's battle, the dwarf said. I had to stop him. Danny answered him casually, then turned to look at the exhausted warriors below and said loudly, Just now, when you killed King Strange Ghost, I finally found a good opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Frost God. From today onwards, there will be no more Frost God, no more strange ghosts, and no more long night. Then she waved her hand, and a wave appeared on the ground, pushing the surrounding warriors a few hundred meters away. Rumble! Pieces of the broken body fell from the void, piling up into a small hill a few hundred meters high. This is Frost God's body. The huge pressure of the true God's body made the humans who saw it dizzy, and terrifying illusions appeared in their minds. Crack, crack, crack. Tiny ice crystals began to condense on their bodies. Just because they looked directly at Frost God, the seasoned veterans were about to be frozen. This is too terrifying. What a powerful demon king. The dwarf swallowed and wiped his forehead. There were also ice shards that pricked his hand. Danny smiled in satisfaction. If the Song of Law was exposed to the material world, it would quickly evaporate, and those who saw it would be corroded by the power of the law, just like the people on the battlefield now. She did it on purpose. If she did not let them feel Frost God's terror, how would they know how great her achievements were? As for the ice law being wasted, she did not care. Frost God had a total of 3 songs of law. Darkness and death had been put away by her long ago, and she could study them later. This ice law was not as strong as John's, and was not very useful to her. Chapter 1080. After showing off, Danny put away Frost God's body and stood on top of Tessa's head. She looked down at the battlefield filled with death and sighed. We suffered a lot of casualties, but today's victory has a very special meaning. You guys killed Strange Ghost King. I killed Frost God. We are all humans. This is not the first time the Long Night has happened, and it is not the first time the living have won against the Long Night, but only this time humans are the true protagonists of the Long Night. This means that a new era of humans is about to begin, and that humans will become the true masters of this world. Our fate, the fate of the kingdom, the fate of the world, will all be controlled by us humans. Tomorrow will be different from yesterday. The 3-river battlefield was endless. Torches, bonfires, and holy light balls were like stars in the sky, randomly decorating the dark and cold ground. The ground was stained with ice and snow and dried blood. The living and the dead were lying on the ground. Deviant ghosts and the living dead were either burning or slowly melting while emitting white frost. Broken swords, shattered dragon crystals, and toppled flags were everywhere. Dragon Queen's voice was not loud, but it carried a warm wind that blew into the ears of all the soldiers who survived the bitter battle. They did not understand much, but the knowledge of ending the long night was enough for them to raise their hands and cheer loudly. The long night is over. What about the sun? The demon dragon, Gnome asked softly. Danny did not answer, and only said loudly, This battle should be recorded in history. The entire process of the battle, The name of every soldier who participated will be engraved on a stone tablet and will be passed down for generations to come. Now, the soldiers will start to clean up the battlefield, and the living will prepare for the funeral of the dead. Tonight, there will be a celebration of victory, and also a collective mourning for the heroes. Then, she jumped down from Demon Dragon Tyrion's head, glanced at the nobles and soldiers around her, and said, "I will now fulfill the promise from back then. The one who ends the long night will be the king, and the hero who is first on the hero ranking will be the king." In theory, ending the long night not only requires killing Strange Ghost King, but also expelling the cold and darkness and summoning the sun for the world. But summoning the sun is my responsibility, and killing Strange Ghost King will make me the king of the 7 kingdoms. Who killed Strange Ghost King? Or rather, who contributed the most in the battle against King Strange Ghost? Nearly half of the people looked at the pale Jon with complicated gazes. Not only was his face as white as a sheet of paper, but blood was also flowing from the corner of his mouth. There was also a huge dent in his steel breastplate, and his left arm was torn from the shoulder. At this moment, the severed arm and shoulder were randomly pieced together. A third of the people looked at Arya with a puzzled expression. They did not see the whole battle clearly. They only vaguely saw that Arya was like a god or a devil casting powerful spells nonstop. Was he the main force? Arya was already an adult. She was 7 meters tall and curvaceous. She was wearing a tight, black, crocodile god leather armor, and her breasts were bulging. However, one of her breasts was bigger than the other. It seemed like someone had punched her, and her left breast was swollen. There were also a small number of people who were looking at Sansa, who was holding the dragon crystal. The Storm Queen's Holy Mother Palm was also very eye-catching. Every time she struck out a palm, she would shout with all her might, wishing that everyone on the battlefield could hear her. The remaining people either looked at Meribad's group or were confused. They hadn't seen the process of King Strange Ghost's death with their own eyes. It was Jon. After a moment of silence, Arya was the first to speak. He broke King Strange Ghost's ice armor and used the burning Dark Sisters to cut off the giant's head. "Jon, was that you?" Dany asked with a smile. Jon glanced at the expressionless Sansa and said hesitantly, "I killed it, but I don't necessarily have the most credit. For example, Sansa has been using her Holy Mother Palm to shatter the earth and restrict King Strange Ghost's movements. Otherwise, I would have been grabbed by the head or beaten to death." As he spoke, he pointed at the crisscrossing ravines on the ground. There were more than a dozen 2-meter-wide and 10-meter-long uneven tunnels. Through the cracks, they could even see the black earth beneath the layer of snow. "We all assisted, but you were the one who caused the most damage to King Strange Ghost. You were also the one who cut off King Strange Ghost's head and stabbed your long sword into its forehead," Meribad said in a low voice. Jon looked at the silent Sansa and sighed. "I am willing to abide by the vassal's oath. The glory belongs to me, but the achievements in the long night belong to the monarch I am loyal to." When he said this, everyone was in an uproar. Arya's brows furrowed. Bran sighed softly and closed his eyes. Sansa's lips curled into a smile, but she quickly regained her calm expression. The disappointment and disdain in Marjorie's eyes were completely undisguised. Jaime looked deeply at Jon and shook his head. The demon dragon Tyrion was silent. Melisandre mocked, "Jon Stark, you once swore loyalty to His Majesty Stannis. Are you willing to give him the Iron Throne?" Among them, the red-robed woman was in the best state. She was still wearing a light dress, revealing her white breasts. Her hands were hidden in her sleeves. Only her long dress dragged a circle of black, wet marks on the icy ground. Sansa opened her mouth and was about to defend Jon, but she suddenly glanced at the Dragon Queen and immediately shut her mouth. I once swore loyalty to Stannis, but after my brother-in-law Aegon was captured, I also swore that if Stannis could abide by the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, which is to treat Aegon as a noble and release him after receiving the ransom, I would keep my promise. But if he breaks his promise to me and Sansa, I will also give up my loyalty to him. Jon looked around at the nobles and knights and said in a low voice, "The oath between a monarch and his vassal is mutual. The vassal will never give up to the monarch without a bottom line. This is a law that everyone in the Westeros knows. For example, in the Red Wedding, Waldfrey was only guilty of violating the rights of the guests, but not betraying the monarch. When he helped you defend Winterfell, you didn't say that the red-robed woman sneered. I helped him lead thousands of the most elite Northerners down to the valley, and then helped him take down the King's Landing. I defended the territory for 8 years. I haven't returned to Winterfell for 8 years," Jon said agitatedly. The demon dragon Tyrion also said, "If not for your outstanding performance in the Battle of Winterfell, how could the Seven Kingdoms tolerate Stannis and the Red God believers occupying the King's Landing for so many years? What do you say?" Melisandre looked at the Dragon Queen. "You're all wrong." Dany sighed and said slowly, "Don't say that Jon Stark is a duke. Even if he was just a commoner without a title, he would still be king if he killed the king of strange ghosts. This is different from what you said before." Sansa was agitated and blurted out, "You want to go back on your word?" The gnome asked strangely. "I have the final right to interpret my words," Dany said calmly. Melisandre frowned. The others' expressions were also distorted. They looked at Dany and Jon with puzzled eyes. Was it because of their relationship as aunt and nephew? Dany said solemnly, "The oath between a monarch and his vassal is an oath within the kingdom. It's only limited to the monarch and his vassal. Ending the long night saves the entire world. Therefore, the merit of saving the world is superior to the oath between a monarch and his vassal. If you have some supernatural knowledge, you can understand saving the world as the second highest level. The holy oath is also one level lower. Even if Jon is my nephew, even if a beggar kills the king of strange ghosts, I will give him a chance to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms." Looking at the shocked crowd, her tone softened. "Many years ago, I said that the merits of a duke's subordinates belong to the duke. But when did I say that if a valiant warrior kills the king of strange ghosts, then the duke will be king? If I did, then it goes against my holy oath to end the long night as king. Obviously, I can't make a promise that contradicts myself. The final right of interpretation is still in your hands. You can explain it however you want. The duke cursed in his heart. Then let Jon be king." A smile appeared on Arya's pale, white horse's face. Jon was a bit agitated, but when he saw Sansa's pale face, he fell silent. Dany sighed. "I'll take the bronze of the north." The index and middle fingers of her right hand formed a sword and cut through the air. She reached out and took out a huge grayish-white rock with a diameter of 8 or 9 meters. Boom! A blazing flame suddenly ignited the rock. The surrounding people did not feel the slightest bit of heat, but the rock liquefied in an instant and then boiled. In just 1 or 2 breaths, the flame and rock disappeared, leaving only a lump of bronze liquid the size of an apple in the Dragon Queen's hand. She threw the bronze into the air and said, "I'll take the water of the 3 rivers between the rivers." Crack, crack, crack. 3 steps away, the ground slowly cracked, scaring the nearby soldiers into running away. Boom! A stream of clear water shot out from the bottomless ground, turning into a rainbow in the sky and landing on Dragon Queen's open right hand. It was as if there was an invisible black hole in her palm. Dozens of tons of water fell and disappeared without a trace. In the end, 7 grape-sized water droplets appeared on Danny's fingertips. She threw them into the air again and said, "I'll take the gold of the West." Just like before, she cut through the void and took a piece of gold or from a mine in the West thousands of miles away and refined it into a lump of gold on the spot. "I'll take the iron of the valley. I'll take the pearl of the Iron Islands. I'll take the silver of the riverbend. I'll take the dragon crystal of the king's domain. I'll take the mithril of the land of storms." Oh, mithril is a super magic material that I've developed in recent years. Only a bowl of mithril was refined from a huge rock the size of a hill. It's lighter than a goose feather, tougher than steel, and has a never-failing luster. Everyone was confused. This was the first time they'd heard of mithril and couldn't tell the difference between it and silver. They didn't have any intuition about its characteristics. "I'll take the sand of Dorn." Endless yellow sand fell from the sky and burned in the air. In the end, only a large piece of crystal was left. "I'll also take 7 weapons from the battlefield." She waved her hand, and a knife, spear, sword, hammer, axe bow, and half of a stone flew in front of her and melted into a pool of liquid. "Finally, I'll take a piece of the bones of the frost god and the strange ghost king." It was a long process, but the whole process was very smooth. There was no pause. In just 2 minutes, the flame with the characteristics of the first flame burned out 11 lumps of raw materials. Then, the 11 raw materials were stewed in a big pot, the flame dissipated, and a soft golden light as bright as the first rays of dawn illuminated the land. Everyone was mesmerized by the golden light. That expression was like Gollum seeing the Lord of the Rings. Then, in an instant, the golden light disappeared without a trace. Dragon Queen held a slender 7-toothed crown in her hand. It was a simple platinum ring, a bit like Monkey's golden hoop. It was decorated with 7 small sword-shaped spikes, and a drop of water was condensed at the tip of each spike. At this moment, the crown was ordinary and didn't have any special charm. Everyone woke up and felt a contradictory feeling of satisfaction and disappointment. Danny casually threw the crown to John, who caught it subconsciously. It wasn't heavy at all. In fact, it was ridiculously light. "My mission is to ensure that the results of the competition are absolutely fair and just. No matter who you swore allegiance to before, I'll give you a chance now. You can legally renounce those vows, wear the crown, and be crowned king. As long as you drip a drop of blood on the crown, only you and your descendants can wear this crown. Only the one who wears this crown will be recognized by the 7 gods and the people of the world as the king of the 7 kingdoms. This promise will last for at least 10,000 years. I'm the one who said this, and I'll vouch for you." Even Jamie's breathing started to quicken. John's hands holding the crown were trembling. His body, his heart, and his firm belief were also trembling. "I said that I'll give everyone fairness, but I won't interfere with how you choose. You can wear the crown yourself or give it to someone else. I set the rules, but you're the ones who walk." No matter what choice John made, the king of the 7 kingdoms had to lead the soldiers to carry out the final cleanup of the strange ghosts. This is the responsibility of the king. Now that the matter of the 7 kingdoms has been settled, I'm going to summon the sun. Do as you please. After saying this, Danny disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1081. 3 months ago, Holy Light One-Handed hosted a secret wedding for us. You were there too. But now, the blessings are still ringing in my ears, but the person beside me is gone. Marjorie wore a plain black dress and a black veil that covered her sorrowful face. She held a wine jar the size of a bucket in her arms. It contained the remains of her husband. Unfortunately, in the great battle during the day, Victorian was too brave and killed 3 other ghosts in a row. As a result, he was targeted by the Ghoul Corpse giant. The giant jumped 4 or 5 meters high and landed on Victarion's head with its big foot. After the battle, when they collected the body, they could only dig out the flesh from the snow pit and put it in the jar. Marjorie, Aunt Marjorie, don't be too sad. Theon struggled to say those words. The Dragon Queen said that the dead will go to heaven today. Uncle Victarion did many evil things in the first half of his life. He should have gone to hell with the atonement scroll. Now that he's in heaven, it's a blessing. We should all be happy for him. But I'm all alone. It's so hard, Marjorie said as tears streamed down her cheeks. She did not love Victarion. It was not the first time she attended her husband's funeral, but this was the saddest she had ever been. But the reason she was sad had nothing to do with Victarion's death. She could find another husband after he died. She was used to it and was familiar with it. Maybe she could imitate Nymeria and marry the entire Riverbend into her fief. Marjorie was more sad about her fate. Ever since Jon passed the crown to Sansa with trembling hands, she had been worried about her future. That bitch Sansa wouldn't let her get away with it. Robb was an honest and kind child. When he saw the tears on her face, he said with concern, "Granny Marjorie, don't be sad. We will take care of you." Marjorie, who was only 30, froze when she heard him call her Granny. She forced a smile. "Robb, you're such a good child." Theon glanced at the burning crematorium and whispered, "Aunt Margaret, let's burn Uncle's body. The celebration is about to begin." "Theon, your uncle is dead, but he left behind 3 inheritances." Marjorie observed Theon's expression from the corner of her eyes. "A sea monster's horn, an earl's domain whose location has yet to be determined, and about 2 million gold and silver treasures plundered from the High Court. How do you think we should divide it? Sai, we have an orphan and a widow, and you also have a son. It's so difficult." Margaret wiped her tears. Theon hesitated for a moment and said, "Pike City is enough for me. The gold and silver were taken from the Tyrell family, so they should belong to you." The location of the Earl's territory had not been decided yet. Things would definitely be very troublesome in the future, and Auntie would have to work hard to deal with them. Since Annie worked hard, it should belong to Annie. As for the sea monster's horn, is that sea monster Luwin's monster? Marjorie's face warmed a little. She nodded and said, Luwin was afraid that the sea monster would be eaten by the Dragon Queen's Megalosaurus, so before he went to the King's Landing, he deliberately hid it in the deep trench of the Summer Sea. There's a horn that can control it, but it needs supernatural power to activate it. Speaking of which, Luwin was once my husband. Fortunately, my father, Balon, died early. Theon's cheek muscles twitched a few times. He suggested, "Why don't we give the horn to Holy Light Lone Hand to destroy, and let the sea monster leave the Westeros forever? Or we can summon the sea monster to Dragonstone Island and let the Megalosaurus eat it." "Why?" Margaret asked curiously. "That sea monster has eaten a lot of people. It's evil." Theon frowned. "It's not the sea monster that's evil, but the person who controls the sea monster. Previously, your uncle used the sea monster to drive the fish to the shore." Marjorie said disapprovingly. Theon said strangely, "But it ate your grandmother, brother, and countless people." "Aunt Marjorie, do as you see fit, as long as you allow Gao Ting and Taimin to freely choose their future. I won't take a single cent of your inheritance." Theon sighed. Marjorie was relieved that she had easily obtained all of her late husband's inheritance again. She carried the urn and placed it on the crematorium. Theon followed and placed Victarion's armor beside the urn. Robb took his granduncle's axe. After lighting the fire, the 3 of them recited the stranger's scripture, begging the stranger not to make things difficult for Victarion's soul and to let him ascend to heaven. "Theon, I have one more favor to ask of you. Before entering Derry City to attend the banquet, Marjorie grabbed her nephew and begged in a low voice, I have some misunderstandings with Queen Sansa. Can you put in a few good words for me and give me a chance to apologize? I'll try. Theon nodded helplessly. The banquet was held at Dany's Ribbons. The sun was bright, the wind was gentle, the grass was lush, and flowers were in full bloom. There was good wine and delicious food, singing and dancing. Queen Sansa was in high spirits. Her crown once again emitted a holy and noble golden light. It was as if she was draped in a thin veil woven with the light of hope. It made people lower their heads and bend their backs, subconsciously feeling reverence and worship in their hearts. Theon, on the other hand, looked gloomy. He did not fit in with the joyous banquet. The others also deliberately avoided communicating with him. They only greeted him and left with unnatural expressions. Then they pointed at him in the corner with their companions. Tell me that my decision is correct, he said gloomily to the dwarf who walked over. The dwarf frowned and said, Now, you can only ensure that your choice is correct if you believe that your choice is correct. Otherwise, the result will be very bad. Sigh, at least Sansa is really happy. I haven't seen her this happy since father died. Theon looked at the queen, who was surrounded by stars in the middle of the dance floor, and forced himself to show a joyful smile. It was ugly. The dwarf's expression was solemn, as if he was worried. Your aunt obviously wants you to become the king of the 7 kingdoms, he said hesitantly. Theon was stunned and sighed. I understand her good intentions, but I've already made my decision. You advised me not to be indecisive that day, didn't you? No, The dwarf waved his arms subconsciously, stuttering and not knowing what to say. He sighed and asked, Where's Bran? He asked Arya to help open the dimensional door and take Adolf back to Winterfell. Before he left, he asked me to go with him, but Ygritte is still in King's Landing, and the child is about to be born. Theon said in a daze. The dwarf's expression changed, and he said worriedly, The frost god is dead, and the long night is over. The dragon queen has become the indisputable king of gods. She is the controller of fate, or at least the prophet. Do you understand what I mean? Theon was stunned, and he said probingly, The long night is over, and the fog on the river of time has dispersed. She is like the three-eyed crow, standing between the past and the future. Yes. The dwarf glanced at Queen Sansa subtly and said in a low voice, The dragon queen knows the future, but she's obviously advising you to accept the crown. What does that mean? What? Theon shivered. If she has good intentions towards you, it means that your future is not good. If she has bad intentions, giving up the crown is the best choice for you. The dwarf stared into his eyes. Tell me, does she have good intentions towards you, or bad intentions? Theon revealed a smile that was uglier than crying, and said bitterly, I will return to Winterfell as soon as possible. Dozens of kilometers of the Great Wall have collapsed, and it will take decades to repair it. I will be in charge of this huge project. The dwarf patted his shoulder and comforted him with a smile. My good nephew, my kindness towards you is no less than your Aunt Dany. Don't worry, I will take care of the court. Uncle Tyrion was very responsible. For his nephew, he climbed into his nephew's sister's bed that night. I'll let you see my treasure, a true treasure. Sansa lifted the blanket and stood on the blanket beside the bed. Her snowy skin, that was covered in red marks, was exposed. She was not wearing a single piece of clothing, and only wore a crown on her head. She did not do anything, but the crystal at the tip of the crown sword suddenly emitted a blinding golden light. The golden light was like a solidified liquid, and it quickly flowed down, covering Queen Sansa's entire body. The golden light receded, and a Valkyrie wearing dragon-scaled golden armor stood on the ground. The armor was seamless, and there was not a single gap. Even the eyes were inlaid with an ice blue crystal. It can actually turn into armor. The dwarf sat up in shock. How's the defense? Forged by the Song of Fire with the characteristics of the first flame, it is half a level stronger than steel. It should have the defense of a level 5 true god. Sansa's excited voice came from under the armor, and her tone did not change at all. Then isn't it invincible? The dwarf said in disbelief. The benevolent are invincible. Sansa sighed, and her excitement subsided. Only a benevolent and righteous king can activate the armor. The more benevolent the king, the stronger the power. At its strongest, it can draw on the Holy Mother's divine power limitlessly to defend against all external attacks. But if it loses the belief to protect the people, the armor will be as fragile as paper. The dwarf's expression was strange. You can activate it. Do you really have a benevolent heart? I can only activate the armor's basic form, Sansa said awkwardly. That's right. The dwarf sighed in relief. What do you mean? Sansa's gaze became dangerous. What's the advanced form like? The dwarf quickly changed the topic. Sansa glared at him. The intermediate form can open a pair of golden wings. In the advanced form, the wings can extend limitlessly and can even cover an entire city to defend against large-scale forbidden spells. Fuck, I want it too. The dwarf's eyes were red. What do you want it for? Can you activate it? Sansa smiled coldly. The dwarf's eyes turned. Perhaps I can get my sister to change the activation rules so that the more lewd she is, the stronger the armor? Do you really think that she forged this crown casually? Sansa glanced at him disdainfully. She removed the armor form and took off the crown and handed it to the dwarf. Look carefully. On the inside of the crown, there was a string of words, the crown of the human king, the deed of saving the world, worthy of it bestowed by the gods, 7 blessings. Only a true human king is worthy of this crown, Sansa said proudly. Are you? The dwarf blurted out. As soon as he said that, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself. 7 blessings. The armor is one of the blessings. What are the other 6 blessings? He quickly changed the topic, and his voice was especially loud. The smile on Sansa's face disappeared. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. After a long while, the dwarf pounced over and hugged her. She said calmly, "Even you think that I'm not worthy of being king. What do the others think?" The dwarf sighed, helplessly. "Don't think too much. Let them think whatever they want. The human king crown recognizes you as its master with blood. Your genes are engraved in it. From now on, only you and your descendants can become the kings of the 7 kingdoms. This is fate. The Dragon Queen also promised that she will ensure that your dynasty will continue for 10,000 years. No matter what the others think, it's useless." "Are you still going back to the Barren Lands?" Sansa suddenly asked. The dwarf was a little confused. He did not expect her to ask this question. "Why are you asking this? If you go back to the Barren Lands, I'll make Jon my hand of the king. What do you think?" Sansa looked down and said, I don't. Try not to go back to the Barren Lands. If it's Jon, why don't you let him build the Great Wall in the north?" Sansa's eyes lit up, but she hesitated. "That's not good. I'm still planning to share the Iron Throne with him." Midget, Chapter 1082. "Your Majesty, please don't let the Northern Ice King leave." Margaret knelt on the ground, her face filled with anxiety and worry. After Theon's nephew interceded for her for the 3rd time, Queen Sansa finally gave her a chance to apologize in person. Sansa absent-mindedly glanced at the large emerald ring on her finger. She frowned as she caressed the golden lace robe she was wearing. Somehow, she felt that this outfit did not match the noble crown on her head. Perhaps when she returned to King's Landing, she should invite a famous tailor to make a queen's robe for her. It had to at least have the majesty of both the gray-white direwolves and the three-headed red dragons. She could not ask for an accessory that was too heavy in color. The key was that it had to match the light-colored platinum crown. Your Majesty? Margaret did not get a response for a long time, so she reminded her softly, Margaret, is this your sincerity? At this moment, you still dare to sow discord between us. Sansa finally gave her a nonchalant but mocking look. Your Majesty, please listen to me. Margaret kneeled and took 4 or 5 steps forward. Letting Jon Stark stay in King's Landing is the best plan. Letting him go back to Winterfell is the worst plan. Appointing him as the supervisor of the Great Wall is the worst plan, she said softly. Sansa narrowed her eyes and asked an irrelevant question. Weren't you very happy before? Why did you change your mind? Margaret smiled bitterly. She did not avoid her gaze and said frankly, you used me as a pawn to plot against Riverbend. I am indeed unhappy. Why? You want me to learn from you, but you can't just let me learn how to rule a country, right? Actually, the biggest inspiration you gave me had nothing to do with politics. You were like a marionette. In the past, your fate was controlled by others. Now, you have turned the tables around and truly control your own present and future. This kind of control of fate is what I want to learn the most. Besides, the core rule of the game of power is not to stand on the side of the loser. Reality has proven that my judgment of the battle was correct. Duke Jon really defeated the Variant Ghost King. But I never thought that She sighed and said helplessly, the outcome has been decided. You are the final victor. I am willing to follow the rules of the game and submit to the victor. Sansa fiddled with the ring on her ring finger lazily. She didn't even look at him. You betrayed me once. Why should I trust you again? Your Majesty, you were only uncertain about the future Storm Queen before. Perhaps after some time, the Stormlands would be taken away by the Baratheon family. Now that you are wearing the human crown, there are very few people in the world who are convinced, but there are very few people who can rebel. Margaret looked at the Queen meaningfully. When Sansa heard this, she glanced at him coldly. Few people are convinced. Your Majesty, you went to Slaver's Bay a year ago and met with the Targaryen scholar Ymont. Do you know that he has the nickname, the man who should have been king? His younger brother, Aegon V, who founded the branch of the Dragon Queen's family. Have you heard of his nickname? Sansa pursed her lips tightly. Her eyes were like needles. She wanted to sew Margaret and everyone else's mouths shut. In terms of royal taboos, the West was relatively more open than the East. It wasn't that the Western monarchs were more benevolent and magnanimous. It was just that the Western monarchs couldn't be as dictatorial as the Eastern monarchs. To put it bluntly, the king on the Iron Throne only had 3,000 golden robes. He couldn't even manage the King's Landing city. How could he interfere with the opinions of the other duchies? So, when the king was still alive, the Westeros began to give them nicknames. Almost every king had a nickname. For example, Conqueror Aegon, Cruel Magon, Mediocre King Aegon, Mad King Aerys. Even Robert had one. The 7 kingdoms called him Usurper Robert, and Aegon V had the nickname, the king who should not have been king. This was because when the Great Council elected a king, the nobles were ready to choose old Ymont as king. It wasn't that the nobles wanted to copy Huo Guang and Dong Zhuo. They just wanted to choose an older king who wasn't so crazy. It was a simple wish, considering that Yimon's brother, Bright Flame, Alian, had shouted that the wildfire wanted to turn into a dragon, but turned into ashes. The royal family could understand the noble's choice. But Yimont didn't want to be king. He gave the throne to Egghead Igo. You could give it to him, but you couldn't stop others from talking behind his back. Since Aegon the Fifth became king, the king who should not have been king had been with him until his death. It was even written into the history books. What do they call me? Sansa asked nervously. Margaret shrank back, not daring to say anything. Speak, Sansa growled. I heard it from others, Margaret said in advance. Someone called you liar, Sansa. Seeing the queen's pink face turn livid, Margaret quickly tried to salvage the situation. They didn't see how hard you worked. They're all petty and jealous people. Don't take it to heart. Who said that? Sansa's eyes were red. Many. I don't know where it started, but within a week, everyone was talking about it. Margaret mumbled. Sansa gradually calmed down and said calmly, You said 3 good, medium, and bad plans, but you didn't mention the good plan. Margaret's spirit was shaken, and she said in a low voice, The plan is to keep Jon in King's Landing, give him a high position, and even let him have the same power as the king. Let him be satisfied, and let others see how good you are to him. You'll only lose part of your power, and live carefully for the rest of your life, but no one will be able to catch you. Sansa was deep in thought. Letting Jon return to Winterfell is the bad plan. This is obviously a declaration to everyone that you're harsh and ungrateful, and you're afraid of the true king. It's not that the king can't be harsh and ungrateful, but letting Jon return to Winterfell not only won't hurt his reputation, but it will also cause your reputation to continue to fall. Thinking about how he's looking down on the South in Winterfell, you won't be able to live peacefully in King's Landing, right? Letting Duke Jon build the Great Wall is the worst choice. He's already a meritorious man, and he even received the human crown because of his meritorious deeds. And what kind of great deed is building the Great Wall? Today is different from the past. Everyone understands the meaning of the Great Wall to protect the world. Think about it. Why did city builder Brandon become a legendary hero? Sansa's expression changed, and she asked, What's the best plan? Margaret took a few steps closer and lay down at the queen's feet. She kissed her shoes and said in a low voice, Strip Duke Jon of his halo of honor, and let him leave King's Landing as a sinner. Sansa's eyes flashed, and she whispered, What do you want to do? Your Majesty, he still has a murder case, and owes everyone a great judgment. Margaret said in a dark voice, Stannis, half a year ago, Jandelli died in the battle for the throne. Dominia followed the army and died on the battlefield. There seems to be no one left in Bella and Theon. Sansa said calmly. Margaret smiled and shook her head. You're wrong. If the 2 of them were alive, Duke Jon would have easily passed the Great Judgment. Why did Jandelli die? If I were the Red Monk, I wouldn't let someone who had a blood feud with the Red Priest live, let alone let him be king. By the same logic, Jandelli also hated the Red God and the Red Priest. He wouldn't care too much about avenging the Red God King's uncle. Perhaps he would be more willing to forgive Duke Jon. As for Dominia, think about it. Stannis refused to acknowledge Donger's identity. The mother and daughter had noble blood, but they lived in the lowest brothel for 8 years. If she was still alive, would she bite the savior for her uncle? No, they wouldn't, but the Onion Knight, Davos, and Silas would. Sansa looked at the woman in front of her in shock. After a long time, she sighed. You see through things. Margaret smiled bitterly. During the years when Cersei locked me up in the Red Keep, I either went crazy or worked hard to learn some skills that would allow me to survive. For example, reading people's faces, judging the situation, and understanding the ways of the world. John is my brother, Sansa said hesitantly. Before she finished speaking, she had already guessed the best plan that Margaret was talking about. But John was her brother. At least, she still thought so. Margaret reminded her in a low voice. Do you still remember the process of killing the strange Ghost King a few days ago? I will never forget it. Sansa frowned. Marjorie said slowly, Your sister Arya was the first to assassinate him, but the sneak attack failed. The first person to rush to her rescue was Duke John. He stopped the giant Ghoul King, who was about to kill Lady Arya. Then you and the Archbishop were the second wave. Me, the Hound, Bronze John, Jaime Lannister, and the rest of the Knights of the Seven Kingdoms followed behind without fear of death. What happened after that? When John saw Sansa, he subconsciously pulled Arya back a few steps, leaving Lord Ghoul to her. Of course, she couldn't take it. If Aegon hadn't turned into a giant shield of holy light in front of her in time, she would have been punched like her sister, swollen like a steamed bun. Oh no! The holy light shield that King Aegon had condensed with all of his soul power shattered into specks of light. If she were to take a direct hit, there was an 80% chance that she would break into two. You think John wanted to use the strange Ghost King to kill me? Sansa smiled sarcastically. Even if she almost died, she didn't believe that John would kill her. No one knew what he was thinking. Margaret paused and said softly, Actually, I was the one who killed him. What? Sansa was stunned. Half a year ago, news of little Dany and Prince Leg getting married came. I couldn't sleep at night, so I went to the Northern Ice Lord's mansion that night. Why did you go there? Sansa not only knew that she had seen John, she also knew that she had talked to John alone for a long time. Her spies told her, but John didn't tell her about it. I advised Duke John not to kill the King of Strange Ghosts first, and to give you a chance to fight the King of Strange Ghosts alone. Tell me, does he understand my dark thoughts? Or did he pretend to be confused and go with the flow? I don't believe you. Sansa's face was so tense that Margaret couldn't tell what she was really thinking. Gritting her teeth, she confessed, I also told him that the throne can only be taken, not given. You bitch, you're so evil. After hearing Margaret's analysis of her thoughts and personality, Sansa was both embarrassed and angry. She raised her right hand in front of her chest and was about to use the Holy Mother palm. Seeing the Holy Mother palm, Margaret's face turned pale. I'm confessing to you. Maybe I should let you leave. Sansa's eyes were cold. Letting her leave was the same as rejecting her loyalty. And in the future, Your Majesty, only a truly loyal subject would tell the unpleasant truth. Margaret cried. What else did you say? Sansa said coldly. Marjorie did not hide anything. She honestly told him what she had said, and how John had reacted to her. Your Majesty, before hearing this, John would still be your good brother, but after hearing this, she said carefully, looking at how he killed the strange Ghost King, it's obvious that he took some of my words to heart. I said before that when you wear the human crown, there are few who are convinced, but there are few who can rebel. Actually, there is only one person who has the right to take your crown. It's not the Dragon Queen. She has never broken an oath, let alone a sacred oath that everyone knows. But Duke John. Chapter 1083. The long night ended, but the sun did not rise immediately. However, the sky was no longer completely dark. After the Dragon Queen handed the human crown to John, the world was shrouded in a dim yellow. There was no distinction between day and night. It was about the same brightness as the last moment of winter dusk. Looking up at the sky, one could see a huge fireball in the middle of the sky. It was countless times bigger than the sun, almost covering half of the sky. However, the light and temperature were not high. It was a bit like the red moon magnified 10,000 times. When it first appeared, The humans in the world either cheered or knelt on the ground and cried. The sun is finally out. They shouted excitedly. However, in the next few days, the temperature and brightness of the sun did not change, but the fireball in the sky became smaller and smaller. When the humans began to doubt, the bishops of the Church of the Seven Gods received an oracle. They were not looking at the sun now, but a furnace. The Dragon Queen was using the furnace to forge a new sun in the sky. Although the sun did not rise immediately, the land of eternal winter in the far north would no longer send cold air to the south. The world's temperature would slowly rise. After receiving this news, the human allied army, led by Danny and Rise, prepared to disperse and return home. The volunteer soldiers who participated in the war were all in the prime of their lives. After putting down their swords, they had to pick up their hoes and farm. Derry City, Farmer's Castle Hall. The decorations in the hall were simple. The stone powder on the walls had fallen off, and the beams were blackened. Other than the bright, true dragon flag and the 5-colored dragon flag, there were almost no other tapestries. The tables were stacked high in the corner, leaving a space for the lords' chairs. The Dragon Queen is forging the sun in the sky. Soon, the world will return to its original state. I hope that on the day the sun rises, the lords of the Seven Kingdoms will gather at the King's Landing to participate in my coronation. At this point, Sansa stopped and looked around at the lords and knights in the hall, observing their expressions and eyes. Although everyone seemed to have a strange expression on their faces, no one directly questioned him. The Queen nodded in satisfaction and continued, "When the time comes, I will choose a new council minister and rebuild the tax and administrative system of the Seven Kingdoms." Along the way from the long night, I'm sure all of you have noticed some flaws in the current system of the Seven Kingdoms. For example, we ignore or even treat supernatural powers with hostility. For example, the power imbalance between the nobles and the commoners. In the process of ending the long night, the commoners contributed no less than the lords. Since this world was saved by everyone, why not give the commoners something in return? Of course, I will not act arbitrarily. Any reform cannot be separated from everyone's wisdom. Apart from social and political reforms, there were many other important matters that needed to be discussed together. For example, Hudgien Valley and River Bay Dukedom would have to choose a new Grand Duke to rule over their territories. Perhaps we would have to refer to the heroes of the Eternal Night. For example, should the City of Knowledge be demolished or renovated? What should be done with the current scholars? For example, the division of the Pentashade Dragon Targaryen's territory. The Dragon Queen had given up the opportunity to become the king of the Seven Kingdoms, but she still had the right to claim her ancestral land. This is the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms. We can't go against it, and we shouldn't. But the King's Landing is across the Great River, east of the Narrow Sea, and nearby are vast plains rich in natural resources. It is the best place in the Seven Kingdoms. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms need the King's Landing. The Seven Kingdoms need to compensate the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty has considered everything thoroughly. The dwarf was the first to praise. Jaime thought for a moment and nodded. When the sun comes out, I will lead the nobles of the Western region to the King's Landing. The other vassals couldn't find a reason to object, so they agreed one by one. Sansa glanced at the Countess of Green Pavilion Island in the middle and smiled. There are some things that need to be discussed with all the vassals. There are some things that can be settled today. For example, the agreement between Stannis, Byra, and Theon regarding the ownership of the Stormlands. She looked at Davos. Count of the Rainforest, Theon Byra will lose the executor of the agreement. Storm's End will completely belong to me. What do you think? Hearing Stannis' name, the Onion Knight couldn't help it. He stood up abruptly and pointed at the throne on the queen's left. "Your Majesty, can we have Duke John give Stannis an explanation?" he asked solemnly. In fact, Davos had planned to give up on this matter. After all, Erlu had been dead for a few years, and he had calmed down a lot. And in the years after Erlu's death, John had been using his actions to prove his responsibility and courage to the world. In the end, he even killed King Ghoul, and was the hero that ended the Long Night. Maybe Lalo and the red-robed woman lied to His Majesty. Maybe death was really a release for His Majesty. But 2 days ago, when he passed by the Count of Bronzegate City's tent in the Stormlands, he accidentally heard the conversation between the two lords. Old Count Ralph was entertaining Count Aelken Florin of Brightwater City. Queen Sansa's intentions are clear. She wants to protect her brother's honor and future, but your cousin, Lady Sealis, is still living in the Red Castle. She has never forgotten that the Northern Ice King killed her husband and has been clamoring for a trial for the Northern Ice King. Are you willing to share Her Majesty's burden? Old Count Ralph asked meaningfully. Sealis and Stannis burned my father. I think she deserves retribution. Aleeken's voice didn't hide his killing intent. No, there's no need to be so extreme. Ralph waved his hand and smiled. Her Majesty only hopes that she won't come out and spout nonsense. You are the head of the Florin family, and should bring your cousin who has lost her husband and children back home and take good care of her. Don't let her go out, and don't let her talk nonsense to others. Don't make a fuss. Aelken smiled. I understand. I will take care of this matter properly. After laughing for a while, the Count of Brightwater City hesitated. Actually, my cousin has been crazy in recent years. It's hard for her to hurt the Northern Ice King. Instead, it's Davos. Stannis promoted him from a smuggler to the current Count of Rainforest, and even made him his Hand of the King. After pausing for a moment, he slowly said, as long as the Onion Knight has the slightest bit of gratitude, he wouldn't pretend to be deaf and mute and purposely forget the promise of a trial after the Long Night 5 years ago, right? He. Count Ralph laughed in disdain. Don't worry. He is a smart person and has already made the smartest choice. Otherwise, why hasn't he mentioned the trial even though the deviant Ghost King has been dead for more than a week? Theon Bella is almost extinct, and he has received great kindness from Queen Sansa during the Long Night. There's no reason for him to offend the Queen for a dead person. It's said that Queen Sansa is even planning to prepare a seat for him in the new council ministers. Council ministers? Huh? That's enough to pay the price for betrayal. Aelken nodded and sighed. Speaking of which, Stannis is really pitiful. He fought for his whole life, but his family was destroyed, his reputation was ruined, and his bloodline was cut off. Hearing this, Davos slowly retreated. He had made up his mind. There was no need for him to eavesdrop anymore. Duke John, you killed His Majesty Stannis. This matter should be settled, right? At this moment, the white-haired old man's eyes were sharp. He pointed at John and shouted, The Dragon Queen once said that if you kill the deviant Ghost King, she will remove your relationship with anyone. I don't have any objections to this, because heroes deserve such treatment. But when you killed His Majesty Stannis, you were still his vassal. How do you deal with the crime of regicide? John was still hesitating when Queen Sansa suddenly stood up and said angrily, Count of the Rainforest, John killed the deviant Ghost King and saved the lives of all the living in the world. Are you going to be ungrateful? Your Majesty, I also participated in the battle. My 5th son, Devon, my 6th son, Stannis, and my 7th son, Steve, all participated in the final battle with me. Davos pointed at the crowd. Everyone here contributed all their strength to protect the country and the world of the living. Didn't you? My 5th son, Devon, lost an arm. My 6th son, Stannis, had his funeral with the bodies of tens of thousands of heroes. Even His Majesty Stannis, who died a long time ago, risked his life in Winterfell to protect the people of the royal territory. Have you all forgotten? His successor, whether it was Mia the First or young Dominia, which one of them didn't sacrifice their lives to end the long night. The Dragon Queen is right. We are all heroes. None of us is inferior to the other. He roared. Queen Sansa's imposing manner disappeared. She softened her tone and said, "Don't be agitated. I have no intention of absolving Jon of his crimes. It's just that Sir Richard and Sir Songu have already proven that Jon was at least acting in self-defense. Stannis' body and mind were controlled by Lalo. If the person controlling His Majesty's body wasn't himself, but Lalo, then doesn't that prove that His Majesty's death was innocent?" Davos had thought about this question for many years. At this moment, without thinking, he blurted out, Duke Jon knew that His Majesty was being controlled. He knew that His Majesty didn't break his oath. But when he had the ability to stop His Majesty's actions, he killed him. Isn't that wrong? Sansa was stunned and didn't know what to say. I only want to free him. Death is the best choice for him, Jon said helplessly. Free. Davos suddenly burst into tears. He asked loudly, is he really free? Where is his soul? If you can guarantee that he will go to heaven, I will immediately apologize to you. Stannis can't go to heaven. When he died for the first time, a part of his soul core was taken away by Lalo. Jon said bitterly, as long as he's alive, there will always be a chance. Davos said firmly, if he had lived until now and participated in the final battle, the Holy Mother's power would be limitless. Could she have saved him? If he hadn't died, Mia, Gendry, and Dominia wouldn't have died. At the end of the long night, House Baratheon would at least have a successor. They might even be able to flourish and have a bright future. But now, if His Majesty sees that the house is occupied by outsiders and his bloodline is cut off, can he be free? At the end, the old knight covered his face and cried bitterly. The atmosphere was tragic. Jon was silent. Queen Sansa wanted to say something, but stopped. The vassals frowned in thought. Silence. Marjorie whispered to Uncle Baelor, the Count of Rainforest's words make sense. Laughter. Baelor glared at her and said, don't talk nonsense. The old knight wiped away the tears on his face and straightened his back. He said loudly, the honorable lords are silent because Duke Jon killed King Ghoul and because he is Dragon Queen's nephew. Old man, does Stannis not deserve to die? The dwarf stood up and walked to the center of the hall. He sneered. He killed Renly and Shireen. Those were his brother and daughter. Is a murderer worthy of our justice? Even if his body and mind were controlled by Lalo, why didn't Lalo control others? For example, when he descended on Jon's barbarian wife and helped her bite him, he bit off his dick. Wouldn't that be more direct and pleasurable? Tyrion, Sansa, Jon, Davos, and even the Red God believers on the side shouted angrily with red faces. The dwarf shrugged and said with a smile, we're all adults. Why are you so agitated? Did I say something wrong? Lalo could descend on Stannis' body only because he believed in Lalo. He believed in an evil god, but was harmed by an evil god. Doesn't that deserve it? Chapter 1084. My lord Lalo is not an evil god. Melisandre said coldly. There were more than 20,000 Red God believers who participated in the final battle. Of course, not all of them had died, and now they had an important seat in the meeting. If Theon Bella was still alive, the leader of the Red God priests would be the king, but now it was Melisandre who sat below Lancel. Sorry, I'm used to it. Tyrion smiled at her. To the believers of the seven gods, Lalo is an evil god, but in the overall situation, he barely qualifies. In the final battle, he secretly contributed a lot, so he's much stronger than a real evil god. Of course, you have to inform him to register with Qizong as soon as possible. If he doesn't enter the investiture of the gods, he can't be considered a true god. Aunt May snorted and didn't say anything else. Actually, the little devil's words are not crude. It's his choice to believe in a god, and he should bear the consequences. Mattis Rowan said slowly, "Indeed, if he believed in the 7 gods, honestly, he wouldn't have been possessed by an evil." Lalo. Jamie sighed. Everyone else chimed in as well. Erlu's virtue of being introverted was not favored by the nobles of the 7 kingdoms. When Robert was still on the throne, he had no reputation among the nobles and the common people, let alone now that he had killed his brother and daughter. Seeing this, despair and sorrow slowly crept onto Davos's old face. Sansa smiled, as if she was satisfied with the result, but she glanced at Marjorie secretly. "The Onion Knight is still lacking. It's your turn to assist." "You can't say that." Marjorie stood up under everyone's surprised gaze and pointed at Lancel, who had been silent all this time. "If it's the Archbishop who represents the 7 gods to Judge Stannis, it's not a problem at all. I'm not targeting Duke John. Everyone, please think about it. If a lord in the future becomes delirious or is under the control of evil spirits, should his vassals immediately free him, or should they subdue him and hand him over to the cultivators to deal with?" The vassal was stunned, looking at Marjorie with bewilderment. First of all, her attitude made them feel strange. What good would it do her to offend the Northern Ice King and the current queen? It was definitely not for the sake of justice, nor was it for the sake of Stannis. Secondly, what she said seemed to make sense. Of course, the patient would want to be taken to the doctor for treatment instead of being buried by his subordinates. "Marjorie, don't be an alarmist." Queen Sansa scolded. Margaret bowed to the queen and solemnly said, "I'm not deliberately targeting anyone, but there's something that everyone has overlooked. After this long night, the structure of the world will change greatly, and supernatural forces will participate in our lives more and more frequently." The queen had also said before that more attention should be paid to magic talents, and that the City of Learning system should be reformed. It was conceivable that there would be more extraordinaires in the future than there were scholars in the past. The nobles might have more frequent contact with them than with scholars. For example, in today's Riverbend, almost every earl has a small magic school, and Dragonstone Island has an advanced magic academy. There are many mage professions that are beneficial to humans in the academy, such as high-energy potioneers, scalpel priests, mechanical wildfire specialists, weather forecasters, pest toxicologists, plant and animal breeders, magic blacksmiths who forge special materials. Marjorie looked around. "Let me ask, who can leave a mage in the future? Now that our horizons have been broadened, we also know that Yasher has terrifying professions such as necromancers, soul wizards, blood wizards, and so on. I'm a priest, and Her Majesty the Queen is also a priest. With the protection of the Holy Mother, we're naturally not afraid of evil curses. But it's very easy to disturb the curses of ordinary lords. Are we supposed to kill the cursed lords immediately? Today, we're not only putting Duke John on trial, but also establishing a system, a new tradition. Our future generations will remember the results of today's trial, and then when they encounter similar incidents, they will imitate the trial process." The vassals in the hall looked at each other. Some were at a loss, while others had serious expressions. "We're not stupid. A lord losing his mind is completely different from Stannis being blessed by Lalo," the dwarf said with a forced smile. He was smart enough to notice that something was wrong with Marjorie. He didn't dare to make any more guesses. This time, no one responded to him. Even Jamie's brows were furrowed, as if he had encountered something extremely difficult. Archbishop, what do you say? Sansa looked at Lancel hesitantly. Holy Light sighed. Faith and education belong to the Church. We swear to protect our believers from evil. Our priests and paladins have the ability to deal with such incidents. So, I hope that in the future, if there are any commoners or nobles who lose their mind or are controlled or cursed, they won't be killed immediately if they can be controlled. Let us deal with them. Under the Holy Mother's witness, the priests usually don't have obvious political leanings. At least, they won't use divine spells to kill the innocent. Archbishop, you're right. We all trust the Church, Marjorie said immediately. The nobles nodded silently. It was obvious that when they encountered something like this, they all hoped that they could be treated by the priests instead of being beheaded by a vassal and their corpses burned to ashes. Queen Sansa said, awkwardly, Archbishop's words can become a rule for future generations. But Jon and Stannis' incident is the first. We should treat it differently. Your Majesty, it's because it's the first that we have to treat it seriously. Marjorie shouted. This time, the dwarf didn't defend his nephew. Instead, he looked back and forth between Marjorie and Sansa with a strange gaze. Sansa said in a low voice, in the last battle, Jon contributed greatly. Jon looked at his sister with a complicated expression. He suddenly sighed and turned to the Onion Knight. Earl of Rainforest, what do you want me to do? Wu was never stupid. If the dwarf could sense that something was wrong, so could he? I don't know. Davos shook his head blankly. Ever since he knew that Queen Sansa was determined to protect her brother, he had the idea of dying to repay her kindness. When Queen Sansa and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms opposed the trial of the Arctic King, he would challenge the Arctic King to a duel and let the seven gods decide everything. Whether or not the seven gods were on his side, he could at least tell everyone that Stannis was wronged. As for what punishment to give to Jon, he didn't even think about it. He didn't dare to think about it. When Marjorie spoke up for him and used her sharp words to tilt the situation in his favor, the Onion Knight was stunned. He even suspected that the seven gods heard his prayers and arranged for their followers to help him. Archbishop, and my lords, Jon turned to the others. If I confess, what sentence will you give me? Jon, you are not guilty. I am the queen. If I say you are not guilty, you are not guilty, Sansa said anxiously. Jon lowered his head and didn't look at her. He only said calmly, I am guilty. Sansa opened her mouth to speak. She looked to Tyrion for help. The dwarf sighed and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything. He respected Davos' choice. Archbishop? Jon asked Lancel again. Xinguang, one-handed, said hesitantly, with the Duke's achievements, no matter what the crime is, it is enough to make up for it. With a sincere expression, Jammu nodded in agreement. Yeah, you've never rested during the 8 years of the war against ghosts. You've been fighting on the front lines, slaying countless deviant ghosts, including nearly 10 evil ice gods. The honor you received can wash away any sin. Plus, killing Stannis wasn't a big mistake. If it were me, if he dared to touch my brother-in-law, I would have stabbed him with my sword. It wasn't easy for you to endure until then. The dwarf looked up at his brother with a strange expression. Wasn't Jaime's brother-in-law himself? Matthew's Rowan glanced at Little Rose. Perhaps we can have Duke Jon repent in the cathedral, just like Lady Marjorie. Marjorie's expression was ugly. However, no one cared about her expression. Yes, yes, yes. Elaine nodded. Marjorie also committed the crime of murdering a king. Today, we will follow the precedent. The others nodded in agreement. Sansa's eyes darkened. Marjorie saw the queen's gaze and said loudly, I am different from Duke Jon. My punishment came from Cersei, the victim's family. I am the plaintiff. If killing a king only took 5 years of hard work, who would still have a heart of respect? Hearing this, Everyone's expression twisted. Are you saying that Circe should have killed you back then? Don't forget, the Grey Guards were also the plaintiffs. Lancel said, Sir Davos, you are the plaintiff now. What punishment do you think is appropriate? Davos nodded hesitantly. Perhaps Marjorie looked at his expression and guessed that the Onion Knight was going to be lenient. She immediately interrupted. Earl of Rainforest, you are only the plaintiff's representative. Lady Celis is still alive. Marjorie, what's wrong with you today? Elaine couldn't help but ask. Everyone knew that Celis was crazy and wanted to eat John alive. How could she let him go to the Holy Church to repent and atone for his sins? Marjorie waved her hands in front of her. I am not targeting anyone. You just have to use my case as a reference. I don't dare to lie to everyone. I have to speak the truth. If you think my words are unreasonable, you can pretend I didn't say anything. After all, I am just a small earl. Elaine was speechless. This Marjorie was too good at talking. Davos suddenly regretted. Perhaps he shouldn't have jumped out today. Things were already out of his control. In the awkward silence, John sighed. Earl Clinton, can you arrange for a winged dragon knight to go to King's Landing and bring Lady Celis here? After Old Barton left the Westeros, Old Helplessness took over his position and became the leader of the Dawn Warriors, Winged Dragon Knights, and Tile Steel Army. Erlu originally had a group of Winged Dragon Knights. Unfortunately, after the appearance of the evil ice god, King's Landing lost its air superiority. Almost all of them lost their lives in the battle to defend King's Landing. The remaining few Winged Dragon Knights also changed their faith and joined the neutral force, the Dawn Warriors. The Dawn Warriors were stationed at Dragonstone Island. It was the safest place. After the Megalosaurus left, there were also wizard towers protecting the airspace. After Erlu died, the magic dragon went out of control. The Red God Knights gradually lost control of their winged dragons. In order to protect their mounts, they could only change their faith to the 7 gods and become holy knights. Otherwise, they would have to give up their winged dragons. For example, Davos needed to deal with the Red God Priestess, so he gave his winged dragons to his youngest son, Steve. His 5th and 6th son were believers of the Red God. He, his wife, and his 7th son were devout believers of the 7 gods. Are you sure? Old Helplessness was surprised. We can't avoid her in the trial of her husband's case. John sighed. Old Helplessness sighed and called a fire mage to send a message to Dragonstone Island. Half a day later, Steve brought a white-haired old woman with a sinister face. Pay with his life. I want him to pay with his life for my husband. Ha ha ha. The Light King bless us. The ingrate Jon Snow has finally received his retribution. Celis's eyes were wild as she laughed like an owl. Chapter 1085. My husband saved the Great Wall. It was also at the Great Wall that he swore loyalty to my husband. Because of his loyalty, my husband traveled thousands of miles and led the elite knights who defeated the King of Savages to attack Winterfell. Celis seemed to be crazy, but her words were not completely illogical. She pointed at John and scolded, Your title as the Duke of the Northern Territory was bestowed by His Majesty himself. He lost his life to protect your Winterfell. But how did you treat him? Ingrate. I want Jon Snow to pay for my husband's life. Her face twisted as she shouted at all the nobles. Queen Sansa's expression changed. She said to Steve, Take Madame Celis away. We already know her opinion. Steve looked at his father hesitantly. The Onion Knight nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Madam, follow Steve to the guest room and wait. I'll stay here. I want John to pay with his life. Celis hissed. I'll do my best. Davos sighed softly. Ha ha ha. Ingrate John. Snow wants to pay for my husband's life. Ha ha. The woman cried and laughed as she was taken away by 2 guards. After she left, Davos smiled bitterly. Everyone saw Madame Celis's situation. She's almost lost her mind. There's only hatred and vengeance left in her heart. Marjorie looked at the dejected John. Duke John, you insisted that Madame Celis come. Now that she's here, do you think her suggestion is meaningful? Marjorie, that woman is crazy. Are you crazy too? Queen Sansa scolded angrily. John's eyes were dim and his face was pale. He tilted his head to look at his sister, then slowly lowered his head and murmured, I confess that I once served Stannis. I also confess that I committed regicide. Ah, everyone was shocked. John, don't talk nonsense, Queen Sansa said anxiously. Duke, don't be agitated. Margaret's face twitched a few times, and she forced a smile. Madame Celis's suggestion is only a reference and not the final judgment. We can discuss it slowly. Sigh, there's no need to discuss it anymore. I want to end this matter as soon as possible, John said in a low voice. Sansa's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, and her eyes became uncertain. Marjorie's pupils also contracted. The 2 shrewd women seemed to have understood something. No matter what, with Duke John's status and his contributions in fighting the deviant ghosts, he doesn't deserve to die. Even if you plead guilty, you don't really have to pay with your life. You can swear that you will use the honor of the first half of your life to wash away your previous mistakes. I think everyone can accept that. At the very least, you can wear a black robe and forget all your sins. Margaret sighed. The dwarf's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. John finally raised his head and looked deeply at Queen Sansa, whose face was full of worry. She wanted to lower her head. After a long while, he stood up and looked around at everyone. I swear, right here and now, I will give up all the achievements and honor that I have gained in fighting the deviant ghosts and protecting the kingdom for the past 8 years, including the achievement of killing the deviant ghost king in the final battle, but not to atone for Stannis's crimes. He doesn't deserve it. Other than my own parents, no one else deserves that honor. From now on, you can treat me as a newborn baby after the end of the long night. I am no longer a hero. My honor is all given to my own parents. John exhaled, as if he was exhaling all the bitterness and hesitation in his heart. With a smile, he announced loudly, My father, Rhaegar Targaryen, and my mother, Lyanna Stark. One of them is a married man, the other has a sacred marriage contract, but they are together. I often wonder, are they both crazy? If they aren't, why would they do such a crazy thing? Perhaps my father's mad blood flared up, and my mother's wolf blood burned. Until a few days ago, I met a short old woman with white hair. She came to me and cried, saying that she had finally seen the child of the prophecy. The child of the prophecy has finally fulfilled my prophecy. After a pause, he smiled and explained to the confused vassals, in the Targaryen family, there is a not-so-ancient prophecy. The descendant of my grandfather, the mad King Aerys, and my grandmother, Queen Layla, will give birth to the child of the prophecy. My lords, you may have heard of this prophecy. The prophecy was said by Jenny's dwarf friend in the city of Barrenstone. She survived the fire in the summer hall. She is the old woman I met a few days ago. The soul of the noble heart, many of the Riverside Knights exclaimed. John glanced at them and continued, My parents' meeting may have been a mistake, but their union was definitely the arrangement of fate. Why did Lalo descend upon Stannis to murder me? Because I have something he wants. I was originally the prince of the prophecy that he chose. Of course, we all know now that the person who truly saved the world was my aunt. We only managed to stop the long night, but she ended it completely. I only have one purpose in saying this. I want the people of the world to understand that my parents met the right person at the wrong time under the arrangement of fate. I do not deny that they brought great harm and shame to others. They are guilty. Today, I will use all my honor to cleanse their sins. I hope that they can be forgiven by the seven gods. Marjorie's expression was very complicated. The others were dumbfounded and shocked. Only she understood why he said that. He understood what she had said to him half a year ago, but he had rejected her suggestion. As for myself, John grinned. I was once a night watcher, and even became the 998th Commander-in-Chief of the Night Watchers. But this time, I really do not want to wear the black robe. The young me took the initiative to wear the black robe for glory. It was also because I did not know where to go after leaving the family that I loved but could no longer accept me. Now, I am no longer lost. I have a lover, family, and friends. In a few days, my first son will be born. He is a boy, and his name is already prepared. I Targaryen. Sansa's expression changed. Jon changed his mind. Before today, his son was still called Id Stark. I know how hard it is for a child without parents. So, I really cannot go to the Great Wall to be a night watcher. Jon looked around and said slowly, according to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, the most common way for a guilty noble to atone for their sins is to wear the black robe, followed by exile to a foreign country. Ah, everyone in the hall exclaimed. He. Actually, when the royal family makes a mistake, it is rare for them to wear the black robe. Exile is a common occurrence. For example, Maegor in the early stages, Elon and Cold Iron in the middle stages. Speaking of which, my sister and my poor dead third brother are also exiles. Tyrion chuckled amidst the shock. Chief Bishop, Sansa, Queen. Although he was calling the Queen, Jon did not look at her. Also, Earl of Rainforest. Do you think this punishment is reasonable? I will no longer have any glory or achievements. At the same time, I will give up the title of Duke of the Northern Territory and my land. I will leave the Seven Kingdoms forever with my 2 wives and the title of Northern Ice King. Jon's title of Northern Ice King was the same as the dwarf's title of Prince Zeon in the early years. They were both Targaryens who obtained the title from the Dragon Queen. Apart from her, no one could abolish it. Why do you have to go to this extent? Davos muttered. Have you made your decision? Holy Light, one-handed, asked seriously. This is a sacred oath. Jon said in a low voice. Lancel looked at the Queen and said, even if it is true treason, this punishment is enough. What do you think, Your Majesty? Jon. Sansa's expression was complicated. She had mixed feelings. Your Majesty, I have made my decision. This is the best outcome. Jon looked down and sighed. Sansa was silent. Lancel stood up and faced the nobles and knights. She said seriously, in the name of the Church, I declare that Prince Rhaegar and Princess Lyanna are no longer guilty of violating the sacred marriage. May the merciful Holy Mother bless them. Holy Light one-handed sighed. He walked up to Jon and said, Jon Stark, kneel. Jon did as he was told and got down on one knee. The chief bishop placed a hand on his head and solemnly declared, your parents will forever bask in the glory of the seven gods. Your birth will not be tainted. Holy light shone from holy light, one-handed, and flowed from his head to every part of his body, as if to cleanse him of all his sins. Whether you and your mother believe in the seven gods or not, the Seven Gods Church will recognize you and Prince Rhaegar as saints. Lancel sighed. Thank you. Jon teared up and kissed the back of the chief bishop's hand. Did you have to do this? Tyrion came to him angrily as soon as the trial was over. Queen Sansa sat in front of the dressing table, and stared at herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror looked dazed, as if she was a stranger. Is this necessary? He pulled her hand and made her face him. Sansa lowered her head guiltily. She quickly looked up and stared at him coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending? Do you take me for a fool? Tyrion roared. Do you dare swear to the Holy Mother that Marjorie is not one of your people? I am the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms are my people, Sansa said calmly. Can't you let Jon return to Winterfell? How many days has it been since the war ended? Why do you have to kill them all? The dwarf said sadly. Sansa was silent. Say something. You dare to think and do, but you don't dare to say it? The dwarf shouted. It's not that bad now. Sansa said softly. Not that bad. Tyrion's voice was so shrill that even Brittany and Theon, who were outside the door, poked their heads in. They looked at each other and retreated silently. It's only not bad to you, right? From today onwards, no one will be able to threaten your throne. I don't understand. You told me that family is above all else back then. How did you become like this? Or were you lying to me from the beginning? Tyrion's gaze was sharp. You purposely used me to remind Jon of his promise to you. You wanted him to put his family first and give up the Iron Throne? Sansa finally raised her head and looked at him calmly. Do you still remember what I said to you when I first mentioned my dream of fighting for the Iron Throne? You said that years of suffering made you understand the importance of family. Sansa shook her head. I said that when I walk by the river, the Iron Throne is like a sheep flowing downstream. I will try my best to get that sheep, but I will not trap myself in the river. The dwarf was stunned. So you mean, as long as you don't fall into the river, it's okay to throw your family into the river as stepping stones? Chapter 1086. In the Game of Thrones, the first rule is to ensure that you don't lose. Only by becoming the victor can you protect your family from harm. It's not that I don't love Jon, but I have to at least ensure that I win. Sansa sighed. You can just say that you love the Iron Throne more, the dwarf mocked. I told you and Jon a long time ago that I would do my best to fight for the Iron Throne. But you already got what you wanted. Sansa hugged her head and said in distress, after getting it, I realized that I have to ensure that it will never be lost. The dwarf was stunned and muttered, You're crazy. You actually suspect that Jon will steal your Iron Throne. I'm not crazy. Sansa shook her head. If Jon is always full of honor, if I do anything wrong in the future, others will say that liar Sansa won't do. It's better to get the real one. I know the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Mergal the Cruel was originally ambitious, but he never thought of stealing his brother's dynasty. Some of the nobles supported him because he was the eldest son of Queen Dowager Visenya and had the right to be king, so he stole his nephew's throne. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, the usurper Aegon II, was not willing to steal his sister Rhaenyra's throne at all. It was because he was the eldest son and had a reason to be supported to the Iron Throne. Thus, more than half of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms supported him to be king. Before this, the old king had held his daughter's hand and made the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms swear loyalty to her. Before Aegon II was born, Rhaenyra was widely loved, and the nobles and people called her the light of the kingdom. When the old king finally had a male heir, Rhaenyra was still the eldest princess of the kingdom, but because she did not have the second eldest son, the nobles found a reason to rebel against her. During the Blackfyre Rebellion, the reason for Demon Blackfyre's rebellion was very simple. He was a noble, illegitimate son and had the right to inherit. Why was Mad King Aerys afraid of Liga? Because the nobles thought that he was crazy and wanted to secretly convene a meeting to let Liga take the throne in advance. If Liga did not reject those nobles, history would have changed. So, do you understand? If you want to sit firmly on the throne in Westeros, either you don't make any mistakes and win the favor of all the nobles, or no one in the 7 countries is qualified to challenge your throne. I can't make everyone respect and love me. They're all secretly calling me Sansa the liar, Sansa said excitedly. Compared to Meg, Aegon II, Daemon Blackfyre, and Prince Rhaegar, Jon has too much of an advantage. If he wants to kick me off the stage, it won't be any harder than riding a dragon in the sky. I know that you will say that the Dragon Queen promised a 10,000-year dynasty, but she gave the crown to Jon back then. The final explanation was in her hands. As long as Jon wanted to be king, the Dragon Queen could give another reasonable explanation. You understand? I'm only afraid of Jon, because only Jon was qualified to move the Dragon Queen. To the other usurpers, the Dragon Queen would definitely not explain it again. Of course, I know that Jon has no intention of stealing my Iron Throne, but Meg, Aegon II, and Daemon Blackfyre were all loyal subjects of their siblings. They were influenced by their family and the people around them, and changed their persistence in the past. Aegon II was unwilling to usurp his sister's throne, and was practically tied to the Iron Throne. But once he sat on it, he immediately smiled and said, "It's great to have the throne in my hands." Rhaegar didn't rebel because he's the eldest son, the Mad King's successor. Jon is my family. I love him. This will never change. But can you make him lose the right to challenge me? Take away the sharp sword hanging over my head, and finally let me sleep soundly? She cried. You can still sleep peacefully after doing such a thing? Tyrion mocked. I will lose sleep tonight because of guilt, and I will continue to lose sleep tomorrow night. But as long as I see Jon return to his normal and happy life, I will feel more and more at ease. Sansa said. What if Jon is not happy? Tyrion asked. Sansa's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, If he keeps holding a grudge, it means that I did the right thing today. Since I didn't do anything wrong, I can naturally feel at ease. Fuck. The dwarf gave her 2 thumbs up and praised. Sansa, I'm willing to call you the #1 player of the 7 countries. This kind of thinking, this kind of mental fortitude, you have almost no weaknesses. Don't mock me. You are also responsible for the fact that things have developed to this point, Sansa said coldly. My responsibility? Tyrion pointed at his nose and said in disbelief, Did you awaken our family's mad blood? Sansa said calmly, Even Marjorie knows that no matter what Jon thinks now, he will always be my biggest threat. You boast that you are more intelligent than others, but you can't see through it like her. If you can prepare a way out for Jon, I won't have to personally come and cause a gap between us siblings. The dwarf was stunned. Sansa softened her tone and sighed. You are not as good as Marjorie or old Ymont in this aspect. Look at what he did back then. His younger brother Aegon V had just ascended the throne, and Ymont immediately took the initiative to put on the black cloak and completely cut off the possibility of returning to the center of power. If you can prepare everything for Jon, I can also learn from Aegon V and use the grandest, most honorable, and most reluctant way to send Jon off from King's Landing. When she said this, Queen Sansa's tone had a hint of genuine complaint. Old Ymont was clearly an example. So why couldn't the dwarf think of a similar example? His younger brother took his throne, and he took the initiative to exile himself to a bitter cold place, and he still missed his younger brother for the rest of his life. She really wanted her relationship with Jon to be like Aegon and Ymont. Yes, all the kings in the world wanted a brother like Ymont. The dwarf said bitterly, You already told me that family is far more important than the Iron Throne. So what else do you want me to see through? While saying this, I also want to remind you that I will use all means to seize the Iron Throne, Sansa said calmly. All right, I admit my mistake. I made a mistake that all men make. I thought that just because the small part is deeply rooted in people's hearts, the big part can really see through a woman's thoughts. But even if I didn't think it through, can't you give me a hint? The dwarf said, helplessly, "What's the difference between giving you a hint and now? You will think that I am ruthless and heartless, and the atmosphere will not continue to be harmonious." The dwarf could only smile bitterly. "You are right. If you had hinted that I wanted to get rid of John, my feelings would be exactly the same as right now. I only hate that little Rose is not smarter and more secretive, so that I can't see through your tricks at all. It's rare to be confused in life." He held his head and sighed. Sansa suddenly grabbed his hand and put it in front of her chest. She said softly, "You still have a chance." "What chance?" The dwarf was stunned. "To make up for my mistakes." Sansa's face was full of sincerity. "I love John. He is my family. This will never change. He seems to have noticed something. Can you help me talk to him and let him understand my helplessness and guilt? Do you feel guilty?" The dwarf asked doubtfully. 2 streams of tears flowed down Sansa's face. "I am very worried. I am worried that John will no longer like me and no longer treat me as a sister." Her eyes were red, and she choked with sobs. The dwarf was stunned on the spot. I know, at this moment, the cry of a cuckoo came from outside the house. "Is that John?" Sansa looked at the dwarf in shock. Tyrion frowned and nodded. "It is him." The 2 hurriedly ran out. During the rebellion of the 40,000, Hujien had already been corrupted. Before the Long Night, most of Hujien's population had moved to King's Landing, Valley, and Crabclaw Peninsula. Later, after the change in Casterly Rock City, the western region was empty, and a large number of people moved to fill the western region. Therefore, the Dany Rise belt of the Three River Basin was not located in the center of Hujien, but closer to the royal territory. It was basically the land between Trident River and God's Eye Lake. The nobles and civilians of Hujien Valley and the royal territory could all move in. The final battle with King Strange Ghost was north of Dany Rise belt. It could be said that the human army was backed by the shelter, which solved their logistical problems to the greatest extent. And right now, the human army's base was Derry City by the Trident River. The farmer's castle at the center of Derry City belonged to Queen Sansa. The vassals were scattered around the city according to their status, or they even set up tents outside the city. At this moment, Jon's cries came from the Holy Hall in the courtyard. The Holy Hall was built with a wooden frame covered with plaster. The wooden door was carved with a 7-pointed star, and the roof was made of sturdy black tiles. Although it was very simple, there was not a single statue of the 7 gods in the hall. There were 7 walls and 7 statues. The dwarf and Sansa squeezed their way through the crowd of onlookers and saw Jon wailing under the statue of the Holy Mother. The Holy Hall was made of mud, and there were no windows. There were only a few oil lamps under the statue. In the dim hall, the 2 of them had a hard time adjusting to the light inside. Jon knelt in front of the Holy Mother with someone in his arms. Wales stood to the side with a gloomy expression. Shunguang One-Hand's face was full of sorrow, and he kept muttering, "The Holy Mother is merciful." Sansa suddenly had a bad premonition. Her heart pounded rapidly. Facing Wales' resentful gaze, she carefully walked forward, swallowed, and asked, "Jon, what's wrong?" Jon was too busy sobbing to pay her any attention. She took 2 more steps forward and finally saw the person in his arms. Ah, she couldn't help but cry out and stumbled back 3 steps. It wasn't 1 corpse, but 2. One was a woman, and the other was a baby. The woman had a round face, a flat nose, and a head of flaming red hair. It was Ygritte. Right now, her stomach was shriveled, and there was a layer of dark red ice crystals under her robe. Her face was paler than paper, and there seemed to be pain between her brows. On the mud ground in front of her was a chubby baby. There was a thin layer of pink ice on the baby's bluish-purple skin, and a palm-long umbilical cord was connected to its belly button. Thump! For some reason, Sansa lost all her strength in an instant. She knelt on the ground, her face pale, and begged desperately, "Chief Bishop, why are you still standing here? Quick, save them." Save Ide, he, and Ygritte, isn't she about to give birth? Why is she here? There's no saving them. Before they were sent to Derry City, both mother and child were already, as long as there was a trace of life left. I could use it, but I can't revive the dead, Lancel said bitterly. Sansa was stunned. She shouted at Whale, "Why are you here?" "Ygritte is about to give birth, don't you know?" Whale said coldly, "The child's father is about to die. How can we just sit here?" "What nonsense are you talking about? Who can take John's life?" Sansa said agitatedly. Sansa felt like she had been shot in the heart, and she almost fell to the ground. Yup, the dwarf knelt down in time to catch her. Sansa came to her senses, and tears instantly fell. She shook her head and said, "John is my brother, my family. Why would I take his life?" "You're crazy, stupid." Chapter 1087. "Who sent you here?" the dwarf asked. "Me." Little Crab squeezed out of the crowd with a bitter face, holding a windshield helmet under his armpit. "In the morning, Dragonstone Island received a message from your side, asking for a winged dragon knight to bring Lady Sealis to Derry City. But less than 2 hours after Steve left, the King's Landing sent an urgent message from the Northern Ice Lord's residence, asking for another knight to escort Whale and Lady Ygritte to Hajin. I had nothing to do, so I took the initiative to go to the King's Landing. While flying in the air, Lady Ygritte suddenly began to bleed profusely. I don't know if it was because of the cold, or because of the turbulence, or some other reason. I could only make an emergency landing near Sow's Horn. It was empty, and the residents had already moved to Dany and Liz to settle down. It was difficult to even find an old house to shelter from the wind. You're a holy knight, so you should know the most basic holy healing, right? The dwarf frowned. You know, all the holy knights participated in the final battle, and the 2,000 divine art slots I accumulated over the years have long been used up. I've also been participating in various celebrations these days, so I've only accumulated a dozen or so divine arts. Little Crab was a little embarrassed. The dwarf sighed, unable to blame him. It was not easy to stay up until the end of the long night. Who would not be happy? A dozen divine arts should be enough to save her life, right? Little Crab said helplessly, if it was a simple premature birth, even if the child was weak after birth, a dozen divine arts would be enough. But Ygritte had a difficult birth. Before the child was born, how would I dare to stop the bleeding and heal her? I could only use divine arts to protect her heart and increase her strength so that the child could be born smoothly. But the position of the fetus was not right, and the blood kept flowing. I used up all my divine art slots, but the child was not born yet. The weather was so cold that the blood would freeze if it flowed out, and the pregnant woman seemed to have a high fever. Her mental and physical state was not good at the time, and she was in a semi-conscious state. She kept shouting that she wanted to come to Derry City immediately to save Lord John. "Sigh, what's the use of her coming?" the dwarf sighed. "Who told you that John would die?" He turned to look at who was in a daze, and asked, "John's trial came so suddenly and ended so quickly. The news shouldn't have spread yet." "It's Sealis." A look of regret appeared on Valley's face. Sealis was laughing excitedly in the Red Castle. She said that the King of Light had blessed John, and that he would pay with his life. She spoke with such conviction that many people heard her, and Sir Steve echoed her words. Then someone rushed to the Northern Ice Palace to inform us. Afterwards, we inquired of Dragonstone, and Dr. Malwyn expressed his astonishment and surprise. But he was sure that the trial was real. It was also real for Silas to come here to confirm John's punishment. I wanted to come alone, but after Yrgrit got pregnant, she became very stubborn, and my sister, she wanted to say that the freemen beyond the Great Wall were not so spoiled. Her sister Dana was much more delicate than Ygritte, but didn't she follow Mons all the way to the Great Wall? They walked dozens of miles in the snow every day, fed the pigs and goats, milked the goats themselves, and cooked for the whole family. Then suddenly remembered that Dana had a difficult birth. She was able to give birth to Jaime Reed, who was born on the battlefield, thanks to the red-nosed old doctor. If it wasn't for you, glared at Sansa with hatred. Do you know why Ygritte insisted on coming? She hoped that you would spare John's life for her and I'd's sake. She also said that if you dared to disagree, she would kill you on the spot. She would make you bear the crime of murdering a pregnant woman and her child, and let the Holy Mother punish you. So ruthless! The women of the House of Stark, regardless of whether they were ladies or daughters-in-law, were all ruthless people. The vassals outside the Holy Church shuddered. Even a lunatic wouldn't believe that I would kill John. Ygritte is pregnant and easily agitated, but aren't you usually very smart? Sansa said with tears in her eyes. Said coldly, I'm just too smart and can see too clearly. That's how I knew that you wouldn't let John go. When I heard that you wanted to put John on trial, I knew that you had already become a lunatic even before you sat on the Iron Throne. You won't even let your own brother go. Nonsense! You're talking nonsense. Sansa stood up and pointed at Idiot, look at John. Is he dead? Enough! John, who had been sobbing quietly, suddenly shouted, Get out! John! Sansa called out sadly. Get out! John said coldly. John! Called out sadly. You too. John's voice softened. John! The dwarf called out tentatively. Get out, all of you! John growled. 3 days later, at the southern pier of the King's Landing. You're leaving already? Why didn't you tell me? At the pier, the two-headed demon dragon was already saddled. Was talking to a few spearwomen nearby. John hugged Tormund and the other barbarian leaders and said goodbye. Tyrion rode on Tessa and descended from the sky. The barbarians and northerners looked at the dwarf with hatred. John was expressionless. I'm not the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Tyrion cursed and pulled John to the side. He slapped himself twice and said sincerely, It was my mistake this time. I'm at fault. I apologize. It has nothing to do with you. John shook his head sadly. I'm Sansa's accomplice. Although I didn't want to hurt you, I couldn't see through her true thoughts. I was played by her, but thought too highly of myself. In the end, you made a mistake. The Dragon Queen was right. You shouldn't have given the throne to her. The dwarf said bitterly. I chose my own path. John sighed. Did you contact the Dragon Queen? What did she say? The dwarf asked hurriedly. After they were chased away that day, Holy Light one-handed closed the doors of the Holy Church and prayed to the Holy Mother, hoping for a miracle. A day later, John carried the corpses of his wife and son out of the Holy Church with a pale face. He cremated them outside Derry City. John mumbled. The Holy Mother responded to the Archbishop's prayer. She said that miracles are miracles because they rarely happen. Now that the long night is over, there won't be any more miracles of reviving the dead. Also, Ida's a baby. He died before he was born. His soul can only enter the first level of hell and wait for the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ygritte is a believer of the old gods. Her soul will enter the earth, sky, forest, and river immediately after she dies. No way. She's so heartless. We're all on the same side. Why can't she go through the back door? The dwarf said unhappily. John was not a muggle. He understood what the dwarf meant. Maybe she's angry at me, he said uncertainly. When she gave me the crown, she said that she chose her own path. You really chose the wrong path. Stannis wanted to kill you. You killed him in return. The nobles and Archbishop are obviously on your side. Why do you have to confess? The dwarf sighed. Can't you see that Marjorie and Sansa? Tyrion rolled his eyes. If you can see it, of course I know that they're together. But since she's heartless, why did you let her have her way? Jon said bitterly, Marjorie came to me once half a year ago. Her words were very persuasive, and I listened to her. But my determination to not fight with Sansa for the Iron Throne has been shaken many times, but it hasn't changed. Ygritte and Whale heard Marjorie's words and knew of my decision. They were very worried that I would have a bad ending. At that time, I promised them that after I killed the Ghost King, I would immediately take them away from King's Landing. We would return to the north. In the summer, we would ride horses and hunt deer beyond the Great Wall. In the winter, we would hide in Winterfell. Beyond the Great Wall, I could follow the traditions of the barbarians and steal both of them as my wives. Their children would not be illegitimate. Our family would live happily in the north and never leave the center of power. The day Davos attacked me, I saw Marjorie's behavior and guessed that she had sided with Sansa. Her words were Sansa's words. Her thoughts were Sansa's thoughts. At that moment, my heart was in pain, but I also understood that the Iron Throne could only be fought for, not given away. Those who were given away would feel uneasy. Since Sansa felt uneasy, I played along with her thoughts until she felt at ease. I knew that she still cared about family and did not want to kill me. As long as I lost my ability to threaten the throne, when I turned from a hero to a sinner, the nobles and citizens of the Seven Kingdoms would no longer think of me as the one who gave away the throne. I truly intended to stay away from the center of power. I even planned to never return to King's Landing, so I did not care about the title of hero. Just treat it as the last time I helped her as her brother. Who would have thought that Ygritte, fate was too cruel to us? The dwarf sighed and said, Since you see it so clearly, I will not say anything. Sansa even begged me to explain to you. She was obsessed with the Iron Throne and did not want to see the blood of her family. For the past 2 days, she has been repenting in front of the Virgin Mary and wetting her pillow with tears at night. I do not know if she was sincere or not, but I am sure that she truly felt that she had wronged you. She even asked me to be the mediator. She hopes that you can forgive her. Her actions only confirmed Marjorie's prediction. I had already guessed that this would be the outcome today, and I am willing to bear the consequences. Jon said flatly. The dwarf opened his mouth and then closed it again. The two of them stood by the river and were silent for a long time. The dwarf asked softly, Where do you plan to go? Why don't you follow me to the barren lands? The zebra people are almost extinct, and I will give you the Jujesni Plains. That place is much richer than the north. You have a large grassland, and you can herd sheep with Whale as you wish. The barren lands are yours. I am the current emperor's prime minister, and the future emperor's uncle, the dwarf said proudly. Jon shook his head. I plan to go to Queen's Corner with Whale. There are Dany, Liz, and many free people there. Whale's sister, Dana, and Mance Rider are there too. Perhaps we will go to Slaver's Bay later and meet old Ymont and cousin Simba. When the sun comes out and everything comes back to life, I plan to ride the Mystic Dragon and take Whale to the ends of the earth. Good idea. The dwarf's eyes lit up. Perhaps we can travel the world together. To be honest, if I was not busy with work, I would have explored the secrets of the four poles long ago. You and Elaine together? The dwarf shook his head sadly. Me and Tessa. Chapter 1088. Time passed, and another 2 years passed. The sun hadn't appeared yet, and a fireball was burning in the middle of the sky. It couldn't bring too much light and heat to the earth, but it made the world almost dusk 24 hours a day. What surprised the living even more was the wind. During the long night, the north wind whistled, bringing coldness to the world. After the death of the king of deviant ghosts, the wind continued to blow, but it was always the south wind. It couldn't bring warmth to the world, but it blew away the coldness in the world. Anyway, they saw the thick layer of ice covering the earth begin to melt, and in some areas, they could even see the long-lost black soil. The most obvious change was the rivers. The Trident River and the Blackwater River, which had been frozen for years, gurgled with clear springs again. In the 2 years after the long night, the living people of the world didn't stay idle. For example, in the Westeros, Queen Sansa led the elite knights to clean up the deviant ghost strongholds from the south to the north. The king of deviant ghosts died, and even Frost God was killed, but deviant ghosts didn't go extinct. Slave Bay, a hot spring manor outside Astapor. The white steam on the surface of the pool was so thick that it was almost impossible to see the people on the other side. There were even bubbles in the center. 4 naked men, old, middle-aged, and young, were talking and laughing in the hot water. I thought you were still in the Westeros, Jon said. I saw boredom in her eyes. The dwarf laughed self-deprecatingly. In 2 years, the Queen's foundation has reached deep into the 7 kingdoms. I, who could help her stabilize the situation, gradually became an existence that threatened the stability of the political situation after you. In the wisdom of playing with power, she also gradually surpassed me. I can't give her any more good advice, and I'm not even as good as Chancellor Marjorie. Well, after I leave, maybe Little Rose can become the Queen's hand. Maybe you're thinking too much. Sansa sent a letter to ask about your situation. Old Yemont said. The dwarf covered his face with a wet towel and said in a muffled voice, when she brought a young poet into the inner room without hesitation and had Brittany stop me outside, everything was self-evident. It's better for me to leave than to suddenly fall into the great judgment and be stripped of my honor. Sansa, John's expression was complicated. Is she very unrestrained now? That's not it. She just wants to chase me away. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Actually, according to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, her actions are nothing much, not to mention that she doesn't have a husband. Even if she did, in the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, it was common for wives to be caught red-handed and drowned in a pig cage. But according to Westeros law, she could only be whipped 6 times, and the thickness of the whip could not be thicker than a thumb. The 6 lashes corresponded to the other 6 gods of the 7 gods, excluding Stranger. Each lash was meant to atone for one god's sins. There were no strangers, because strangers represented death. Are Westeros men more gentlemanly? No. This law was made by a woman, Aegon the Conqueror's second wife, Rhaenys. The tradition of the noble ladies of the 7 kingdoms raising actors, beautiful poets, and singers was also started by her. Sansa is currently rebuilding the section of the Great Wall at the East Sea. Earlier, she even borrowed King Kong from me to move the bricks. She didn't have time to mess around. Old Yemont said slowly, building the Great Wall is a great achievement. It was Marjorie's suggestion. The achievement should be in one's own hands, the dwarf said with a smile. Jon frowned. To build the Great Wall, other than building the brick walls, she also needs to repair the formation. Who's helping her? Bran is in charge. Meribat and Lancel are the leaders. They've brought the most powerful group of monks from the Holy Church. a total of 1,200 level 2 priests, the dwarf said, "Building the Great Wall is indeed a great achievement. What will Marjorie get in return for helping her?" The Duke of Riverbend. John asked curiously, "A complete Riverbend is too powerful. I think Sansa will split it into two, or even take part of it to build a new territory." The dwarf said, "Will Marjorie agree?" "So what if she doesn't? If not for Sansa's help, she would have lost her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island." The dwarf said with a sigh. "Why?" John asked, puzzled. "Her son is dead." The dwarf sighed. "Marjorie doesn't go home all year round. That child misses his mother and runs to the docks every day. Recently, the ice and snow on the land are melting, and the sea's climate is changing faster and more rapidly. The child was accidentally swept away by the waves." That's really... John could not help but think of his son, who had died prematurely. "She really has a hard life." The dwarf smiled. "It's not too hard. Without her son, her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island could no longer be maintained. Sansa helped her marry Hua Bai. Hua Bai and her original husband, Horace, were twins. They were the same people and had the same family. It was equivalent to restarting the marriage. However, Marjorie was not very satisfied with this marriage. She felt that she had lost out. According to her dream, she should have learned from Nymeria. Marry once, get a husband who can help her in battle, conquer a piece of land, get a husband who died in battle, inherit a piece of land, and then change to another husband. Back then, Nymeria married from Young Halberd City in the east of Dorne to Starfall City in the west. The land she married into was the land of the king, and she truly achieved a marriage alliance. Why bother? Why bother? Green Pavilion Island is already the top countess territory in the Seven Kingdoms. What else does she want? John sighed. You said it yourself. Green Pavilion Island is only a countess territory. The dwarf splashed water on Simba's face, who had been silent all this while. He smiled and said, "Not every woman can be like her mother, realizing her ambition with her own strength." Simba wiped the water off his face and still did not speak. "The temperature has been rising in the past 2 years. The temperature in Slave Bay is about to break through zero, which means that the sun is almost done. Danny should be back soon, right?" Old Yama chuckled. "According to the current trend, in a year's time, bathing in the hot spring will no longer be a blessing, but a torture." John nodded and said. The dwarf picked up the silver wine jug from the stone table and blew on it as he said vaguely, "What do you think is the difference between bathing now and bathing in summer? It's hot water that's close to boiling. Normal people can't stand it. Only we Targaryens have the right to enjoy this blessing." John nodded and looked at the burly silver brother beside him. "In the process of forging the sun, and Danny should have a deeper understanding of the first flame. In the past 2 years, her level has increased, and our bloodlines have also improved. Simba has benefited the most. Are you immune to normal flames now?" "Wildfire can't hurt me either," Simba nodded and said. "Kid, don't be so smug. Uncle Tyrion can swallow wildfire alive a long time ago." The dwarf shouted. John looked at his uncle indifferently and asked, "Simba, you're a fire demigod, right?" "What?" The dwarf almost choked on his wine. He scurried over in a few steps and pulled the youth to look left and right. His pupils elongated into vertical slits. Other than a body of well-proportioned and firm muscles and a second brother that was slightly smaller than him, he could not see anything else. "Simba's level is higher than yours. His meditation technique is also more advanced than yours. You can't see through his foundation at all," John said with a smile. Simba started learning the origin of the first flame in April this year. He condensed his meditation foundation in 3 days and became a demigod a month later. Old Yimont said proudly. Fuck, he became a demigod in a month. This talent. The dwarf's face contorted. The joy he got from comparing his second brother disappeared in an instant. He said, angrily, those evil gods who went to hell back then were right. The son of a god is indeed very nutritious. After eating it, one will definitely become a god and live forever. It's a pity that they found the wrong person. Simba, it's all thanks to your uncles that you're able to live until now. That's fine. Simba will be your shield from now on, old Yamant said with a smile. The dwarf's eyes turned. He hugged his nephew's shoulder and said, Simba, do you know that a humanoid creature called the Snow Lady has appeared in the world in recent years? Their eyes emit a faint blue light like the stars. Their skin is pale like the moonlight. Although their bodies are colder than ice and snow, they have a peerless appearance that humans can't reach. They came from the wind and snow. Some say that the wind and snow came with them. They're full of legends. They can communicate with humans and even give birth to children. Simba said solemnly, they're all single deviant ghosts. In just this year, I've killed dozens of them. Killed all of them? Destroyed on sight, Simba said in a low voice. The dwarf bared his teeth and said, you can really do it. They're such beautiful people. They're deviants that invaded the world, Simba said with a frown. The dwarf waved his hand. Even Frost God was chopped into pieces by your mother. What kind of threat are these deviant ghosts left? I think we should treat the deviant ghost girls like the children of the forest and the deviant ghosts. Didn't your mother plan to build a dragon island as a shelter for a minority of humanoid creatures? Deviant ghosts are also rare humanoid creatures. Deviant ghosts are different, Simba insisted. Tyrion, you can't be... John had a strange expression. He wanted to say something, but stopped. The dwarf smiled calmly and said, when I was young, old men told me the story of Knight, Watchman Brandon, marrying a deviant ghost bride. I believed it at the time. But when I grew up, when I peed in the snow with my dick shaking, I was 100% sure that the legends were all lies. Perhaps the deviant ghosts were just like the scholars said. They were a clan of barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Because my dick couldn't even withstand normal wind and snow, why would Brandon marry a deviant ghost bride? Later, when the long night fell, most of the stories about deviant ghosts were proven to be true. I still had doubts. Could it be that the deviant ghost bride's body was cold, but that part was warm? I was already tired of playing with humans and didn't feel anything. When I met that delicate snow girl, I couldn't help but be moved. I wanted to verify the truth of the legends one last time. I did it. Old Yimont was dumbfounded. John's expression was twisted. Simba looked at his uncle with eyes full of curiosity and admiration. My good nephew, let me tell you today that the legends are true. Although the deviant ghost bride was cold, she was cold but not painful. She was cold but not wooden. What was cold was not her body, but her soul. From the inside to the outside, she was shivering nonstop. It was a little like soaking in an ice spring now. The dwarf hugged Simba and revealed a lewd smile. It was really comfortable. Don't destroy flowers in the future. You can really try it. I promise you, as long as you circulate the fire wizard power in your body to your dick, you won't be frostbitten. Tyrion, do you know what you're saying? Old Yamant was furious. He flipped over and found his crutch by the side of the pool. He slammed it on his face. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm just teaching my nephew to increase his experience. The dwarf covered his head and scurried away. Simba stopped the trembling old man and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. I have a wife. I won't mess around. Your wife is only 10 years old. Can she hold it in? The dwarf laughed. Simba blushed slightly. When cultivating the origin of the first flame, the 7 emotions and 6 desires can be used as firewood to burn into one's own magic power. What? The dwarf was stunned. John frowned. It sounds like an evil technique. Was the origin of the first flame created by your mother? Old Yimont nodded. Half a year ago, Astapo's magic mirror had an additional piece of information and a meditation technique. Danny must have specially prepared it for Simba. The world is born from the first flame. Life is a world. A person's desires are also a part of the world. Naturally, they can be ignited by the first flame and turned into magic power. Has Simba become a blockhead? The dwarf asked strangely. No, he only burns his excess emotions, allowing his soul to be in a peaceful state at all times. In such a state, his emotions are clearer and more delicate. Simba pondered. If you put a pepper into a pot of stew, you won't be able to taste the flavor of the pepper. However, if you throw the pepper into clear water and cook it, you'll be able to taste the spiciness very easily. Danny definitely won't harm Simba. Old Yimont's expression was indifferent. He wasn't worried at all. Seems pretty good. The dwarf smacked his lips. My life now is a pot of stew. I can't taste anything. Simba, let me take a look at your meditation technique later. Simba said the meditation technique is in the magic mirror in the study. You can take a look for yourself. The origin of the first flame. It should be a simulation of the first flame, right? Such an intricate and profound witchcraft technique is just casually placed in the study. John frowned. Most people won't be able to learn it at all. It's more than 10 times harder than the Grand Wizard's meditation technique. Old Yimont said casually. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gust of wind rose above the hot spring. The white steam was swept away, and their field of vision suddenly widened. The 4 men were stunned. A song of the wind rang in their ears. A violent gust of wind, a gentle breeze, a warm spring breeze. Every wind was a note, and thousands of notes combined to form a harmonious song. After a long time, the song gradually stopped. The few of them recovered from their intoxication. They looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise, "The Song of Wind!" Danny sang the Song of Wind. 7 gods bless her. She. Old Yimont's lips trembled, but he couldn't continue. The last time the Song of Fire ignited the entire world, he was in tears and shouted, "Mother, mother, bless us. Our Targaryen family has a true god." What about now? What should he say? How many songs of law did Danny sing? Not to mention true gods. Even the Divine King didn't seem to be her limit. She made the Targaryens rise from royalty to royalty. Now, she had the possibility of evolving into a god. Of the 4 Targaryen males present, only he and the dwarf weren't demigods. If they weren't gods, then what were they? That's too exaggerated. Is she even 30 years old this year? She has already mastered 3 complete songs of law. 2 of them are the most powerful basic elemental laws. The dwarf had a complicated expression. In the past 2 years, he was still indulging in debauchery. His magic power increased slowly, and his realm didn't change at all. Demigod was still a distant dream. The wind hasn't stopped. John suddenly stood up, causing a splash of water. Do you feel it? He closed his eyes and opened his arms to welcome the gust of wind. Ah, there's heat in the wind. The Dragon Queen is using the Song of Wind and Fire to send heat to the world, the dwarf shouted. No, it's not the Song of Fire that's heating. Simba frowned and thought hard. It seems to be a domain, but a domain can't possibly cover the entire world. John said with a serious expression, You're right. It's not the Song of Fire that's sending heat. It's the Song of Fire that's turning the cold ice power in the world into warm fire. Let's go out and take a look. The long night is really coming to an end this time. The ice and snow melted at a visible rate, turning into small streams that converged into a river, and in the center of the sky, the dark red fireball became brighter and brighter. The world suddenly shook, and the giant wind wall of Danny Rise's girdle collapsed instantly. Caw, caw, caw. The sun in the shelter exploded into dozens of fire crows, chirping happily as they flew towards the sun. Oh, I'm the great wind disaster. The wind giant that was bigger than a pyramid stood blankly under the sun, looking around blankly, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Danny Rise's girdle in the world all disintegrated, but the humans in the girdle were cheering excitedly. The sun is finally out. Saint Danny has summoned the sun. Long live Danny Rise. The long night is finally over. I actually survived the long night. Sob, 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 sob. The Great Wall, East Sea gazing. Queen Sansa, wearing a dark golden fur coat, walked out of the castle, looking up at the dazzling golden sun with a shocked expression. She did it. She really did it. Creating a sun out of thin air. What kind of power is this? What kind of achievement? She clenched her fists and murmured blankly. Marjorie looked at the sky and observed the Queen's expression. Then she smiled and said, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations." Although her son had died a year ago, she was in good condition now. The white fox fur coat, without any impurities, set off her beautiful face, and the golden greatsword at her waist made her look especially valiant. She was promoted from the Chancellor of the Exchequer to the temporary hand of the Queen. After the dwarf left, Sansa was prepared to ask her brother Bran to leave Winterfell to help her, but Bran coldly refused. "I'm the Dragon Queen's Kingsguard. Helping to build the Great Wall is my responsibility. The rest is nothing." Sansa was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that because of Jon, her brothers were estranged from her. When Jon had just been exiled, that brat Arya still projected herself into her bedroom every night in the form of the Grim Reaper. She stared at her expressionlessly with her cold, dead fish eyes, and the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand kept moving around her body, scaring her to death. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore and could only ask her dead mother to be the mediator, persuading Arya to stop scaring her sister. Oh, not only did Madame Stoneheart not blame her, she even praised her for her cleverness, because all the benefits fell into the hands of her brothers. Originally, letting Jon inherit Winterfell was Madame Stoneheart's last choice, but now her daughter was able to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, and let the ancestral inheritance return to her son's hands. She was very satisfied with her eldest daughter's methods. Arya was indeed persuaded by her dead mother, but before she left, she gave her sister a good beating. After Bran, Sansa's second choice was her second granduncle, Blackfish Blynden. Old Blackfish didn't have much of a relationship with Jon, and he had always supported his granddaughter, but he was too old and had experienced too many tragic things, and the past 10 years had been too hard. It wasn't easy for him to stay up until the end of the long night, and he really didn't have the mood or the energy to go to King's Landing. He was now a monk in the great cathedral, and after becoming a priest and obtaining a divine spell slot, he returned to Rapid Flow City and lived out his remaining years in the cathedral. Next, Sansa extended an invitation to the Onion Knight. The old knight wasn't very knowledgeable, but his loyalty was guaranteed, and he was conscientious in his work. He didn't have the slightest bit of selfishness towards the monarch, and Sansa had always admired him. The old knight thanked the queen for her appreciation, and then, without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the great cathedral of Baelor. He also wanted to become a monk. On the other hand, Arryn didn't leave King's Landing with the dwarf, nor did she return to the barbarian prime minister's residence. She volunteered herself to be Queen Sansa's prime minister. The barbarian prime is good, but the days are too dull, and there's no challenge at all. Also, I'm the future Prince of Dorne, and I'll have to return in the end, she explained. As for her and Tyrion's future, we don't have a future. He can't have children. I can have children, but I can't. In the future, I'll have to choose one of Quentyn's children to be my successor, but they can't be Tyrion's successor. Arain said helplessly. Unfortunately, her sincere analysis still didn't move Sansa. Sansa thought that she wasn't talented enough. Back when King Aegon was still alive, the Dornishmen had already joined Storm's End Fortress. Even when King Aegon was captured, Dorne finished the Siege of King's Landing. Although they lost the war and Aegon died, Dorne, Storm's End Fortress, and Sansa's relationship had always been good. Is your father willing to leave the mountain? She had her eyes on Prince Dowling. Arain was stunned, and then said, when the sun comes out, my father will give up his title and join the great cathedral as a monk. The long night is finally over. Why are all of you planning to become monks? Sansa complained. Why? Who else wants to become a monk? Arain asked curiously. The only ones I know of are the Onion Knight, Ser Brynden, Ser John Clinton, Count Settiga, Count Mandalay, Bronze Yohn, even Blackwater Bronson plans to become a priest at the High September when his son comes of age. Sansa sighed. These were only the prime minister candidates that she took note of. She could guess that there were more nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who wanted to become monks. If she asked Bronn, the reason was very simple. I've enjoyed everything when I was young. When I'm old, I don't have the energy and can't play anymore. Instead of lying in bed alone at home, I might as well go to the great cathedral with my old friends and become monks. Being a monk can at least strengthen the body and extend one's life. It's also easier to go to heaven after death. If one's heart is more devout and has a deeper understanding of the teachings, they might even be able to become a demigod angel like Merabad, living a comfortable life with a guaranteed future. Only a fool wouldn't do such a good job. These were Count Blackwater's original words. He was almost 50 years old now. His body was starting to fail, and he gradually lost his strength and heart. A large number of capable old men had gone to become monks. Sansa had no choice but to promote Marjorie. Snapping out of her daze, Queen Sansa frowned. Congratulate me for what? Your Majesty, when the sun comes out, the deviants will have nowhere to hide. The world is at peace. Your official coronation is not far away. Little Rose said excitedly. Oh, we should celebrate. Sansa's face was filled with anticipation. She couldn't help but grin. For the sun, for the new era, and for the Queen, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will always remember that day. The Seven Kingdoms haven't held an official tournament for more than 10 years. When the time comes, we must gather the heroes of the Seven Kingdoms to compete. This time, we must allow women to wear the family badge and participate as official knights. I will also participate, Marjorie said excitedly. That's right. I'll leave this to you, Queen Sansa said happily. Right. What do you plan to do with the Iron Throne? Throw it away or use it again? Marjorie thought of the rusty iron in the warehouse and said hesitantly, the Iron Throne has always been a symbol of royalty, but does it still have any meaning now? If you don't use the Iron Throne, where will you sit? Of course I can't throw it away. Wearing the human crown and sitting on the Iron Throne is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms, Sansa said in a low voice. Marjorie nodded and asked tentatively, have you decided on the Dukes of Valley, River Gap, and Riverbend? The Duke of the Northern Territory seems to be free. Sansa looked into her eyes. You want to be the Duke of Riverbend? I do. Marjorie didn't avoid the question. Riverbend is too strong and too big. I don't feel at ease, Sansa said calmly. Your Majesty, you have a human crown. The seven gods will bless your dynasty for 10,000 years. Marjorie sighed. Hee hee. The Bow dynasty in the Barren Lands is still going. But tell me, between Tyrion and Prince Beau, who is the true king? I can think of 10 ways to usurp the throne right now to avoid the Dragon Queen's guarantee. A king should constantly strive for self-improvement. Why do you always want to rely on others, even if she's a god? Sansa sneered. Marjorie frowned. Are you going to remove the Duke of Riverbend? Sansa smiled and shook her head. I plan to redefine the boundaries of Riverbend and River Gap. These two places are too big and too rich. The royal territory belongs to the Dragon Queen, and I need a new royal territory. I will take a piece of land from Riverbend and River Gap to form the new royal territory. The new royal territory will be bigger than the future Riverbend and River Gap. Marjorie gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, if I become the Duke of Riverbend, I'm willing to give half of the Mander River to the royal territory. Yes, I will consider it. Sansa nodded calmly. Chapter 1089. Was the world a plain where the sky was like a pot lid and the earth was like a chopping board, or was it a planet like Earth? Dany's understanding of the world kept changing. At first, considering that it was a fantasy world with dragons and magic, she thought it was a plane that had nothing to do with science. Later, when she learned about the irregular changes of the seasons, especially when she confirmed that latitude and longitude were really meaningful to the climate, she thought it was a planet. However, the stars were affected by unknown celestial bodies and were moving in unpredictable ways. Later, she went to Sosros and saw the adventure notes of the Valeglia people. There was a female dragon king named Janina Bellerus. She went back and forth for 3 years, but only found endless forests, deserts, and mountains in Sosros. Also, she went back the way she came and did not go around the world. At that time, Dany's understanding of the world changed again. That time, she was a little lost. Even after entering the endless dark universe, she was still uncertain about the world. It was only when she entered the astral world and sang the complete Song of Fire that the flames burned every corner of the world, that the world cast a complete 4-dimensional shadow in her heart, ignoring the immaterial time dimension and the strange astral world, and only studying the 3-dimensional material world. It was like an orange that was not completely peeled. Take the orange and use a fruit knife to cut a cross on it. If you cut all the way to the end, it would be divided into 4 pieces. What if you only cut to the middle? Cut to the middle and peel the top half of the orange to reveal the 4 pieces of orange meat. Open your mouth wide and bite down. The 4 pieces of orange peel spread out in 4 directions. This was probably the current appearance of the world. The Westeros, Ursos, and part of Sosros were on the uncut bottom half of the orange, which was barely a hemisphere. Therefore, the division of latitude and longitude had practical significance in studying the climate and time zones. The land of eternal winter in the north, the dark world in the east, the endless sea in the west, and the continents in the south. The 4 poles were on the 4 pieces of orange peel that spread out in 4 directions. Of course, the world's appearance was not as neat and balanced as the orange. The 4 poles were narrower and longer, like 4 twisted and elongated ribbons. The hemisphere where the material world was located was not round. It was not even a regular hemisphere. Instead, it looked like an iron pot that had been hit hard by a hammer. Some parts of the iron pot were even thinner because of the rust. There were even holes in the bottom of the pot, allowing the boiling juice to flow out of the pot. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire originally had a pot full of soup. However, as the soup leaked, the gods and devils scooped it up and poured it into the solar furnace to forge the sun. By this era, the new era had already begun. It should have been the end of the last era. The pot of soup had already dried up. Fortunately, Danny used the initial heat to repair the holes in the iron pot and added half a pot of new soup. Are you ready? In the dark and cold astral world, Danny held a weirwood cane and looked down at the soup pot world below. Why don't we wait a few more years? Your Song of Water and Song of Earth have a high chance of reaching perfection within 50 years. Perhaps you can also add the Song of Ice. Gather the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire as raw materials and cook them with the supreme law of the Song of Ice and Fire. You should be able to create an even more perfect world. The mental waves in the weirwood were 60% similar to Door God, 30% similar to the dead Mother Earth Earth Demon, and 10% similar to Frost God. Frost God was the fusion of Es God and the weirwood root. It was equivalent to a luxurious version of the soul of a shapeshifter. Danny was too familiar with dealing with shapeshifters. In only 3 hours, she burned the mountain-sized body of Frost God into pure divinity and life imprints. However, she did not kill them all. She took out the ice seeds that were suspected to be alien embryos in Frost God's body and threw them into the 7 levels of hell. She planned to create an ice purgatory. 7 years ago, Danny had obtained the crystal core of the Earth Demon. Together with the remnant souls collected in the underground palace of Thunder Island, she had about 40% of Mother Earth's life imprints. Es God, Mother Earth, and Door God all had incomplete life imprints. She simply crushed them all and merged them into the weirwood sapling. The effect was unexpectedly good. More than half of Es God's life imprints came from Door God's root and were originally one with the weirwood. If they could be separated back then, they could be merged now. Danny was not surprised. However, it was almost a miracle that Earth Demon could be merged. That was because before this, Danny had never successfully merged the imprints of 2 different life imprints. In other words, other than shapeshifters, life imprints could not be changed by humans. It's the opposite of what you think. Almost every life imprint can be merged, but it's very difficult for you to find the merging point. Think about it. I'm from this world, and Es God is from another world, but we perfectly merged to form Frost God. Even in worlds with different rules, life forms can merge. What's the reason? It's actually very simple to explain. It's like there are countless paths in a huge maze. 99,999% of people who enter will meet a dead end, but some people will find the only correct path and walk out smoothly. The merging point is the only path, Liang Mushu-Jen said. She first merged Earth Demon with the weirwood trunk while the old tree root guided her. How do I find the merging point? Danny asked humbly. By feeling. Can you teach me? This is one of my talents. I can't learn it. At that moment, Danny's expression was a little twisted. Fortunately, the old tree root quickly said, "Didn't the weirwood leave all his inheritance to you? He also gave you this talent. It's the green spring. Souls that drink the green spring can become shapeshifters. And don't shapeshifters have the talent to merge with the souls of their animal companions? By feeling, don't think of the green spring as a pure faith pool. It's more like a divine artifact that contains the Song of Law. You can try to merge your soul into the green spring in the future and become a qualified old god that responds to believers. You should be able to slowly grasp that talent. The so-called responding to believers meant that when the believers of the old gods prayed to the human faces carved on the heart tree in the forest of gods or in the wilderness, she had to split a part of her soul onto the human faces to observe, listen to, and accept the sacrifices of the believers. For example, they would stuff a few bloody human heads into the mouth of the human faces. Thinking of the benefits of fusing with the life imprint, Danny made up her mind. Even if she hated the actions of the evil gods, she would pinch her nose and enjoy the sacrifices of the believers in the future. No, Who was she? How could she accommodate others? The entire world should accommodate her. She had to make the believers of the old gods change their customs. If they wanted to sacrifice, they could use brown sugar buns to replace human heads. We can't wait any longer. In 20 years, our world will completely enter the bottom level of the universe. I have a feeling that at that moment, the connection between the world and the four elemental universes of ice, water, darkness, and earth will be broken, Danny said with a serious expression. Breaking is a bad thing? If not for the land of eternal winter being connected to the ice universe, God wouldn't have found us, and the cold wouldn't have been able to enter, the newborn Weirwood said doubtfully. Do you think that the ice universe injecting the power of the ice universe into the world is more beneficial or harmful to the world? Danny asked. I don't see any benefits. Otherwise, the Weirwood wouldn't have built a great wall to block the cold. The Weirwood said, building a great wall to block the power of the ice is similar to building a dam. Danny sighed. The newborn Weirwood was not Door God, nor was he Frost God or Earth Demon. The newborn did not inherit their experience and wisdom. I still don't quite understand, the Weirwood said doubtfully. Every time the world falls and the sun is extinguished, why does the world fall into ice and darkness? Why is the western endless sea and the southern continent almost infinitely long, and an ordinary megalosaurus can't even fly to the other side in a year? They are both level 4 universes, but the dark world in the east and the land of eternal winter in the north are not that big. Why? The Weirwood asked humbly. The land of the 4 poles is not the tumor of the world at all. Instead, it is the umbilical cord that has not been cut from the mother. Looking at the 4 long and narrow orange peel connected to the 4 sides of the iron pot, Danny had a complicated expression. When the long night fell, darkness and ice would fill the entire world. The power of ice and darkness was a great enemy to the living, but in the end, they were also a type of force. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a system, not only would it not lose power during the long night, but it would also draw a large amount of elemental power from the 2 single-element universes. It was just that ice and darkness were not friendly to the living in the warm world. The demon gods of the dark world were like fish in water during the long night because the ancient demon gods were used to cold and dark environments. But just because it was bad for humans did not mean that it was bad for the world. During the long night, it could be seen that the world was drawing a large amount of nutrients from the 2 umbilical cords. Back when Danny ignited the first flame in the smoke sea, all the laws had been burned away. All the elemental power, no matter how chaotic or high level, was fuel for the first flame. It was obvious that the power of ice from the ice universe and the power of darkness from the dark universe could also become fuel for the first flame. At this moment, the first flame that Danny left in the Earth's core was like an engine that drove the world forward. The power of darkness and ice poured into it through the sea of laws, slowly strengthening. It was very awkward. The firepower of the Earth's core was eating and bleeding. Overall, the first flame was still slowly shrinking. It was not making ends meet. The world was falling. Falling was the same as weakening. Weakened, it naturally needed to be replenished with nutrients. As for whether these nutrients would harm the living, the world's consciousness did not care. It was survival of the fittest. Even if the living died, there would be new species to fill the new era. The relationship between the world and the universe could be seen as a moving elevator and a building. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a cuboid elevator. The elevator had 4 walls, which represented the 4 universes' dimensions. Usually, the 4 walls also stabilized the balance of the elevator. Usually, the 4 walls also slowly poured power into the world. One could imagine that in an infinitely huge building, there were countless elevators rising, descending, opening, moving, being born, and being destroyed. The elevator rising meant that the world was thriving and was on the way to dimension. The elevator falling was a typical example of the Song of Ice and Fire's world, which kept falling. The elevator could also move horizontally from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. When the elevator fell, the door could not be opened. When the elevator reached the 8th floor and completed a fall, it also meant that at this moment, the door of the elevator opened. When the door opened, the air from the outside world, the power of the 4 universes, could more easily enter the elevator. At this time, the world would crazily absorb energy to nourish itself due to hunger. A huge amount of energy from the outside world poured in. Darkness and ice filled the entire world. The sea of magic boiled, and the transcendence returned. In the eyes of the living, a long night descended. A long night seemed to be a good thing. The world could open its stomach and crazily devour the energy of the elemental universe. Whether it was a good thing or not, she had to find out how the god of frost was going to save the world. He said that if the world entered eternal ice, the world would be constant at a certain level and would never fall again. Was he lying? No. If his promise could not be fulfilled, the door god would not have schizophrenia at all and split into 2. The god of frost's way of saving the world was to take advantage of the short time when the world completed a fall. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor, opened the door of the elevator facing the ice universe, and pulled the elevator horizontally to the 8th floor of the building. Out of the elevator shaft and into a small room on the 8th floor. Wouldn't it stop falling forever? But was this a good thing? Not necessarily. As a small room on the 8th floor, it also meant that it had become part of the ice universe and had no future. When Dani rode Wonkai to chase the Son of Heaven, she encountered many natural space vortexes and dark creatures in the dark universe. Because of the space vortexes, Wonkai lost her many times. Perhaps those vortexes were the past that was pulled into a certain world on a certain floor. Perhaps the dark creatures were the natives of a certain world hundreds of millions of years ago. She did not know, but she was sure that such a monotonous and unchanging future was really hopeless. It was better to fall into the lower universe and enjoy the peace after death. After moving up and down, there was also birth and destruction. The elevator was built on a certain floor of the building and retreated into the shaft. The world was born on a certain floor of the building by the first fire. The first fire was also divided into levels. The world that was born from the powerful first fire was on a higher floor. Did the building have a roof? Dani was not sure, but she must have a plan. Now, her world was on the first floor, sliding from the first floor to the basement. About 20 years later, with a plop, the elevator left the shaft and smashed into the garbage pile in the basement. Naturally, the connection between the elevator and the four walls would be broken at that time. If the elevator left the shaft, theoretically, it would never be able to leave the garbage pile in the basement and could only slowly decay in the white frost. This was the reason why the god of frost wanted to jump ship and run away, and also the reason why the Son of Heaven and other demon gods killed the earth demon. Perhaps the scrap iron would be used to forge a new elevator in the upper level. Dani was actually looking forward to the lower universe. She felt that the ultimate secret of the universe might be hidden in two places, the garbage pile in the basement and the rooftop. Perhaps the cold basement was the origin of the Song of Ice, and the sunny rooftop was the origin of the Song of Fire. The combination of the two was the real Song of Ice and Fire. Perhaps only those who had been to the lower universe and the rooftop universe at the same time could truly transcend. This was not Dani's wild imagination. After the long night ended, the thick fog that shrouded fate had mostly dispersed to her. She had a feeling that entering the lower universe was her goal. Well, even at her current level, the future was uncertain. She should pay more attention to the present. Darkness came from the east, and ice came from the north. Then, did the west and south input energy into the world? Yes. However, the power of the geocentric initial fire was weak, and the world could not digest it. The energy that entered turned into seawater and land. The reason why the endless sea in the west was so vast, and why the megalosaurus could not fly to the end of the endless continent in the south, was because they were constantly growing. The seawater and land in the south and west did not directly harm the world. In fact, they were even beneficial. For example, the subsidiary planes that fell from the astral world were thrown into the Sosros continent like trash. However, if the cold air and darkness could not be digested, the living people in the world would be doomed. That was why the door god built a shelter in the land of eternal winter, and the dark demon god built a lone peak at the edge of the dark world. However, the west and south did not build a river dam. Danny had confirmed with old Shujen that when the door god was born, the four poles had always existed. Until today, it had neither increased nor decreased, for it would always be four. However, why was the four poles not connected to the four universes of earth, water, wind, and fire, but dark, ice, water, and earth? Was there a single-element universe of wind and fire? Assuming that the four poles were not unique to this world, then was it possible that the four poles of other worlds were earth, water, wind, and fire? Or even more than four poles, the five poles were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Danny had guesses about the above questions, but she did not have an accurate answer. She needed to see more worlds. Now, she had to gather a wave of energy before the world separated from the four poles and tie a strong rope around the world. I'm ready. Let's begin. The new Weirwood side. The Song of Fire was activated. Danny's eyes lit up with small flames. Then her whole body was burning. Even the weirwood in her right hand was wrapped in flames. Boom! Danny turned into a human-shaped flame. The flame Danny was like a shooting star, rushing straight down to the half-orange below. Behind the shooting star, there was a long flame tail. Strangely, in the center of the flame tail, there were four intertwined white roots. The roots of the weirwood. She kept flying. The roots of the weirwood kept extending, as if they were laying down cables. Pop! Danny, who had turned into the law of fire, pierced through the magma layer of the world like a sharp arrow. If the world was a broken iron pot that was half filled with soup, she would have already fallen into the soup and passed through layers and layers of magma of different temperatures. She arrived at the core of the earth, where the first flame had been extracted. She did not stop and continued to go down. What's she doing? In the depths of the earth's core, an inconspicuous white flame opened its eyes. It was Lalo. He was very unlucky, but also very lucky. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Danny was dissipating the first flame in the earth's core. Lalo had been peeping from the side. He only left the day before Danny woke up. When Danny woke up, the earth demon was surrounded and killed by the evil gods. Obviously, Lalo had no time to plot against the earth demon. After all, it would take a long time just to gather the remaining evil gods in the dark world. It would take even more time to persuade the evil gods to abandon the main world and enter the dark universe. Even if Lalo had the motive, he did not have the time. In fact, Lalo did not even have a plan. He went to the dark world to find his old friends only to persuade them to carry out Plan B, to support him as the savior. Plan A was, of course, to ambush in the Smoke Sea and kill the Dragon Queen. If the Dragon Queen was alert and refused to fall into the trap, the Alliance of Justice and Order also had Plan B. to compete with her for the savior title, and then force her to make a sacrifice. Well, after the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Lalo did not dare to think about forcing the Dragon Queen to her death. His goal was very simple. He wanted to force the Dragon Queen to tell him the secret of the first flame. Then he would sing the powerful song of fire himself. After regaining the status of a true god, he would try his best to summon the sun and not let the world completely fall into the lower universe. But to save the world, he could not defeat the god of frost. Therefore, Lalo planned to go to the dark world to recruit people. But he did not expect the evil god of darkness to be so stubborn. He would rather jump ship and escape, be homeless and wander around just to destroy the Dragon Queen and the world together. Hearing the Son of Heaven's plan, he was so scared that he peed his pants. To be honest, Lalo's strength was not as good as the other three ancient elemental gods, but he did not completely lose his moral integrity. His dream had always been to save the world. He had never had the thought of completely destroying the world, and he could not accept it. But his strength at that time was not even 1/10 of his heyday, and he did not have the ability to fight against the evil gods. He did not even dare to show any thoughts of opposition. If he had opposed at that time, the bloodthirsty Son of Heaven would not have minded killing him. Therefore, Lalo endured the torment in his heart and joined the team that killed the Earth Demon. This was also the reason why the little devils in the dark world spread the rumor that Lalo killed Mother Earth. But in fact, Lalo did go to the underground palace of the Thunder Island, but he had been watching the door from outside. The Earth Demon was not dead yet, so he found a chance to sneak away quietly. This was also why Danny did not chase him and the Red God's church away. But Lalo did not dare to force the Dragon Queen's palace anymore. How cruel were the methods the Dragon Queen used to deal with the Son of Heaven and the evil gods. She chased him all the way to the dark universe. Lalo was afraid. He was afraid that she would kill him as soon as he saw her. So he turned into an ordinary little flame and hid among the thousands of little flames in the Earth's core. What is she doing? Looking at the tree root that pierced through the Earth's core, Lalo was puzzled. Boom! The flame Danny pulled the weirwood through the entire world and came to the other side of the world. It was equivalent to going from the North Pole that was bitten through the Earth's core to the South Pole, the middle of the Sosros continent, more than 40,000 kilometers away from Slave Bay. A weirwood broke out of the ground in the Gobi Desert, and the roots of the weirwood extended to the other side of the planet, more than 100,000 kilometers. Danny stood on the edge of the weirwood, her right hand holding the tree trunk. At this time, she was the Song of Fire itself. After entering the material world, the Song of Fire naturally spread out from her body. Almost in a flash, with the South Pole as the center, flames spread out in the material world. The earth, the ocean, the mountains, the sky, the clouds, the forest, and even billions of creatures were enveloped by the illusory flames. Even if it wasn't the first time they heard the Song of Fire, seeing the entire world burning in fire again, the living people everywhere still screamed in fear and panic. This is the Song of Fire. Dragon Queen is chanting the Song of Fire again. There were also people who understood, although they didn't panic. She just summoned the sun. What is she doing now? John, Melisandre, and the other transcendent bigwigs were puzzled. Soon, the world changed again. Hiss, in the land of eternal winter, the white dragon that had been hovering above the snowfield was on fire, and traces of spatial folds appeared around him. It was as if there were invisible restraints binding him. He flapped his wings hard and flew with all his strength, but he was spinning in place and didn't move a single step. Rumble, the ground under Little White, was also covered in flames. At this time, as he flew with all his strength, the ground began to bend into an arc. Hiss, in the dark world, Little Green jumped up from the lonely peak and rope-like spatial folds also appeared around him. He flew with all his strength, but he didn't move from where he was. The ground began to bend toward a point. Hiss in the western endless sea. The seawater and trenches were burning in the fire. The continental plates seemed to have been melted by the flames and became soft. Little Red flew with all his strength. He didn't move from where he was, but he pulled the ocean to bend toward a point. Hiss in the continent that was further south than the South Pole, Dahe was more relaxed than his brothers. The continuous mountain range became soft in the fire and was pulled by Dahe to bend toward a point. Rumble! The world was like beans in a sieve, jumping violently.